Test. All. Check. All. All. Check. Test. All. All. Check. All. Check.
Check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
My hand, my. Hello. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to everyone. We're going to today start with the first session, Living with Diabetes. I'd like to call the chairperson, Dr. Aparna Mule, consultant diabetologist, Apple Hospital, Arori, Navi, Mumbai, and Dr. Vishal Vaidya, diabetologist, Mumbai.
Thank you very much, ma'am. A very good morning from the city of Mumbai. Let's start off with the first session today. And the first speaker for the day is Ms. Behak Dhingra. She needs no introduction, but formally I'll introduce her. Type 1 diabetes life coach, type 1 diabetes since 2007, founder of Unstoppable Type 1 Diabetes and Diabetes Pathshala. She's on a mission to empower type 1 living fully by teaching them self-management. Works as a diabetes educator at Chaitanya Cardio Diabetes Center. Specialization in the management of dual diabetes in type 1. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I have my slides, please? Team, can I have my slides? Okay. Meanwhile, we are going to talk about DIY system. And though there are not many people in the room because I know it's early morning, but today one of my students gave me a very good message. He said, you set the tone for the day so that those who miss, they'll regret. So anyways, it's a good thing. I don't have any disclosures. I'm going to talk about Android API system, which is not approved by FDA. But I want to tell you that I'm a person living with type 1 diabetes for 19 years and using AAPS for 4 years. And I'm a human and I'm very much biased towards the system. Now I want to know from you all, managing type 1 diabetes is a 24/7 job, right? Plus, we all know that technological advancement has the potential to enhance the patient care, but we lack in technology. So I'll be talking about some technical advancement which is going to simplify our life if we can implement it to the fullest. And thank you so much for being here in the room early morning, 9 o'clock. Some of you have skipped your breakfast, but still it means a lot. Thank you so much. Now let's talk about APS. What is artificial pancreatic system? It's an outcome of revolution by people living with type 1 diabetes from around the world. And we use the hashtag we are not waiting. What does we are not waiting means? Means we are not waiting for the system to change. We create the system. What is it? It's an automated insulin delivery system where devices interact with each other to mimic real pancreas. Now, what are the devices that require to interact? It is CGM and insulin pump. Now, these are the two devices. When they interact, they mimic the real pancreas. Now, the problem was in India, both of these devices were not radio frequency enabled. So now, though we have the radio frequency enabled as well, but the one we were using earlier were not radio frequency enabled. So we did some additional requirement that was Riley Link, Meow Meow, and mobile phone. But thanks, we have Libre 2 now, so at least the need of Meow Meow has been eliminated. What we needed CGM to communicate to the phone using Meow Meow. So what Meow Meow would do it would convert the CGM, which is NFC enabled, into Bluetooth waves and talk to the phone. Meanwhile, Riley Link would convert the pump readings into Bluetooth enabled frequency and talk to the phone. The phone had our algorithm which would do all the things. Now, though there are not many people in the room, I just want to ask this question. How many gadgets did we actually need to run the DIY? Anybody? Okay, I know not much people, but I'll tell you, minimum 5. So, phone also is there, na? Now, what are the key features of DIY? So if you see, this is where you can see your blood sugars. Then we can also know our insulin on board, which is the most ignored topic, but the most important topic to prevent stacking of insulin, to prevent hypoglycemia. So it would talk about insulin on board as well. It would also tell if there are carbs on board or if there are no carbs on board. So if there is insulin on board and carbs on board, we know we are on the safer side. But if there is insulin on board and no carbs on board, then the chances of hypoglycemia increases. It would tell us what is the basal rate at present going on. So temp basal means that it would change the basal as per the need of the person on the basis of the prediction analysis. And it would talk about our insulin sensitivity factor and made the change. Insulin sensitivity factor would impact the temp basals. Now, if you see those small triangles, pyramids, basically these are small micro boluses which the pump would give if your sugars start rising automatically. So you don't have to command it. The small micro boluses were given by pump automatically. And if you see that dark yellow line, it is unannounced meal. So you know there are so many other factors apart from meal which would impact the blood sugar. However, now pump doesn't need to know all the hundreds of factors. It would consider any unexpected rise as unannounced meal. It can be due to actual unannounced meal or adrenaline or other influences. Next is the dark blue line that would talk about how much insulin is on the board and how it will impact your blood sugar if there is no other further insulin introduced. Light blue line would tell the temp basal. And meanwhile, the orange line would tell carbs on board, which means right now, if you see the orange line is going downward, if it is going upward, that means there is more carb on board and less the insulin. So we may have to give more insulin. Now, this is a bolus wizard. I think most of you might have seen it in many multiple apps, but this bolus wizard was something very special. So if I show you the feature, it would automatically take your BG and we will have to put the carbs. It would calculate the result on the basis of insulin on board, remaining insulin requirement, and it also has a small feature known as super bolus. Super bolus would be given to people who are very insulin resistant. So what it would do, it would give a collective bolus for next 2 hours. It would calculate your basal plus the bolus and calculate it and give it in one go only. Now, this is amazing feature. How many times it happens? No, we eat and then we forget to put it in the pump and sometimes there's a gap. it has a feature to do the back entry also. So we would go back, we'll put the time offset. If you see the time I have put, it is minus 25. So I'll put the time in negative so that it can take the entry 25 minutes before. And how will it help? Any entry I put in the back will help it calculate the correction dosages in the future. It also has these 3 temporary targets. What are the temporary targets? So suppose I'm about to eat. I'll click the button saying eating soon, and in next 30 minutes, it will try to bring my sugars to 80, which is a very good pre-meal sugars. If I click the target activity, it would keep my sugars around 160 for the time I enter that this much hours I'm going to do the activity. And if I click hypo, now why hypo? Isn't the entire purpose of automatic insulin system to prevent hypos? So it has a hypo feature because sometimes it happens that we take insulin and there is an unexpected activity like maybe I want to go shopping, right? And shopping always causes hypo. So anybody who feels shopping is not good, shopping is good. So shopping, suppose I'm going for shopping, I will click the button hypo telling that I have taken the insulin, but make sure all the future insulin delivery is cut because I'm predicting an hypo because of an unexpected activity. So it was an amazing feature. Now, how has AAPS changed over time? We have seen AAPS growing. It started as an open APS where there were no small microboluses, just basal change. Then came closed loop where basal changed, improvised, then came small microboluses, that is where it started giving boluses also, and now we have dynamic ISF, which means that it will change your basal requirement on the basis of changing insulin sensitivity factor. Now, ISF changes. It changes after every 15 days. If the weather changes, it changes. Your altitude changes, it changes. Now it is doing that also automatically. So now comes the concern, right? And one of the most common concern is safety concern. APS has all the objectives which we have to pass before we can use it. And these are some of the questions which I feel that are very difficult to answer. Though we have the cheat sheets, but still it is very important to do it. So, we also have created a support system. So we have this our group, which is loopers group, where we have all the loopers together who are helping each other grow in this system. Now, one of the concerns people have is that clients will stop visiting doctors. But I want to tell you that our seniors have been very proactively helping doctors learn AAPS system, not us. Senior doctors are ensuring that in every session we have the session on AAPS so the doctors can learn, and the fear that client will not visit will go away because you know about the system now. Okay, quiz, I think I'll skip because we don't have many people, but I want to share some real life case studies with you. Starting with me, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and hypothyroidism at the age of 15. I have blamed doctors for my mismanagement. In 2014, my diabetes was declared as brittle and I started pump therapy. But irrespective of being on pump, I had Himalayas on my blood sugar graph. I was constantly hungry, either hungry or angry. My A1C was between 8 to 11. I was always tired. I became overweight and I attracted all the other conditions also. This is my A1C. I was on pump for 4 years now. After that, I studied so many books on type 1 diabetes management. But irrespective of having all the knowledges, being a diabetes educator myself, nobody was able to chase the dawn. And we all know this. Not only dawn, we had some other things also, which was somogai, foot on the floor, phases of menstrual cycle, hypoglycemia, stress, sickness, adrenaline, jet lag. The list is endless. Results, obviously I moved to AAPS and then this happened. If you'll see my A1C, it was always below 6.4. Now it is me and I'm biased, so let's meet Shania. Shania is a 9-year-old girl, working parents, child is in multiple activities throughout the day. Parents had the problem that due to busy schedule, they don't want to be involved into every time doing activity mode, calculating, reducing, increasing dosages. What they did, this is the most amazing thing. Father installed geo coordinates and uses SMS communicator feature of AAPS. Now what is that? Geo coordinate is like having your own personal Lakshman Rekha. That means the moment the child moves out of the home, the APS system automatically changes the targets. Now the parent doesn't have to worry, oh, my child is in the activity or anything. APS is automatically doing and tracking the child. Plus, child is in school and parents don't have to go or call in the school. They have to just SMS the pump system that child is about to eat this many carbs, give insulin. So this is geo coordinates feature, and this is the SMS feature. This is one feature which has attracted so many daughters. HbA1c is 5.5 to 5.8 and lot of freedom to eat like other kids. Now, meet RJ Megha. She's a celebrity. She's type 1 since 2004, celebrity anchor, hosted endless events, and she's always on the toes. Work for 12 hours, eats all kind of food. She herself said that I eat extensively at conferences. Now, she went on AAPS system. Her husband is very supportive. Result, if you see her HbA1c, 6.7, 6.5. She said that it is basically between 6.5, 6.6, 6.7. Now, this is the most amazing part. I'm sorry for the bad photo. So I met this person in, I think, Germany, and he had this entire setup where the AAPS works differently based on different activity he's doing. Like, first is if he's doing strength training, his AAPS will work on those features. If he's doing strength training plus cardio, the features of AAPS will change. If he's doing yoga, it will change. Now, what is Hyundai Runde? I'll tell you, it is dog rounds. So if he's taking dog for the walk, the feature of the AAPS will change because dog walk is actually walking and exercise. If his body is insulin resistant, he'll use the next feature. And if it is cold weather, because cold weather also creates resistance, it will change. So he was able to customize it to his entire routine. And all he had to do was click the button and entire algorithm will change according to his body's need. So I have just one message for everyone. This is for my type 1s mostly, and yes, doctors too. If you want to see the change in the diabetes world, you be the change you wish to see in the diabetes world. And this is what the AAPS system did. And that's why we say we are not waiting. We'll not wait or blame the system. We'll be the system we want to create. I have some products which I want to show you, which we use. So my time, I still have time, first of all. So this is the pump that we use for AAPS. It is one of the oldest pumps, 715 and 722. Now we don't have it. However, we still get the second-hand pumps from among the community. So we use that. Now, this is Meow Meow. This is the device that is placed on top of Libre 1. Now we have Libre 2, so we can eliminate the need of Meow Meow, but still Meow Meow alarms can be more customized, so people love it over Libre 2's alarm. However, no complaints to Libre. We love you. We want you. So please don't get offended. And this is the Riley link. So this Riley link is the device which helps my pump to communicate to my phone. And then obviously CGM, which I'm putting, and my phone, which I'm not carrying right now. These are the 5 devices that communicate with each other. With this, thank you so much. And I hope you all get to see the devices. If you want to see, I'm around. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think we'll take the questions at the end of the session. So I invite the next speaker, Ms. Jyotsna Rangeen, ma'am, and I would request Aparna Mune, ma'am, to introduce her shortly.
Ms. Jyotsna Rangeen is a diabetes advocate and educator, National Diabetes Educator 2018 and 19, Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Education Academy, Blue Circle Wise International Diabetes Federation, Community Manager of Diabetes India Youth in Action, Southeast Asia representative of Young Leader in Diabetes and ITF. She is a founder of Diabetes in Style. She is a member of League of Diabetes and also a part of JM Youth Committee, WHO Regional Office of Southeast Asia. Welcome, Ms. Jyotsna Rangeen. Over to you.
Thank you so much, respected chairperson. And good morning, everyone. My name is Jyotsna Rangeen, and I'm a person living with type 1 diabetes. I have successfully completed 10 years. So today we are going to talk about something that is very close to my heart and something that everyone wants to talk about, where someone asked the question that, how can we make carb counting easier for people living with type 1 diabetes? And today we are going to talk about three things. Every person who lives with this condition, these three things are very important for them. First is food, just having the freedom to eat whatever you want without having the anxiety or fear of what that food will do to you. And then the future, everyone wants to have the best quality of life and live the life that they want without having the complications, without having to deal with the highs and lows in life. So let's rethink how AI, artificial intelligence, can help carb counting. So first, let's understand a little bit why carb counting is actually important. So carbs are something that instantly raises your blood sugar because they converts into glucose, and they have a direct influence on your postprandial blood glucose levels. That is why carb counting is one of the most essential yet complex ways to kind of manage your diabetes and ensure that you have the best time in range. But also, let's understand why it matters a lot. I like to say that carbohydrates are like, a steering wheel of the vehicle. If you turn it right, then you stay on the road, but one wrong turn can put you in danger. And which is why a lot of us, even myself, for initial years when nobody introduced me to the concept of carb counting, I relied on guesstimation. Guesstimation is a term coined by guesswork and estimation. So majority of people even today are just doing guesswork. And which is why even one wrong guesswork can lead to 4+ hours of highs and lows blood sugar. Just look at this graph, after having breakfast, there was a spike. After having lunch, there was another spike, and then the same followed. And this highs and lows just leave the person with so much distress, exhaustion, anxiety, not knowing what to do with their blood sugars. And of course, once you get it right, it just balances everything out and really helps you to understand the food patterns in your body better. So I say that although carb counting as a concept might be developed in West, but in India, it is the hardest test. And why so? Because India has such diverse food. I know everything looks very tempting here in the morning. And one of the complex challenges we face in India is that we have diversity. Although diversity is beautiful, but that also brings a lot of challenges, the complexity, the inconsistency. The thali that you get in Mumbai is not similar to the thali that you get in Bihar or South India. That the dosa you get in Delhi is not the same that you get in Kerala. So we have like variety of food and we love that food, but it also brings the challenges because it's very difficult to guess every meal. It's almost nearly impossible to get the guesswork right, which most of us rely on. So now I want you to meet Arjun. He's an 8-year-old boy from a small village in Bihar. He was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when he was 3 years old. He loves to play cricket and he has an aspiration and dream to be part of the Indian team. He doesn't know English because he comes from a very humble background. The family also is from a low resource background, and he loves to eat. He loves to eat variety of food. And in all of our Indian households, do we eat the same thing every day? I don't think so. We have so much variety of food that we have on a daily basis, and it's very difficult for someone like Arjun living in a small village to understand the concept of carbohydrate counting and make it happen. So every day they have this question that how do we judge this plate and do all the maths and calculate the carbs for it. But guess what? Arjun is not alone. He represents every child, every person living with type 1 diabetes in small towns, villages, and cities who are facing this challenge every day. So now, let's talk about carb counting, because it's not just about food, it's about years of healthy life lost. As I said, most of us rely on guesswork, which is why most of us are still not able to achieve that time in range or quality of life that we want every person living with type 1 diabetes to achieve. And I want to ask this question. How many of you, take a picture of your food like you like to take? And most of us do that just to post it on social media. Can I have a raise of hands? How many of you like to take a picture? See, we have so many people here who love taking pictures, who love posting on social media, but imagine that one habit can actually help you to improve your diabetes management. And that's what we're going to talk about. So let's introduce you to artificial intelligence. So my question is that AI is not the future, it is already here. And can I know how many of you are using any one of these apps already? Wow, almost everyone in the room right here. So I feel that artificial intelligence is already part of our lives, even so that we are using it in our daily lives. Google Maps tell us the routes and takes us through the traffic. Netflix gives us the preferences and of our favorite shows. Uber and all of these apps are doing wonderful wonders to our life. So why are we still doing carb counting manually? Why are we still doing all those mathematical calculations or the guesswork and just relying on that in 2025 when we have AI available for us? So I think the time is now when we understand the possibilities of AI for carb counting. Imagine the photo that you take of the picture. It can tell you the portion size of the food on the plate. It can tell you the nutritional breakdown of how many carbs, how many proteins, how many fat and fiber is there in that plate of food, and also give you the accurate insulin calculation based on that. What AI can do is, the possibilities of that is endless. And this is one of the study which was conducted few years back when AI was not even that popular or famous. And it was done with some of the people living with type 1 diabetes, and they were asked to estimate carbs for multiple dishes. And the results were that when they did the guesswork, the error was almost like 27.9 grams per meal, which is equivalent to 4 chapatis. And when they used AI app, the error was 12.3 grams per meal, which is more than a half of that. And now I think it will be even lesser because AI has taken up a lot of shape and it has improved a lot with the data and the fine-tuning model that we're creating right now. So why it matters? Because smaller error means more accurate dosing. It is easier to keep your blood glucose in control, and there is less work, less guesswork. You get the freedom to eat what you want without having to worry about what's going to be your post that blood sugar levels. So let's talk about the apps that are available currently. There are multiple apps that are available outside of India that is already giving you the option to use AI for carb counting and make it easier for you. And everyone has the same goal, to make it simpler, faster, and more accessible. And we have one person sitting here, Mehek, who has also created a dashboard called indianfoodmetrics.com, which has the option to manually add the food items, and it has all the Indian dishes from north to south. And then it will tell you the nutritional breakdown, how many carbs, fats, fiber it has, and then give you the accurate insulin doses as well. And there is some snack app, there is some feature now being added to the Dexcom as well. But most of these apps that are available in the West, they do not have Indian food options. As we spoke, that Indian food is so diverse. We have such culturally different food items, and all of these Western apps do not suffice to our requirement, which is why I thought that it is our job as people living with diabetes, because it is our own lived experience through which we have learned that carb counting is tough. I myself, from my own experience in my initial years, I really struggled to learn carb counting. I relied completely on guesswork. And before that, I relied completely on the fixed doses that the doctors gave me. That please take 10 units in the morning, please take 8 in the before lunch, and please take 10 in the evening. And no matter what food I was eating, I was just taking those fixed doses. And I was confused why my blood sugars are like up and down. And this is still a reality even after 10 years. So I feel let's talk about how AI can actually change that. So this is my small contribution, which I'm trying to build to make carb counting more accessible, easier, and also available for every Indian family, no matter which demographic or place they come from. every child should have access to carb counting so that they can really improve their diabetes management. So what does this app do? It is a simple app where you take a picture of the meal you're eating, and it will do the complete food analysis for you. It will tell you how many carbohydrates, how many fats, how many protein and fiber is there in the content. And then also you can personalize it by putting in your insulin to carb ratios and insulin sensitivity factor, through which it will tell you the correct amount of insulin that you can provide based on all of those settings for you. So I feel this is just the beginning. The best thing about this app that I'm developing is that it is available in all regional languages, from Marathi, Malayalam, Gujarati, Hindi, as you know, every child living in village, cities, or every other place will be able to use it easily. So there will be less guessing, more knowing, there will be less fear and more freedom, and there will be not just the focus on survival, but at least thriving with type 1 diabetes. I'll try and play this. Yeah, so as you can see, you put your total daily dose. It will calculate the ICF and ICR for you. Then you, from the photo library, choose the food that you're eating, or you take a picture. You put your current blood glucose level, and then you analyze the meal. And just see how it will show you the results. And voila, it will tell you your nutritional breakdown, carb content, protein, fat, fiber, everything, and also it will give you the insulin dose suggestion with the disclaimer that please consult your healthcare professional as well. You can log your blood glucose, and it will give you the live graph for you as well. And it will also have all the data available. What did you eat at what time? How many carbs, fat, fiber, protein was in there? What amount of insulin you took, and what was the level after that? So that level of data you're getting with the help of AI on a single click. And the benefit is not just for the people living with diabetes, for doctors as well. Because I think when we talk about carb counting, there is one set of population who do not know anything about carb counting. कि पता ही नहीं है carb counting होता क्या है. And there is one population who know, they have the resources, they have the support, they have everything on a single click on social media, but they don't want to do it. Right. There are so many people who do not adhere to it. There is very less adoption. Doctors, everyone, they try to connect them with nutritionists. They do all their best, but still people are not doing it. Because I, as a person with type 1 diabetes, can understand, we take 180 decisions a day. And if we are asked to take one less, that's a big deal for us. So through AI, through technology, we can make it easier for them to follow, to adhere to it, and make sure that, this is helping them to achieve the best diabetes management and really live a full, thriving life. So this is the prototype, and this is in Hindi. I have added few screenshots. We have Malayalam, we have Marathi, Gujarati, all Indian languages that are available. And this is the future that we want, to give children the freedom to live their lives, the freedom to eat what they want without having any restrictions, and have the best quality of life. So thank you everyone for being here, for listening, and for giving me a chance to talk about something that is very close to me, and that I'm trying to build using the artificial intelligence, technology, and AI in today's world. I think it is my small contribution to every person living with type 1 diabetes, and I really want everyone to support me and Mehak in this journey, because it's a tough road. There is so much complexities while building these things, because AI has just taken up pace, and we want doctors, we want stakeholders, we want people living with diabetes to come together, research, give data, because the more data we have, the more fine tuning we can do to the AI model. The whole thing that works is based on the data, is based on that fine tuning, and that can really, make a huge impact. So I would say, just to have a closing line, that future of carb counting is not about perfection. I'm not saying that we cannot have perfection achieved through AI as well, but it's about progress, and we need to come together to make sure that we are making those small changes through which we can really change the diabetes care in this world. And that's all I want to end here with. If you have any inputs, any feedback from me on how we can improve this app and do better, if there's anyone who has any better idea than these things, please come forward, because I think that there's no end to the possibilities of what AI can do in diabetes care. And I would love to hear your thoughts and feedback. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you to the chairperson.
Thank you, thank you. Fantastic session, Jyotsna ma'am. We'll take the questions at the end of the session. I would like to introduce and call upon the next speaker. The session was supposed to be taken by Dr. Bharat Sabu sir, but because of some emergency, the session will be taken by Dr. Harsh Shirani. I'll shortly introduce him. He is fellowship in diabetology with DMDSC Chennai, PG Diploma Medical Law Policy and Ethics. He is the gold level trainer certification from Time in Range Academy, PG Diploma and again Medical Law, founder director Doc Yantra Private Limited. Dr. Harsh Shirani, over to you.
Thank you. Is my mic audible? Yeah, all right. So once again, very good morning to everyone. It's indeed a great pleasure and privilege to be here at DRS to present work of Dr. Bharat Sabu. These are his slides. Due to some, as the speaker mentioned, he couldn't make it, so I'll be driving it forward. So before I begin, do we have the slide changer on? Yeah, it's on. Perfect. So these are the disclosure for the session. Yep. Again, none of the tools what we are going to discuss here are endorsed by any of the entities. And with this, let me thank Dr. Manoj sir, Dr. Banshi sir, and Dr. Purvi for giving us this opportunity to showcase a very interesting subject, which is basically AI in CGM. So we all have been using CGM for quite some time. Almost there's been a decade of positive adoption, but now AI has positively entered there. And I think an amazing build-up was done by the previous two speakers on how AI is going to change the way carb counting happens. But let me tell you, imagine that getting integrated with an AI-backed CGM outcomes. It's going to complete the whole loop. So which is exactly what I'll try to cover in next few minutes. So moving forward, if you look at the AI augmentation, how AI really transforms the CGM data into clinical wisdom is something very interesting, because on an average, a CGM data, if we see, there's close to 280 plus glucose readings per day, which makes close to 2000 plus weekly data points. And let's assume that somebody's on CGM for all the time, close to 1 lakh readings of sugars we are talking about across throughout the year. And human analysis limitation, if we see, less than 1% of available CGM patterns can actually manually be done by human mind or human brain. So this is where AI is going to enlighten how well we can actually use to apply in data management of CGM. So starting with 4 very interesting solutions what AI can offer. The first one is predictive analysis, and this is already in action. One of the papers in 2023 was clearly showing this. Hypoglycemia prediction improved up to 98.5% by integrating AI on CGM data. Again, the forecasting of 2 to 4 hours in advance was possible with AI, and this actually function led to integration of AI-mediated CGM pumps, like pump and CGM working as a closed ecosystem. This is where it originated. The pattern recognition, the AI can identify 40 plus distinct glycemic patterns, which definitely detects the dawn phenomenon and Somogyi effect very, very effectively and automatically. AID, there's no further to add, because we've been listening over the last 1 year how amazing the pumps have become with this. And again, personalized recommendations, optimization of insulin to carb ratios, correction of basal rate, recommendations of basal rate corrections, all this is possible. And I think we saw in one of our speakers session how a German was able to calibrate his exercise and medication timing, integration, customization, what we could see with the help of AI. So all this is a reality, friends. So if I kind of summarize it, these are the 5 pillars in which AI is working. Now let's look at machine learning approaches. LSTM, which is long short-term memory, which is one of the core algorithm structuring when we're building something on CGM, when we're trying to integrate with AI. 94% accuracy in glucose prediction has been seen by deploying neural networks of AI when we're doing a CGM-based data processing. If you look at the Indian context, I think we heard some amazing points from previous session. We are in a high variability population, a lot of carbohydrate flush diets we have, festive fasting cycles very variating, as we heard. North में डोसा अलग बनता है, south में अलग बनता है, west में अलग बनता है, east में तो अलग ही बनता है, right? So AI has that power to identify specific foods which cause spikes, integrate that with CGM spikes, and then give you an outcome. That's something very interesting. A pre-bolus timing recommendation is also now integrated with AI-based systems. Looking at cultural aspects, festive management. So let's say Krishna Janmashtami, quite popular in this part of the country. A lot of amazing sweets, whether you want it or not, it will be on your plate. So at that point, AI has power to process your food, how you saw in the previous speaker's session. Looking at capabilities which are specific for Indian diabetes care using CGM, a voice commanded glucose logging. This is something which is being developed by few of the CGM developing entities, where the person just has to command what's there on the plate, and that gets registered, and that voice processing happens, and even the glucose logging gets added in it. A WhatsApp bot for medication reminders with CGM integration, and so on and so forth. And telehealthcare is already getting a major integration here. So again, I'll skip this slide for the paucity of time, but let me jump you on 3 unique scenarios where AI integration in CGM has already happened, and we have some phenomenal data. So this was very interesting, retrospective cohort study where 944 users were put on a 14-day CGM, and time in range weight loss and study duration, which was later pulled up to 33 days after the 14-day intervention, clearly shown a better weight loss of close to 4 pounds in pre-diabetes users, which was never studied. In type 2 diabetes, type 1 diabetes, we have a lot of data, but this was very interesting because the power users, the top quartile, which was the pre-diabetes users, shown maximum weight management. So friends, this was AI-based integration in CGM, and mind it, these pre-diabetes people were not on any medications. Just by the lifestyle correction, this was getting intervened and shown. Again, when we integrate AI with CGM, early detection of postprandial hyperglycemia spikes, AI-based pattern recognition, that is very significant here. And I think these are the pointers which led to those kind of interesting outcomes. The scenario 2 is closed-loop automated insulin delivery systems, where there's a glucose sensor, there's the AI decision unit system, and then the pump executes based on that data, which gets integrated from both of these. The third scenario is our own solution, which is called CGM Maestro. We developed it a year back. Now it's in prototype to final deployment phases. In fact, we are thankful to Dr. Banshi sir, Dr. Manoj sir, Dr. Rakesh sir, and entire DTech team for guiding us on this project and helping us win the IJDT's Best Research Abstract at 2025. And this particular solution is very unique, where what we've done is we've trained AI on multiple situational scenarios of glucose fluctuations, where pattern recognition, causative understanding, and projection of precise solutions is what AI does as a deployment. Now, if we see this tool, the study what we did at that point 8 months back, Dr. Alok and Dr. Bharat were part of the entire project with me, and we clearly shown 65% clinicians. We had onboarded 20 clinicians to run this tool, projected 25% of time savings in analysis of a CGM report, 25% expected improvement in patient outcomes because of that calibrated, customized output what the AI was able to give. And again, if we look at experience-based learning from the outcomes, that was close to 4.8 in expert users. Intermediate users shown 4.3, and novice users even felt 3.8 out of 5 scoring when it came to the outcomes which were created by AI from the pattern recognition of CGM fluctuations. So now I'll end it with last few slides, which is on future. Where are we headed to right now? So there's a major tectonic shift which is happening from prescriptive based care to collaborative care model, precision treatment, a better data-driven outcome, and that again leads to a precision medicine opportunity. So if we look at LLMs, large language models, now most of them are building up on ability to process such amount of huge CGM data. 4-hour glucose forecasting, 24-hour pattern prediction. These are the 2 key changes you'll be seeing by end of this year, coming in from multiple CGM solutions across the globe. And most importantly, everything is not blue and green, or rather blue and red. There are certain loopholes, there are challenges of data integration, algorithm adaptability. Interoperability is a very big challenge. Data privacy, high cost of CGM devices, and obviously the AI platform deployment costs. But then there's a solution for every problem, which is in process to happen. And if you look at the impact summary, so this is again yet another outcome from one of the ADA's professional practice committee, which was again published in 2024. Close to 2.6 more hours of improvement in time in days was noticed in a comparison between AI driven CGM data outcome versus a plain CGM analysis by a human being. So that's very significant, 43% reduction in hypoglycemic episodes and 78% improvement in the QL stat as well. So as rightly said by the previous speakers, AI augmented CGM is not a futuristic technology, it's already here and it's becoming standards of care at all places. So this is my last slide with 5 very important key takeaways. Start with CGM, that's the foundation. Start using it, start looking at the data patterns, leverage different AI solutions which can help you understand these patterns better and make informed decisions on the outcomes. Consider where affordability is positive for hybrid closed loop systems with AI integration, which are now available in India as well. Monitor the right metrics, very, very important, because when using AI, CV is very, very important, a metric which is often underscored or under discussed. That's to be taken into care. And strategic implementation is very, very important for this. With this, I thank you all for the patient listening, and I'd like to take up anything else. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excellent lecture, Dr. Harsh Hirani, sir. I think any quick questions? By the time I request the speakers for the customary photograph to the dais, any quick questions so that we start with the next session? Any questions? Please come up, audience. Please come up to the mic, sir. Yeah.
To Jyotsna madam, what is the name of the app and how do you use the app? Acha. Okay. Thank you. And it can be downloaded from the App Store, Play Store. When are you going to develop it ultimately?
Very soon. Get more insights so that I can make it much more accurate.
Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Photo लेने के जल्दी लो next. Thank you so much. We have an excellent session coming up, and I would request to introduce the next chairperson, the obesity man of India, Dr. B.M. Makkad sir. Let's put a hand together for Dr. B.M. Makkad sir. It was also his birthday today. So a very happy birthday, Dr. B.M. Makkad sir. And the next chairperson, Dr. Amit Kumar Dey sir. And the session is keynote lectures.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Team DRS, especially Dr. Manoj, Purvi, and Dr. Banshi for this very kind invitation. And of course, it's indeed a pleasure and honor to be chairing this very important session where we are having keynote lectures. And to set the ball rolling, we have a very eminent personality who is going to speak on hypoglycemia. We have Professor Simon Heller. He is Professor of Clinical Diabetes from the University of Sheffield, Director of Research and Development and Honorary Consultant Physician at the Sheffield Teaching Hospital Trust. So without much ado, I would request Professor Simon Heller to start with his first talk.
Morning, everybody. For those of you who thought I was going to speak on a different subject, I am the second speaker of the morning, so you haven't come to the wrong room. So I'd again like to thank the organizers, Manoj and Banshi, for inviting me to take part in this great symposium, and thank you for the kind introduction. Title of my talk is Hypoglycemia, Best Way to Measure It and Impaired Awareness of Hypoglycemia. These are my disclosures. And I just want to start by reminding you that within 2 years of the discovery of insulin, Banting published a paper in the British Medical Journal, which was prophetic. And he said, as a result of insulin, as a side effect, hypoglycemic reactions, it is felt that hypoglycemia constitutes a real source of danger. And he was correct. And to this day, over 100 years since insulin was discovered, insulin arguably, as a side effect, hypoglycemia is the biggest worry for many of those who have to use insulin. I'm going to talk about how we measure hypoglycemia, and it's changing. And with referral to the previous session, AI is already being incorporated into avoiding hypoglycemia. How do we measure impaired awareness? Evidence concerning the impact of hybrid closed loop and technology on impaired awareness, and are other interventions more successful? So in 2017, I had the honor to chair the International Hypoglycemia Study Group, who pointed out the deficiency at the time of the definitions of hypoglycemia, and we persuaded the EASD and American Diabetes Association to reclassify. And this classification stands to this day, although I do think it's in need of updating. Level 1, hypoglycemia alert, glucose less than 70, and no symptoms necessarily, and alerting those with diabetes to whether they should take action. Level 2, which was the new level, serious and clinically important, because at that glucose level, it caused adverse consequences, which of course I'll mention. Glucose less than 54, equivalent to 3 millimoles per liter. And then level 3 was the same, severe hypoglycemia, but we added the term impaired cognitive function sufficient to require external help, and that allowed pediatricians to use the same definition, and ISPAD went along with that. And since then, many organizations, including FDA and EMA, the European regulatory agency, have adopted, although some countries have still to move to this classification. And then, of course, we now have CGM, and I was involved with a paper published in Diabetes Care in 2019, which was a consensus. And we had good reason for 4 to 10 millimoles per liter, 70 to 180. But frankly, and I acknowledge that, although I was a co-author, when it came to hypoglycemia recommendations, we used what's not terribly reliable, and I was one of the experts, expert consensus. We came up with less than 5% being the maximum, 4% down to 53, and then 1% less than that. And we said, well, people should remain generally with less than that, but up to that, it was okay. And probably it's not okay. And we need to change this consensus. You can see for high-risk older people, it was less than that. But otherwise, it remained. And the limitations are shown in the consensus statement recently published on clinical trials. And it points out that CGM is reliable for time in range, but what constitutes a clinically relevant change between comparative time points in any other metric is not standardized, and there is no consensus for clinically important changes in metrics other than time in range, and that absolutely includes hypoglycemia. And evidence that we have collected and published in another study recently, in a big pan-European study called HypoResolve, we looked at hypometrics using a wearable app, in which those in the study could signal when they recognized hypoglycemia, and because they were using CGM, the sensor was detecting all episodes of hypoglycemia less than 17 milligrams per deciliter. The patients with the app would report their experience of hypoglycemia, which of course was different, and there were some where it was matched, sensor detected and person reported hypoglycemia. Now, if hypoglycemia is so bad, then sensor detected hypoglycemia should be causing adverse effects. And you can see all these PROs, which we then asked the individuals participating in the study to fill in. We measured what impact they had on their everyday lives. You can see sleep quality, energy, negative effect, productivity, fear of hyper and hypoglycemia, and social functioning. And note that with the sensor detected hypoglycemia, there was very little effect. If you look, however, at the person reported hypoglycemia, the episodes in pale pink at the bottom, you can see a huge impact of many of those episodes. And what this shows is that episodes of hypoglycemia, particularly those that disrupt a person's everyday action, forces them, of course, to take action. For example, in the middle of the night, waking to take oral carbs, then this has a much bigger impact than the episodes which the sensor are detecting. And this suggests, to me at least, that CGM has limitations, major limitations, and this percentage that we said people should avoid is based, frankly, on little evidence. So the message is, sensor-detected hypoglycemia does not affect outcomes, but patient-reported hypoglycemia absolutely has an effect. Let's look at the other limitations of CGM-detected hypoglycemia. Increasing 1% in time below range, below 70, has a minimal effect in increasing severe hypoglycemic risk. But the number of events, even those which are not severe, is a much stronger predictor of important outcomes shown on the right. What we did here was to look at a combination of clinical trials from the 3 major insulin manufacturers, and then we followed what happened to those individuals just for 6 to 8 weeks later, and what we showed is that the NOR events that somebody was experiencing in these clinical trials had significant effects on consequent important clinical outcomes, including, for example, severe hypoglycemia. So non-severe events were predicting severe episodes. They were predicting overall death, cardiovascular death, and major adverse cardiac events, showing again that it's the number of events which occur and their frequency which seem to be far more relevant, frankly, than percent below range. So in summary, in terms of measuring hypoglycemia, CGM offers a usual broad metric of hypoglycemic risk, but the choice of less than 5% as a safe target by so-called experts, which I consider myself one, note the inverted commas, was arbitrary and lacks convincing supportive evidence. The number and glycemic level of episodes remains relevant and important as a predictor, but CGM technology will facilitate rapid and automatic collection of frequency and duration and depth of hypoglycemic episodes, so it's clearly highly important, but in a different way. Let's turn to impaired awareness. There are 3 questionnaires that we use clinically: Clark, Gold, and HypoAQ. They all ask slightly different questions, from just saying, how often do you recognize hypoglycemia, to the HypoAQ, which is 33 items, not the kind of thing that you do in your everyday consultation. But essentially what they're doing is identifying people who can't recognize hypoglycemia as well as they used to. The threshold for both Clark and Gold, by coincidence, is at 4 or above. That's the score. And for those of you who say, I haven't got time even to do that, all you should do is say to the person sitting in front of you, what's the kind of glucose level at which you recognize that you are low? And if they say it's above 55, then that's good. They have adequate warning. But if they're not recognizing until they get to under 55, that is a warning, and you should be aware of that, because that takes approximately 20 seconds to ask and answer, and will help you to identify which individuals have impaired awareness of hypoglycemia. Importantly, of course, this is not the gold standard. It's quick, and you do it in the clinic. And what we really need to do, but of course we can't, is to lower the glucose in the lab and measure the counter-regulatory changes and the cognitive function, which of course we do experimentally. But importantly, there's a reasonable correlation between the measure of awareness and those symptoms during experimental hypoglycemia, although it's not so good at predicting increases in epinephrine, adrenaline, which of course is crucial to protecting people against hypoglycemia. What happens during duration of disease? And we now know that awareness of hypoglycemia decreases the longer you have type 1 diabetes, and it's really very common. Prevalence is probably between 20 and 25%. That's 1 in 4 of the individuals with type 1 diabetes that you see. It's commonly more common in older people, people who've had longer diabetes duration, and importantly, it predicts the likelihood you have severe events. And this nice study by Brian Furry and colleagues shows how the risk increases the longer you've had diabetes. But what is the cause? And for many years, people couldn't understand why people lost their warnings of hypoglycemia. Originally, the hypothesis was they ran their sugars too high. But what was discovered actually was the complete opposite. People who had tight control in those studies back in the 70s and 80s actually had more episodes. So when I was working in St. Louis in the early 90s, we tested a different hypothesis. And it was based on the observation that controls, non-diabetic individuals, said to us, when I first have a test as a control, I feel really terrible, but by the second or third, I hardly notice hypoglycemia at all. So we therefore tested that hypothesis that the main cause was an episode of hypoglycemia. We took medical students without diabetes and we lowered their glucose to around 45 milligrams per deciliter, and we measured their increase in epinephrine, shown in green, and we measured a symptom score, and we got people to score how much sweating they had, how much they were shaking, whether they could feel their heart beating. And you can see that was a normal response on day 1. In the afternoon, we lowered their glucose to around 50, 55 for 2 hours, and then we brought them back in the next day to see what had happened. And you can see that at the same glucose, 45 milligrams per deciliter or so, we'd halved their adrenaline response, and we'd halved or reduced their symptom response. So we showed that episodes of hypoglycemia can reduce protection against further episodes. And that has been repeated in people with type 1 and type 2 diabetes. We also hypothesized in our paper that if you could prevent hypoglycemia, then you could restore perhaps those symptoms And so this is a nice study done by my friend and colleague Stephanie Amell in London as a result of our original paper. They took 12 people with impaired awareness and they managed to stop them having any hypoglycemia for 3 weeks. I should emphasize that took quite a long time. Some people took 3 months to avoid all their hypoglycemia. This is the before, and you can see that they're experiencing symptoms at around 40 milligrams per deciliter. But you'll note, if you look at the cognitive function, that their brain function is becoming impaired at around 50-55 milligrams per deciliter. This explains why they have impaired awareness, because by the time they get symptoms, they don't recognize that they're low because their brain isn't working. But if you avoid all hypoglycemia, you can push that threshold for the onset of symptoms back above that for cognitive function, which doesn't change, and explains why somebody can restore awareness. So you might say, problem solved, all we have to do is to prevent hypoglycemia. But as you'll all be aware, particularly in type 1 diabetes, that is not easy. And so impaired awareness of hypoglycemia remains a problem to this day. It affects a quarter of people with type 1, probably up to about 1 in 10 people of insulin-treated type 2. It's inducible by exposure to hypoglycemia, as I've demonstrated. It's reversible, at least it was in the 1990s, by avoiding exposure to less than 55 milligrams per deciliter. But most important of all, it increased the risk of severe episodes, both in type 1 by around 6-fold. But look at about type 2 diabetes. People with type 2 diabetes, 1 in 10 on insulin, have a huge risk of severe episodes if they have impaired awareness of hypoglycemia. So those of you who see people with diabetes, for goodness sake, ask them one quick sentence in every consultation: at what glucose level do you feel hypoglycemic symptoms? I think you'll be surprised at the result. So you might say, we've been hearing the great advances in technology and AI, which are solving all the problems of diabetes. I don't think so. Let's look at that CGM. Of course, it's important in those with type 1 diabetes and impaired awareness. This was the study which compared CGM to standard glucose monitoring. It's one of a number of studies which have been done. It was a crossover study, and you can see that CGM was better at identifying hypoglycemia. Not a surprise. Not only that, but it reduced severe episodes. So job done? Not really. If we look at this, although there was less hypoglycemia, there was no change in awareness of hypoglycemia awareness. So CGM on its own doesn't work. Let's look at hybrid closed loop. And this is an early study. It's not really hybrid closed loop. It's low glucose insulin suspend. 6-month trial, 153 participants, long duration, but they did well to reduce the number of severe events and overall hypoglycemia. Again, no significant change in awareness. So there was a contradiction here. Those early experimental studies seemed to show you could improve awareness, but these big studies involving large numbers were much more disappointing. And the possibility that actually what you need is a very focused study was suggested by this study from Mike Rickles' unit back in just a couple of years ago. They took a small number of individuals, just 10. They really worked hard with them. And you can see that the Clark score, above 4, denoting impaired awareness, actually improved during 18 months. And their hormones, particularly epinephrine, was restored to a degree, but 50% still remained unaware as defined by the Clark score. And if we look at AID systems on impaired awareness, randomized controlled trials, this is randomized controlled trials. You note a little bit of a shift, but not significant. And if we look at observational studies, you'll also see that there's an improvement. And the authors of this paper in 2024 said we don't think this is good enough. Let's compare it with real-world data. This is the T1D exchange, the best centers in the US, and you can see that 50% are using hybrid closed loop. The number with impaired awareness exactly the same as those using blood glucose monitoring. So in large numbers, it doesn't work. But if we compare psychoeducational interventions, a factorial study where we compared CSI, MDI, blood glucose monitoring with impaired awareness, and we trained the patients to be aware of their symptoms, you can see that their hypoglycemia went down over the 24 weeks of the study. Severe episodes nearly disappeared, and all it was a brief educational intervention right at the beginning. Look at the number of people who recovered their awareness. With a psychoeducational intervention, it was over 70%, much more effective than technology alone. So to finish, what are the questions and what are the answers here? If all hypoglycemia could be prevented, can we reverse impaired awareness? Well, maybe. Perhaps we need to go longer and better. We need perhaps to wait for cell therapy as a cure. Psychoeducational interventions may help people recognize symptoms and result in people taking action earlier. Is all impaired awareness caused by repeated hypoglycemia? I think not. Cerebral damage from repeated episodes may prevent reversal, so we need to define the phenotype and conduct clinical trials, one of which is now starting actually next month, testing 300 individuals, and I'm honored to be involved in a trial which we think will answer those questions, comparing psychoeducation to closed loop and in combination. So in conclusion, a more complete understanding of impaired awareness may identify more effective clinical pathways. Technologies are providing useful measuring and reducing rates, but they're not a cure. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Sermon, for a wonderful presentation. Now we move on to the second presentation, and for the second topic, we have none other than Professor Peter Schwartz, a dear friend of ours and President of International Diabetes Federation. I am sure you have listened to him quite a few times, but to give his brief introduction, he is professor at the Technical University of Dresden and leads global diabetes prevention and care initiatives. He has authored more than 370 scientific publications and is a recognized expert in the field of diabetes policy and research. As President IDF, he has started multiple initiatives and is collaborating with WHO and European Diabetes Forum. And over to Peter for his talk.
Namaste. Dear Dr. Macker, dear Amit, it's very, very cool to be here again. It took me a long trip to come here with some barriers in between, but finally I'm here, and I'm honored to be here in the room. I'm honored to discuss new ideas about diabetes management. And what we just heard this talk about the new chances of using sensors, of generating safety and protection for our patients, it's brilliant in the future. And I'm very sure that in 3 years from now, we will have sensors for less than $1, and we will use this to improve the quality of diabetes care for many, many, many of our patients. But Dr. Manoj and Banshi gave me a topic, remission of type 2 diabetes, overpromised or underutilized. And this is actually an interesting question. Once, are we able to lead to a diabetes remission? Imagine we would answer this question with yes, 243 million people with diabetes in India, and we could reach a remission. Actually, this would be very cool. If you talk about another 200 million in China, if you talk about big numbers of people living with diabetes in Pakistan and in Bangladesh, in the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, upcoming in Africa, this would be an opportunity. But let's look into it. Myself, Peter Schwartz, Professor for Prevention and Care of Diabetes and President of the International Diabetes Federation, one of the coolest jobs you can have in the world, being the president of 256 member organizations. First question, if we discuss about remission of diabetes, let's think about what is the main determinant that so many people are getting diabetes. Yesterday, I met the ambassador of India in Dubai, and I was for an hour discussing with him, why are so many Indians getting diabetes? And I would say the answer is very simple. It's this. If you fry carbs at a temperature of above 129.7 degrees, you build bonds between glucose and fat. And you eat them because it's lekker if you look at this. Yeah? You get it everywhere, on every street. So then it's in our body. So and what happens with them? The body cannot break it down. The body needs energy to break this down, and it's storing it. And where is he storing it? In the liver. And this is MAFE, this is MESH, this is NAFE, this is NASH. And this generates every day if we are eating fried carbs. We could solve the problem if we would use the air fryer, but this is another technology. So remission of type 2 diabetes, what is it? There is a definition. It says below 6.5 for a certain time. I personally would say this is not a remission. Having an A1C of 6.5 is still high. It's still not normal. For me, remission would be normal. We have to keep in mind it's not a cure. And it's important, if someone leads to a remission, he had diabetes and he has still the risk, so we have to monitor this person. But we are scientists, we have to go into understanding the pathophysiology, where it's coming from. And if we look at this scale, this is 80 years of a person developing diabetes, and you see there's glucose rising at a certain time, blue line, insulin is going up. This is the insulin resistance developed based on the visceral obesity, the green line, and the visceral fat is secreting more than 830 peptide hormones, and they making us getting insulin resistance, depression, impotence, hypertension, and so on. But there's also a new player, and this is the fat in the liver, mainly coming from fried carbs. And you see it's going up and then continuously rises. So if we think about the pathophysiology of diabetes development, the problem arises that here diabetes starts and here we diagnose the disease. So honestly, we come very, 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 very late. We have only the last fifth piece of this slide where we act as physician. And if we now think about remission of diabetes, there are two approaches. One is to act much earlier so that we prevent diabetes. This is also a kind of remission for me. Or secondly, if we are in the treatment phase, we have to totally base our interventions on the pathophysiology of diabetes development, because people living with diabetes in this range, they may only have 30 or 20% of the secretory capacity of the beta cells left. But honestly, the interplay between visceral fat and hepatic fat is driving the development of the pathophysiology of diabetes. So if we think again about remission, if I say treatment should be based on the pathophysiology, remission also should be based on the pathophysiology. What can lead to remission of diabetes? Of course, weight loss, weight loss, weight loss. But is it really weight loss? It's the loss of visceral fat and hepatic fat mainly, if you want to achieve a remission of diabetes. Of course, there are studies using an intensive lifestyle intervention, so physical activity in combination with dietary behavior change. But the main target always is if you are able to reduce the bad fat compartments, you have a higher chance of leading to a remission of diabetes. And the pathophysiology behind this is in the visceral fat, the 830 hormones increasing our risk. So I would like to say that the fat in the visceral fat is making us sick, but even more dangerous, the fat in the liver, this is killing us. And why is it? Because there are three ways of having fat in the liver. It can be the adipocyte in the liver, it can be the fat vesicle in the hepatocyte or between the hepatocyte. And all three of them have different functions. So if it's in the hepatocyte, there is a release of hepatokines, and they make cancer, and they make a very fast progression of diabetes. So getting this fat in the liver away would probably be the primary target. And there is bariatric surgery also helping us to lead to a remission. So how can we go along with all these aspects? And it was Taylor, and he has given the answer. If you have fat in the liver, you also have it in the pancreas. And maybe if I'm talking about fat in the liver, this is wrong, because the true target is the fat in the pancreas. And this destroys beta cell function. But also the opposite works. If you remove the fat out of the liver, you move it out of the pancreas, and you restore beta cell function. And what means restorage of beta cell function? It's remission of diabetes, remission of diabetes, remission of diabetes. So how to get the fat out of the liver? It's fasting. If you fast for 2 weeks without eating anything, so no energy, no kilocalorie, and you drink water, the liver fat is gone. And this is fascinating. Intermittent fasting also has a very good effect, but has a mild effect only on the liver fat. Bariatric surgery has a very good effect on body weight, but none on the liver fat. Ketogenic diet has a very good effect on insulin sensitivity, but not on the liver fat. And if we know that 100 grams of fat in our liver makes us becoming a non-responder to physical activity. So we do 10,000 steps, but they only count as 2,000 steps. And we need the physical activity for the other fat compartment. This is the visceral fat. So reducing the visceral fat depot is only done, can only be done by physical activity. So let's keep this in mind, how this can happen. So dietary change in fasting is one strategy. There are studies with long-term fasting with less than 800 kilocalories a day. I personally believe this is more difficult. Eating a little is more difficult than eating nothing. And the other option is metabolic surgery. Who can achieve this? I would say all those people with type 2 diabetes up to 10 years after the diagnosis of diabetes. And this is not very precise because often the diagnosis is a little bit earlier, in other cases it's very late. But our gut feeling from a study with more than 15,000 individuals is if you have 10 years diabetes, you still have a capacity of the beta cell to cope with a remission of diabetes. And it's worth to go for it because it reduces all the risk factors related to diabetes. It reduces the medication burden because many of the people after the remission don't need medication anymore. Not only diabetes medication, also blood pressure and lipid medication. And I would say leading to diabetes remission, it's something like you are getting 15 years younger than before. And if we do it with dietary change or fasting, the success story is totally with the patient. It's not us, because we didn't do the fasting. The patient was doing it, and the success story is with the patient. And in terms of self-efficacy, this is brilliant for our patient. But there are also cons. If you talk about remission, it's not a cure. You still have risk factors. You still live in a diabetogenic environment. You still live in a toxic food environment if you go to a standard supermarket. You still have genetic risk factors for getting diabetes. And of course, there's a risk of relapse. So after the dietary change or fasting, you have to look into how to change the lifestyle. This is a continuous effort. But taking a pill also means a continuous effort. And if you talk about bariatric surgery, we all know there is also a risk associated with a bariatric surgery. And there's a slightly increased risk of suicides. After bariatric surgery, lifelong the patient have to take medication or vitamins. And there is also a mental burden to this aspect, but there's also a big pro in this case. If we take science and look into the pros and cons, here you see cons is red, the pros is blue. It's clearly worth to go for diabetes remission, whatever strategy we prefer, because I will not say it's a kind of cure, but my gut feeling is a little bit it's a kind of cure if we use strategy leading our patient to diabetes remission. And I want to address the fasting again, because in my eyes, this is one of the innovations in diabetes care in the moment, and the International Diabetes Federation is very committed to this topic. We know eating less is healthy. You live longer, it's good for your genes, it's good for your brain, and so on. So having a certain healthy diet is healthy. So maybe we can propose eating nothing for 2 weeks is even more healthy. And it has a cool effect. You lose a lot of weight. Not all the weight you lose is fat. Some part is fluid and you retain this. But you have a complete reset of your microbiome and you abolish your liver fat. If you had about 200 grams of fat in the liver, you can totally abolish this with 2 weeks fasting. Is this a strategy worth to go for? Here you see glucose red and blue ketone bodies, a slim individual and an obese individual. On my side, it's a slim one, and the other one is obese. And you see, it looks like, in terms of the race of ketone bodies, that fasting becomes more efficient in obese individuals. This is also some cool information, because this could be the right way to tackle also the obesity pandemic. An ambulatory glucose profile, we just had some information about the sensors, and the bold printed line on top is an average about 14 days for someone after fasting, and you see a totally flat glucose curve, and this means remission of diabetes. And here is MRI spectroscopy, a picture. The cloudy stuff in the liver is the fat in the liver, and this is before the fasting, and this is after the fasting. So in my eyes, this is remission of diabetes. It's not truly remission of diabetes, it's remission of fat content in the liver, but this is the main determinant for the development of diabetes, and by this, it's also remission of diabetes. And the International Diabetes Federation is very clear in this, that lifestyle intervention, intensive lifestyle intervention, fasting, also intermittent fasting and different other fasting styles, this could be a clear add-on to our portfolio in diabetes management. As diabetologists, we are not only drug dealers, I apologize for this word, but sometimes we feel like this. And so there are multiple other options we also have to put into our portfolio. Why is fasting so cool? It mobilizes energy, it produces ketones because the fat is broken down to ketones. And 100 grams of ketones to 100 grams of glucose, the ketones contain 80% more energy than glucose. So it's actually a cool fuel. And it's our hormone. As endocrinologists, we always talk about insulin, but the stepbrother of insulin is glucagon. And it's a much more sexy hormone compared to insulin because it has much more functions than insulin. Now, the glucagon can break down, if you stop eating, breaking down glycogen to glucose. But it also can break down protein to glucose. And what is protein in fasting? It's muscle, and this is bad. So if you fast and lay in bed, you break down your muscle and you increase cardiovascular risk. This is bad. But if you fast and you are physically active, a muscle which is used is not broken down, so then the glucagon is there, but cannot break down muscle to glucose. So what is the next option? Is beta oxidation of fatty acids. So it can break down fat to make ketones out of it. And where is the glucagon present? In the pancreas, in the liver. So we can use our genetic inherited power of evolution to lead to diabetes remission. And it's not my idea. Muriel has found it more than 50 years ago, that the glucagon is the hormone of ketosis to break down fat in pancreas and the liver. And there is a lot of power we can associate with fasting in different kind of fasting styles: insulin sensitivity, glucose fat metabolism, A1C, blood pressure, cardiovascular risk, weight loss, and remission of diabetes. And here it's written 60%. It's maybe a little bit optimistic. We would say it's about 55%, but there are a lot of big trials ongoing. So this, in my eyes, is remission of diabetes. And it's inherited in every one of our culture. I would say it makes sense that all the monotheistic religions put fasting once a year into their schedule. Yeah, of course, it has a religious purpose, but as an agnostic physician, or let's think as an agnostic physician, it doesn't matter why you are fasting. The medical consequence of the fasting is always the same. So it is good to fast once a year, and this might lead to diabetes remission. So intermittent fasting, total fasting, water diet, fasting mimicking diet developed by Walter De Longo in LA and now in Italy. This is something tackling the roots of diabetes development. There are different methods of intermittent fasting, 16 to 8 and 5 to 2. I would say it doesn't matter what kind of intermittent fasting method you are using. If you choose this, it has to fit into your schedule. And also here is the power of lowering A1C, glucose, fat, cardiovascular risk, and energy metabolism. And coming to the water fasting again, it's more aggressive, but it's more shorter. And it might be an opportunity for people living with diabetes saying, yeah, I cannot change my lifestyle for 3 years, but to be totally committed for 2 weeks and then go ahead with an intermittent fasting style or a low carb diet, this is an opportunity, and we have very good results. I see the time is already slightly over. This was the initial thought or the title of the question. So what is the answer? Is it overpromised or underutilized? And I clearly would say it's underutilized. But we also have to be careful. Yeah? If I'm fascinated by the fasting, yeah, and maybe I'm also over-optimistic. Yeah? We have to be careful in looking for the people living with diabetes who can fast. We have to monitor it. And as more patients we have, as more side effects will also come up. So it should be a tool in our hand. I'm totally agree that someone who's healthy, they can decide to fast and do it themselves and fine. But someone who has medications, someone who has a chronic disease, should be looking at it. So underutilized, but we should not overpromise. The International Diabetes Federation has launched a group on fasting and diabetes. We will launch in about 1 year from now a guideline on 19 different fasting styles for diabetes. And for me, the fasting is the most innovative innovation in diabetes care in the moment for the remission of diabetes. Finally, IDF. Do we need IDF? Of course, we need a powerful voice for people living with diabetes and for us to treat these people living with diabetes, because they have the right to have the same quality of accessibility and availability of diabetes care. As president of IDF, I have 3 goals: to be in the brain of the politician, in the pocket of the patient, in the heart of the healthcare professionals. Global Diabetes Index is for the brain. A free diabetes education app in the pocket of the patient is for the pocket of the patient, for anyone worldwide. And finally, the fellowship program for you as healthcare professionals of IDS is for the heart of the healthcare professional. 75 years organization. It's not old, it's an experienced organization. Let's work together using social media, using all the channels available, looking into the faces of people living with diabetes, because they deserve a better quality of life. Let's work together to help them finally walk away from diabetes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Peter, President of the International Diabetes Federation, for the insightful lecture. We'll now move on to the last of the keynote by our dear friend from Sri Lanka, Dr. Manilka, and he is going to tell us about updates on thyroid disorders.
Thank you very much, Amit. Can I have the lecture, please? So we are going to shift gears a bit with lots of diabetes. And of course, the second most commonest endocrine disorder would be thyroid disorder in the society. I'm sure it's the same in India. And we will talk about, in 20 minutes, I'll try to give you an update on hypo and hyperthyroidism and to, a little bit of physiology to start with. The, the hypothalamus-pituitary thyroid axis and the peripheral conversion of T4 to T3, which is the active hormone, and the feedback loop, you all remember. This is important to note if you, refresh your mind how the thyroid hormones are in your blood or the serum. This becomes useful when there is a sort of a, tests are not matching with the clinical picture. So let's get on with the hypothyroidism. It's very simple diagnosis as shown there. Subclinical when the TSH is raised and the free T4 is low, and both high TSH and a low T4, you have a diagnosis. Causes, it's mainly Hashimoto's thyroiditis or chronic lymphocytic thyroiditis in our part of the world, and I'm sure with universal iodization of salt, the iodine deficiency as a cause has come down to less than 25%. Still, there is drug-induced, lithium being the most notorious agent, and of course, postpartum dysharmonogenesis and other forms are there. Congenital hypothyroidism, I don't know whether there is universal screening in India. In Sri Lanka, we screen all the newborns with a TSH. And secondary, very rare, pituitary and hypothalamic causes. You have to think when you get abnormal results which is not matching with your clinical picture, think about all these rare causes. But the commonest is the autoimmune lymphocytic thyroiditis with antibody positivity. In our part of the world, I think there is 5 to 10% of the normal people also will have the antibodies positive. But in Hashimoto's, it's 95% positivity for the thyroid peroxidase antibody. Predominant in females, we don't know exactly the reason, 8:1, and it can run in families. So as a general physician or somebody in your day-to-day diabetes clinic, in whom should you do a TSH? If there is a clinical suspicion with the clinical features, strong family history with antibody positivity in the family, patients with other autoimmune diseases, and newborns of mothers with thyroid disorders, or universal screening and head and neck irradiation, radioiodine treatment, and some syndromic patients that you might see occasionally. Cold intolerance, constipation, dry skin, loss of hair, you name it, from head to toe, you will get so many signs and symptoms for hypothyroidism. If you see a patient with clustering of these symptoms, because these are very common symptoms which could be due to many other causes. But if you see some of these symptoms coming together, you should suspect. And some of the children or patients with these syndromes and type 1 diabetes. Nearly 12 to 24% in female type 1 diabetes, prevalence of hypothyroidism, autoimmune thyroiditis, and about 5 to 10% prevalence among this thing. In Sri Lanka, we yearly screen all our type 1 patients with a TSH, but you could take a clinical call and, occasionally you should screen them. And sometimes in your day-to-day practice, unexplained hyponatremia is you do the thyroid functions, it would be hypothyroidism. Macrocytic anemia, no other cause found. Of course, B12 deficiency, the more common things are there. Think of thyroid. Hypercholesteremia, very high levels. High CPK, vitamin D replete, no other cause. High CPK, mild hyperprolactinemia. I have seen expressible galactorrhea in people with severe hypothyroidism. How do you get hyperprolactinemia? TRH stimulates TSH in the pituitary, and it also stimulates prolactin in some patients. So you get a hyperprolactinemia. Don't go and do MRI pituitary. Think of thyroid first. So the diagnosis is mainly clinical, and it's very simple testing. Please don't miss a lady like this, mixed severe hypothyroidism, what you call as mixed edematous, soft tissue swelling, carotenemic. You won't miss a person like this, or a macroglossia occasionally that you might see. Even telltale signs like this, xanthomata, severe xanthelasma associated with hypercholesteremia, could be a thyroid problem. So pericardial effusion, these are all very rare, less than 1% I am showing. This is a severe pericardial effusion, 1 month of treatment with thyroxine resolved. So these are all rare presentations. And if you happen to see young children, please don't miss somebody like this, or earlier you have to catch them to prevent cretinism, which is a disastrous thing for the child, lifelong of suffering with poor brain development. So ladies and gentlemen, if you take the algorithm, TSH is fine. I think all of you have the 3rd generation TSH. Start with the TSH. If the TSH is elevated, you could measure the free T4, and that is low. You have primary hypothyroidism. Antibodies are positive, thyroid peroxidase. You have Hashimoto's, that's the commonest. You replace thyroxine. If that is negative, could be another cause. We have the list of things, still you replace. If the free T4 is normal, you end up with subclinical hypothyroidism, where you'll have to decide whether to treat or not. Commonly, if the antibodies are positive, you could treat, or whether there are other signs like high CPK, hyponatremia, other causes, you could treat them. Subclinical hypothyroidism, that is anything between 7 to 10. 5 to 7 is still debatable. The antibodies are negative. TSH is marginally raised, 5 or 6. You could wait annual follow-up. So it's very simple. Then if you measure the TSH, it's normal. Still you think the patient is hypothyroid. Then you measure free T4. Otherwise, you give it up and measure free T4. If the free T4 is still normal, then think of other conditions, maybe vitamin D deficiency or some other condition mimicking hypothyroidism. But if the TSH is normal or low normal and a free T4 is low, that's where you should go for pituitary testing, evaluate pituitary, or it could be just the history, sick euthyroidism, or drugs like steroids, which might just suppress both TSH and the free T4. So these are common things that could happen, but it's good to know some rare causes also, when to investigate, not to over-investigate as well. Scale of things, TSH rises early in the course of the disease, then the free T4 falls, and then ultimately the T3 will fall. So I don't recommend testing T3 to diagnose hypothyroidism at all. All what you need is a TSH to start with. If you are treating, get a free T4. So how do you treat? It's very simple. Many causes, just one treatment we have, levothyroxine. Other countries in UK, they have T3 also, but this part of the world, we don't have T3. We treat with T4, which gets converted in the body to T3, the active form. 1.6 micrograms per kg per day is the general dose. First thing in the morning, empty stomach. You have to wait for at least half an hour to 40 minutes to have your meals. That is a must. That's where we get it wrong if you don't give the instructions to the patients. Every 6 to 8 weeks, you monitor the TSH and try to get it to the normal levels. Patients with heart diseases and cardiovascular risk factors, start low and go slow. 25 micrograms, escalate every 4 weeks, check the ECGs, symptoms, they are tolerating well, go up slowly to the maximum tolerable dose. If you are treating children and young kids, the body weight dose is more. You can follow this algorithm and decide on the dose depending on the age. Then come down to 1.6. The target should be anything between 1 to 2.5 and T4 in the upper quartile. Then, of course, you look at the symptoms and slightly vary the dose depending on the response rates. So T3, just for theoretically in UK, some patients are not happy with T4. Sometimes in midday, they say they are getting symptoms. There are regimes where you can, if T3 is available, you can add a small dose of 20 micrograms of T3 at lunchtime, but it's complicated. We treat with T4. Vast majority will respond well. If things are not good, you are giving 2 micrograms per kg per weight, and still the patient TSH is not coming down. Patient is having symptoms, what do you think? So could be reduced absorption, malabsorption syndromes, or any of these medication interfering with the absorption, or drugs affecting the metabolism, which is metabolizing the levothyroxine, and you are not getting the effect. Again, think about compliance and then take corrective measures if things are not corrected with this thing. So if you get it right, it's a very rewarding disease to treat. Within 2-3 months, your patients will be very happy and back to normal. In pregnancy, Sri Lanka we have done, got our own levels of TSH for each trimester. I don't know about you, this thing, but you must refer to your lab and get your normal levels, which are TSH is generally lower in the trimester. Somebody on thyroxine, moment they are pregnant, please increase the dose by 25% and then monitor them closely. Subclinical hypothyroidism, the ATA guidelines, TSH more than 10, free T4 normal, still you treat. 7 to 10 with antibody positivity and any other reason, symptomatic, you could treat. 5 to 7 is very debatable. You take a clinical call and then start with a lower dose and go up on the dose. So in the next 6 minutes, I'll have to cover hypothyroidism. So I have summarized the common causes of hypothyroidism here, the commonest being Graves' disease, diffuse goiter, increased vascularity, increased uptake in the uptake scans, iodine or technetium, and TSH receptor antibody positivity. So these are the commonest thyrotoxic features. Then, of course, you'll get the toxic multinodular goiter and the other causes as mentioned there. and their findings. I have summarized this in the interest of time. So let's get on to the TSH is still enough to diagnose hyperthyroidism, suppress less than 0.1%. Still you could diagnose, then you do a free T4 later, but it could be also low in secondary hypothyroidism, pregnancy as shown, and if there is an abnormal antibody binding. TSH may be high in hypothyroidism, obviously thyroid hormone resistance and TSH-OMA. What's the difference? Very rare things. TSH-OMA, patient will be clinically thyrotoxic, and in thyroid hormone resistance, mainly they'll be hypothyroid, but the TSH will be high. So you need to, these are rare instances that you should. So that's why I said the tests are not agreeing with each other and the clinical features are not agreeing with the test. Then think about rare causes, antibody interference, heterophile antibody, or rare causes like TSH-OMA or a thyroid hormone resistance, which is out of the scope of this lecture. But if you do ultrasound, simple ultrasound, diffuse goiter, and you say what you call, if your radiologist says there is a thyroid inferno, unless otherwise proven, that is Graves' disease. Of course, the uptake scans, I don't know the availability here, but this will be very useful to differentiate most of the causes, common causes of hyperthyroidism, as shown here, increase uptake in these conditions and reduce uptake in the conditions mentioned there. Thyroiditis, that is a very useful test to differentiate between thyroiditis and early Graves' disease. So let's look at some scans. This is a normal scan, uptake, iodine uptake. This is Graves' disease, increase uptake. Subacute thyroiditis, reduce uptake with increased ESR, tender goiter, diffuse goiter. You don't need anything, some steroids or painkillers would do. And this is a toxic adenoma or a nodule. So you have all this diagnosis with one scan, you can decide on the treatment. Rare instance of a struma ovary, just for your interest, thyroid is normal, thyroid, it's produced in the ovaries. So how do you approach? The clinical features are given here again, tachycardic, losing weight, tremors, eye signs, lid lag, lid retraction, and exophthalmos and thyroid eye disease associated with Graves will be diagnostic, but so many things will be there. Remember, apathetic hyperthyroidism in the elderly, they might look depressed or detached, but still they can have hyperthyroidism called the apathetic hyperthyroidism, especially in the elderly. So this is the algorithm that you follow. Commonly TSH suppress, increase free T4, primary hyperthyroidism, no debate about that. TSH suppress, free T4 normal. That's the indication to do a T3, which 5% of the time you might find a T3 toxicosis. And if the free T3 is also normal, it could be subclinical hyperthyroidism or some antibody interference you have to think about. And of course, the TSH is normal or high with the increased free T4 could be a TSH-OMA, a very rare instance. And the Graves, I mentioned the things. And if you see somebody with these features, exophthalmos with a clinical activity score, high redness, swelling, tearing, chemosis, all that, pretibial myxedema on the corner, and thyroid ectropathy, that is, unless otherwise proven, it's Graves' disease, the commonest cause. Then in the next 2-3 minutes, I have to go through the treatment options. It's mainly medical. We have carbimazole, propylthiouracil. I don't know whether you have methimazole in India. And then beta blockers, verapamil or diltiazem would be helpful to control the heart rate initially and the sympathetic overactivity. Then we have radioiodine treatment and surgery for very large goiters, which is suspicious of malignancy, non-compliant patients, and severe Graves' disease with ophthalmopathy. We could, and relapse patients after, medication, we could think about surgery. We have 2 drugs, propylthiouracil, carbimazole, and maybe methimazole if you have it in India. It blocks the, thyroid peroxidase enzyme and reduces the levels. PTU has extra action of blocking the peripheral conversion of free T4 to T3. which is useful in a peristorm or very severe thyrotoxicosis. Initial stages, PTU is the drug of choice, and first trimester of pregnancy. We use PTU. Now carbimazole is approved after the second trimester. You could use carbimazole, but first trimester you could use PTU. We had the earlier block and replacement regimes, but now what I recommend would be a titration method where you give a higher dose and then titrate it down over the next couple of months, anything from 6 to 18 months. You can try medical treatment, tailing off, higher maximum dose of 60 milligrams of carbimazole or 600 milligrams of propylthiouracil, with reducing the doses gradually if you can achieve a remission. Otherwise, go for second line treatment. Until TSH monitoring, you should monitor free T4 initially until the T4 is normalized. When it is in the normal range, you could monitor with TSH. Otherwise, sometimes TSH will be 0.001 every time you do it. You have no idea what to do. So monitor with free T4 initially, high dose. Once the T4 is in the mid-normal range, shift to TSH and not try to normalize that. And then you stop the medication. Relapse rate is high, then we go for the second line treatment. And those who are unlikely to go into remission would be a large goiter, multinodular goiter, severe biochemical hyperthyroidism, males, and in very young and the old extremes of age. Side effects, agranulocytosis and rashes, you all know. Don't use the drugs interchangeably. Rashes, you could use the other drug and try, but not for agranulocytosis. This happens usually within the first 3 months of treatment. PTU has an added hepatotoxicity. And just a word about transient gestational thyrotoxicosis, where you have a beta HCG effect, or alpha subunit is common for both TSH and beta HCG, which stimulates the thyroid gland and have a mild thyrotoxicosis, but you can see the differences. TRAB antibody in pregnancy would be a good test to discriminate between early graves and transient gestational thyrotoxicosis. Just take a photograph of this in the interest of time. ATA guidelines in treating subclinical hyperthyroidism. If the TSH is less than 0.1 and if you are more than 65 years, no symptoms even, you have to treat. Risk of atrial fibrillation, osteoporosis, and other this thing. Other cases you could consider, depending on the comorbidities, you could consider and treat. So these are the ATA guidelines for that. I don't have time to just one for the road. Just note down this scenario, normal TSH and high free T4, what it could be. It's just thyroid hormone resistance, but you have to do lots of other tests. Just one for the road to create the interest in you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manelka, for a comprehensive update on management of thyroid disorders. So dear friends, with this we come to the end of this excellent session by 3 keynote speakers, Professor Simon Heller, Professor Peter Swartz, and Dr. Manelka from Sri Lanka. May I now invite all our 3 esteemed speakers to join us on the stage for a quick photograph and felicitation.
Moving to our next session, Tech Keep Up, I would like to call our next chairperson, Dr. Arvind Agagar sir and Dr. Reshma Naik.
welcome to all of you. We start the next session. The session is all about technology in diabetes. So we have 4 speakers here, Dr. Keshav Dev, Sabarwal, Dr. Goklani, and Dr. Amit Gupta. Technology has invaded all parts of our life. I'm sure without this, we'll all be lost. So without a lot of technology in diabetes, we will be lost. So let us start the session. I invite Dr. Jodhdev to the stage. He needs no introduction at all. He is the chairman of Diabetes Research Center in Kerala, national president of Diabetes Technologies Trust of India, etc., etc. Instead of wasting time over his qualifications and his other achievements, let me introduce him. Let me invite him to start the speech.
Thank you, Arvind sir, and let me first of all be grateful to my friends Manoj and Puri for allotting me a very passionate topic to me, making good thing even better. And I'm pretty sure that Puri could have created this title, a very attractive one, and this is looking towards the future. So in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'll be discussing about the present and also the future of automated insulin delivery devices. So before we begin our discussions, just to get an idea, because I know that I am in Mumbai and this is a place where there is a sufficient proliferation of all these advanced technologies. How many of you are aware of the earlier terminology? Before automated insulin delivery, there used to be another term which is used for describing these technologies. So how many of you are aware of that? Can you please raise your hands? The previous terminology, you need not answer. Okay, so the previous terminology used to be artificial pancreas, and the artificial pancreas is now replaced by automated insulin delivery since the last 4 years. And this is a very interesting story. 3 years ago, I happened to be in an advisory board meeting of another specialty. Usually we are in either diabetes or related specialty, but it is an unrelated specialty. And there were physicians and surgeons in that specialty. And I was listening to the discussions, and they were also asking me my opinion on that. And then they discussed on pancreatectomy and what happens to diabetes when pancreas is removed, and how can diabetes be treated when there is a pancreatectomy subsequent to a malignancy or to a chronic pancreatitis, or when the stones are removed. And then I found that, I observed that there is only one physician among the audience who is aware of even continuous glucose monitoring. And the majority were not aware of even the availability of automated insulin delivery devices, and that was available already then when this ad board was going on. So the reality now in our country is more than 99% of doctors who are treating diabetes, need not be a diabetologist or an endo, because diabetes is treated by doctors in all the specialties, including in the ENT or orthopedics, but they are not aware of what has actually happened to the tech space in diabetes globally. And if you have to start a technology or an automated insulin delivery, then how will you do that? And are you going to do it yourself, or are you going to refer to another specialty? And what sort of an infrastructure is required? And what is going to happen in the near future with all these new and old gadgets? And this has been the journey. And I profoundly thank Medtronic for the advancements in technologies in India. Why? Because most of these insulin pumps and delivery devices which are available in the rest of the world, they are not available in our country. And Medtronic has been there in India from the beginning, and this is in 2004 when we launched the refurbished pumps in India, and the market was growing. And now they have more than 2,000 automated insulin delivery devices thanks to the innovation, and that was AID, the Advanced Hybrid Closed Loop Systems, in the year 2022. And that has been phenomenal. And it was transformative to have the new device in India. And this is a device where the basal insulin delivery is automated once in every 5 minutes. And once it has reached the maximal, and still if the glucose is high, then there will be tiny boluses which are automatically delivered. And that has been around for more than 4 years now. And for beginners who are not familiar with an automated insulin delivery, this is a simple diagram. Wireless integration of an insulin pump with a continuous glucose monitoring system through an advanced algorithm and with the aid of a rapid acting analog insulin. So these are the 4 components of a automatic insulin delivery. And this has been the stages, and if possible, I will touch upon the stage 5 and stage 6 of innovation. This is the second generation and third generation. The advanced hybrid closed-loop systems that we are discussing belong to the 4th stage of second gen automation. And this has been the original JDRF, now breakthrough T1D algorithm on the how it is evolving from the stage 1 of simple standalone insulin pumps with just suspend mechanism. And this is the overall landscape globally. And this is the available devices, but more devices are available. These are the 6 very popular devices. And remember, this is from Asia, from South Korea. And they claim that they were even before Medtronic in launching insulin pumps in the early 1980s. And in India, we have only 780G. And many people now prefer the patch insulin pumps. And there are more than 500 people in India using the Omnipod. Omnipod, though not available in our country, there are many using Omnipod. And the advancements of automation in delivery of insulin has been a reality. It has become a reality only because of continuous glucose sensors. And it's only because of the innovations and advancements in continuous glucose monitoring, this has become a reality. And for anybody who has gone for a 780G, and this is one of our own patients, this is their statement. Within a week of initiating an automated insulin delivery, the first response will be a peaceful sleep. Because somebody who is diagnosed with a type 1 diabetes, the parent, the child, the adolescent, they could have never slept peacefully, uninterrupted at night. And that always used to be a dream. And that dream has now become a reality, to have a peaceful sleep with the help of this automation in the delivery of insulin. And in the first 25 patients, when we documented more than 83%, it was again a dream come true. Because in type 1 diabetes, we have never ever imagined that this will happen. Because it always used to be around 30 or only 35% time in range. But are we done with it? The answer is absolutely not. Not even 0.5% of people in India can afford these devices. But no more than affordability, the tech need to be advanced further. There are limitations. There are clinic and physiological limitations. And if there is a pump failure, for example, which is not that uncommon, it can result in diabetic ketoacidosis. And if there is a sensor failure, again, not uncommon, it can result in a hypoglycemia. So you need to be cautious. You need to be overcautious when you are using these devices. And from the DTech team, and these are some of our own studies, we are also there with the public, with the patients, with their community. And this is a call for action. We need to have the India solutions, make in India solutions which are much more affordable, which can connect to any available, reliable insulin pumps and continuous glucose sensors. And the API should be open. And this concern is there for the doctors, this concern is there for the patients, and this is shared by the community. And this is some update from the ADA. I don't have the time to go through all the updates from the American Diabetes Association. There are lot many devices which has been launched recently, and this is the one which is there available only in the US market, Tandem Mobi, and this is the twist system. You can imagine the size of this insulin pump, and this is sitting on my palm, and this is originally from a DIY community, the Tide Loop, and they're using the twist loop algorithm, and they claim that this can detect the insulin blockade, that is the pump blockage 9 times faster. I said in the beginning, the insulin infusion set blocks are fairly common with the use of insulin pumps, and this can detect it 9 times faster. But currently, the availability is only in the United States. So the question here is, because I was actually with the government panel along with Tade and Benshi when we were having the JPF meeting in July, and in many parts of the country, they are having identification, whom to be started on automated insulin delivery. And the answer is very simple. Everybody, so everyone diagnosed of type 1 diabetes, they deserve an automated insulin delivery device, because studies have shown that with the available solutions, you can reach 50 or 60 or 55% time in range, even with the older insulin pumps when they are not connected to the sensors. So even with continuous glucose monitoring sensors, when they are used along with a pump or a multiple daily injectable, the time in range is only around 50 or 55%. And the minimum which is required is more than 70%. And this can be accomplished only with the deployment of an automated insulin delivery. And this is why precisely the American Diabetes Association is identified, ISPAD, all the major organizations are now endorsing the use of automated insulin delivery in adults, in adolescents, and even in children soon after the diagnosis of a type 1 diabetes, and recognizing the disparities. Disparities are not there only in India, it is there globally. We cannot provide the same level of care as per the recommendations to everyone diagnosed of the same disease. And of course, even though there is a solution available, it need not be for everyone. The reason being, you have to identify based on the circumstances, preferences, and needs of the individual. Otherwise, this can fail. The devices can fail. And we are expanding the applicability. And many years ago, we have started publishing, and this was in 2007 and 2008, lot of publications on the use of continuous subcutaneous insulin delivery in type 2 diabetes. But after the launch of GLP-1 based therapies, and around 15 years ago, it used to be liraglutide, there has been a shift. So many people probably don't require an insulin pump with type 2 diabetes, because we probably can handle them with the GLP-1 receptor agonist. But here again, there is a space. There is an entity called non-responders to GLP, and there is a major entity where they develop serious adverse events, GI side effects, and the drug need to be, the GLP need to be discontinued. So that can amount to 20 to 30% of the population with type 2 diabetes. So there are still indications for the use of CSII in type 2 diabetes. So now let me have a peek into the future, and this is a discussion on fully closed loop systems. And what are those systems in the pipeline? And just for another 5 to 6 minutes, is Amit around? Because Amit needs to leave. Yeah, I will finish very soon. So now we have rapid acting analog insulins, but these rapid acting analog insulins, they are not that rapid enough. And hence, there is always a residual risk of hyperglycemia soon after the meal, and then late onset hyperglycemia. So how can you tackle this? And the newer innovations are meant for no meal announcements, no manual bolusing. So this is a bolus priming strategy, and this is abbreviated as BPS, and the device will automatically deliver a tiny bolus the moment it recognizes a meal, and that you automatic. So it's all automated. So when you compare with the no bolus strategy with a bolus priming strategy, soon after the meal, there is a pronounced reduction in the glucose, and then you can see that delayed also the same glucose response is sustained. And this is an ABC study on adaptive behavioral component. This is a randomized control trial exploring how the behavioral and the physiological adaptations can improve the outcomes in a tandem T-slim closed loop delivery system, and that is the control IQ. So here the control IQ is compared against the ABC, and here again there are two components. One is BAM, which stands for behavioral adaptation module. And then another one is ABC, which stands for adaptive behavioral component. So you can compare this with the self-driving automobile, and you are sitting, you are relaxing, and this is the behavioral adaptation module. And with behavioral adaptation module, the car is, you are trusting the car and it is learning the road. And with the other one, with the behavioral component, you are upgrading the car's brain so that it is sensing automatically the route, the favorite roads, the traffic, and so on. And that too, completely automated. So look at the results. Not only the TR has improved compared to the original Control IQ strategy, even the time in tighter range between 70 and 140, there is a significant improvement. So this is going to be the future, because with most of the automated insulin delivery devices currently available, to reach the dream target of more than 70%, with Medtronic it is relatively easier, but with many other devices, to reach the dream target of more than 70%, you still require a lot of manual intervention. So it is only around 65 to 66%. And that is why a lot of newer strategies are being tested. And this is with AI-enabled dual hormone. So we have been testing with dual hormone modalities for quite some time. And this is developed MBC algorithm. MBC stands for Model Predictive Control. And the dual hormones here will be one insulin and the other is pramlintide. And they're using a neural network MDD algorithm to detect unannounced meals. So the moment they are having a meal, it will detect that the person is going to have a meal, and then it will deliver both insulin and pramlintide accordingly. So this is the simplified version of the MDD, detecting the carb and then triggering the release of these hormones, and then dual hormone MPC core integrating insulin and pramlintide delivery, novel PKPD model based on meal challenge data. And then there are three strategies for the delivery of pramlintide. One is fixed ratio, and the other one is basal only, that is a constant pramlintide delivery, and the third one is independent, both independent, one pramlintide and the other insulin. So when you are comparing with insulin only model predictive control, this is the time in range. So when you compare insulin only strategy with dual hormone, whether it is fixed ratio or independent, it is more than 91% time in range. So it is very, very impressive. The data looks very impressive, and adjunct therapies are also being tested. Of course, it is there for a long time, and many of us are using most of these as off-label indications in type 1 diabetes when they are developing obesity or metabolic syndrome and other features, metformin, gliptins, gliflozins. And remember, adjunct 1 and adjunct 2 clinical trial with liraglutide, significant improvements in the body weight, more than 5 kilograms, and more than 20 to 25% reduction in the total daily dose of insulin, even in type 1 diabetes. And maybe from all those indications, you have even recommendations on how to change the settings in the insulin pump. So ICR, the active insulin time, you can increase to 3 to 4 hours if you are planning to probably involve a once weekly injectable. So these are the plans for the future. The three goals for the future for automated insulin delivery. Number one, no meal announcements and probably dual hormones. Adjunct therapies, maybe once weekly semaglutide or tirzepatide. And you can even incorporate them in the future AID systems, and the future will be mostly patch insulin pumps replacing the tethered insulin pumps, and the continuous glucose sensors could be glucose along with continuous ketone monitoring. And some of these sensors are even having an option for heart rate sensing alongside the glucose sensing, and that makes sense. So with the consent of the organizers, this is again an opportunity for me, a very personal invitation to all of you. And this is an invitation to God's own country, to the biggest diabetes convention probably in the world now. We are number one in the world. And this is the 53rd annual convention of the RSSTA at Kochi in Kerala. So here I stop. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear friends, for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Jodhdev, for a wonderful presentation. I request the next speaker to be introduced by Dr. Reshmi.
Thank you, sir. Okay, there's a slight change in the sequence. We now have with us Dr. Amit Gupta from New Delhi. He needs no introduction, and we all know that हमने दुनिया मुट्ठी में कर ली है. We have everything in our hands, be it a handheld device like a mobile phone or a tablet. So Dr. Gupta is going to tell us about the tablet being our new clinic. So over to you, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you, Dr. Reshma, and respected chairperson, Sir Dr. Agriculture, sir. Sorry for the change in the session, and thank you, Mudit, for accommodating me. And I have a flight to catch at 1:35. So this is a Tech It Up session, and Dr. Manoj Chawla, Dr. Jyoti Dev, they are all the technology man of India. And Dr. Jyoti Dev just talked about the insulin pumps and the AIDs. As rightly pointed out by the chairpersons, now we have everything in our hand, or for every need, whatever we want to do, whether it is your travel plan, your education, and your banking, and every need, even for the communication, you have everything at disposal in the form of the mobile phones. So when I say my tablet, my clinic, so it is not just the tablet, it is the digitalization of your clinic, which is very, very important. So tablet is a symbol for the digitalization of a diabetes clinic. And I think going forward, digitalization of a diabetes clinic is very, very important, because rising prevalence of diabetes, and we have shortage of the healthcare professionals all across the world, and digital diabetes technologies like telehealth can expand access, reduce burden, and improve efficiency. And Dr. Jyoti Dev, though presented on the AID, but he is one of the right person to talk about the telehealth, because he presented his data at the ADA itself. So I will be talking about the opportunities, what can be the obstacles, and the requisites for advancing digital clinics. So why I say that digital diabetes clinics? Because traditional models, they struggle to meet the growing demand for the diabetes care worldwide. There is a therapeutic inertia and the lack of timely interventions leading to the poor outcomes. So when you are not digitalizing your prescriptions, keep the follow-up of your patient is very, very difficult, because you don't know what was the reports last time, what was the HbA1c last time. Patient may not be coming with the document, and it is very difficult for a clinician to plan the follow-up, because here you need long-term monitoring. You want to assess for the complications as well. So if model improves, a digital model improves reach, sustainability, and the patient-centered care. And another important thing is that if you are using digital tools, probably you can also do the benchmarking of your clinical practice. You can always see that how many of your patients are actually achieving good diabetes control, how many of your patients are above, are not having a good control of the HbA1c. So what can be done in these patients? How you can change your practice to improve the outcome? So digitalization is very, very important in this aspects. Now we are having connected devices, so patient can share their physical activity data with you. They can share their glucose data with you through the connected glucometers. They can also share their CGM reports with you. And now with the AIDs, all the data is coming to you. So how are you going to use analyze the data without the digitalization? So this is also not just advancement, but this is also the need of the hour. And the real-time data enables immediate feedback and therapeutic adjustment, though many of you may not agree that it may add to the burden of the clinic, but this is a reality globally. And the population level databases, again, they allow risk stratification and evidence-based care. So I would just like to highlight, many of you participated in the 10 by 10 hypertension challenge. Dr. Anuj Maheshwari presented the data yesterday. Within 10 days, 15 days, we were able to screen more than 2 lakh people all across the India for the hypertension. And I was leading this campaign as a national coordinator. And the data identifies that even in those patients, almost 40% of the patients, they were not even knowing that they have hypertension. And those who were having hypertension, they were not well controlled. So this could be possible only because of the digitalization of the data. Otherwise, once you don't look at the data, these patients were not something we went to the community. These were the regular patients who were coming to our clinic. And once we digitalized everything, we were able to go back and look into the data. Also, if we talk about the benefits for the healthcare system, so it can reduce preventable hospitalization. It can reduce the cost of the emergency hospital visits. So digitalization is a game changer. You may use a tablet, you may use a laptop, sometimes you may use a mobile phone also to the consultations. I often find Dr. Sunil Gupta, I often find Dr. Manoj Chawla, Purvi Chawla doing consultation digitally most of the time when they are traveling. So the clinic is at your disposal. From paper to pixels, now the clinic workflow evolution has improved from the paper to the digital present. I will not go into the details and the how digital clinic can enhance clinical efficiency, because you save time in the administrative actions. You also have access to the information all the time, and there is a team communication. So you can build team around that. So different members of the team are playing different roles, and they are all having access to the data, and they can take decisions. And this eases your burden, and you can focus on the more clinical work. Empowering the patient through the technology is also important. So if you are using technology, your patients are also using technology. So whether it is the health tracking, whether it is the management of the medications, it is the personalized education. So many of you can send reminders to your patient, can send educational videos to your patients, can do sessions, online sessions. For example, I know Dr. Makkar does one Facebook Live every Tuesday for his patients. So this is one of the digitalization, because if you are a digital savvy doctor, only your patients will be able to use those technology and connect with you. So this also gives you an opportunity to connect with your patients outside the clinic. So My Clinic, Mind Patient Portal, Connected Care, and Anywhere. So these are the different things which may be available. And I will not go into this story, but one thing is important, that a patient who is more engaged is always going to have better outcome. So a patient who you will immediately all the senior physicians, they know this fact, that we know somewhere that this patient is actually is having a good rapport with us and is trying to listen to what we are saying. And obviously we will find that such patients achieves better in terms of glycemic control, prevention of complications. But those who are not on board, most of the time it is most of the time they will end up with the complications. So engaged patients have better outcome. This is important. Now the continuous glucose monitoring is now we have multiple CGM options available in India, and the integration of these CGM devices with your EMR system or the EHR system is very, very important. So I will not go into the detail that how CGM is benefit, but the analysis of the CGM record. For example, we have LibreView for the Abbott CGM sensor. So if you are using different sensors, probably you would like to have a dashboard where you can see. We have various connected glucometers, like there is a My Sugar applications from the Roche. You have a B2 application. So these are the different brands which I am naming. So you can have access to all the glucose readings of your patient on your dashboard. What are the barriers, accessibility and usability? I think on this we need to work, because most of the time some of us are using older systems, and we have so much of the data on the older system that this comes as a barrier, that how do we move to a better or the advancing system, because we don't want to lose on to that data. And the newer systems, they don't have any mechanism to import entire data in the same format in which you were using it. So these are the challenges that I think Dr. Modit, who is a technology expert, can identify some of these solutions. Tech literacy support is again very, very important, and the offline functionality and the multilingual support. So sometimes these glitches may happen because of your entire system is on cloud, entire system is connected on the internet. The moment you don't have access to the internet, everything is lost. So sometimes it happens to in our clinical practice, because even for a few minutes, if there is a shutdown of the internet or the server of the EHR or the EMR is not working, you will immediately be lost, because you don't have any information, and you're not able to retrieve any data. So I think we need to work on those solutions where we are having the access to our EMR and the EHR even in the offline mode. And probably this may be very, very important into the resource limited settings, or even the rural areas where sometime, or the remote areas where the internet access may not be that good. So this is about the accessibility and different innovations. For example, now we have decision support and diagnostic tools which are available. So just to inform you now, globally, we are moving from the standard of care to the standard of practice. And what I mean by saying standard of practice is that we know that what is to be done in people with diabetes. So we have standard of care from ADA, we have guidelines from the RSSDI, we have guidelines from the IDF. But nobody tells us that how do we apply those guidelines in the clinics, how do we incorporate into our workflow so that ultimately the standard of the practice improves. So here the decision support system and the decision support systems, they are going to play a very, very important role. And very soon the IDF School of Diabetes is coming with a decision support system which is going to be launched globally in this. So all of you will be having access to this system which you will be able to use in your clinics. Remote consultations and telemedicine, we have seen the power of that remote consultations and telemedicines during the COVID-19 pandemic. And during this pandemic, we found that the telemedicine growth was amazing, up to 400%. Rural access improved, and the average waiting time of the telemedicine consultation is very, very less. Also now with the advent of the wearable devices, I'm working on some of the trials with the non-invasive glucose monitoring, even the BP monitoring with the smartwatch. So all of this data can sometime be pulled in near future. You will be able to pull all this data into your digital clinic. So I will not go into the details. So the future of the diabetes clinic, there are multiple technologies which are emerging, and integration with the smart clinic infrastructure is something which is very, very required. So you have a tablet here means digital component. You have a patient navigation system, you have a monitoring equipment, you have an environment which is ambient, and you can also do the inventory monitoring. So many of us have pharmacies in our clinic, and how do we monitor that which inventory, monitoring of the inventory is again very, very important. So this can be done with the digitalization of the clinic. Sustainability and the cost saving, in the long run, you will be saving on the papers, you will be saving on the storage space. In the Mumbai, the space is very, very expensive. In Delhi, it is not that expensive, but still, the Mumbai is one of the most expensive cities. So you would like to save some space also. And the cost of administration also goes down because some of these things can also be managed remotely as well. So overall savings are very good if you are going for a model. And it is important to onboard everyone. So educating yourself alone is not going to help. So you have to educate your team alone. So you need to improve the diabetes care professionalism of your team as well. So this will come with the education, and we are going to support education in multiple ways. So tomorrow's clinic is today. Barrier and challenges I have already identified. Solutions are that we want to have better internet connections. We want to have offline models for the critical applications. We want to have backup of our records and optimized applications for the low bandwidth areas also. It is important. This is, I think all of you must pay attention to this, because the benchmarking is very, very important. We use different EMR and the EHRs, but the benchmarking is not happening. So how many of you actually go back and analyze that out of your 1,000 patients, what was the average A1C? What was the average control of the blood pressure? How many of them were screened for the retinopathy? How many of them were screened for the urine ACR? So these are different things which benchmarking can help and identify. So this is a call to action that embrace digital revolution in your clinic. And this is a summary that how the tablets or the digitalization can transform clinic. I will fall short of saying that the AI will replace humans, so that is not going to happen. But AI is definitely going to help us in designing better decision support systems, better communication systems. And so summary and the vision of this talk is that digital diabetes clinic expands access, improve outcomes, and reduce cost. Telehealth has proven benefit and essential and transformative for the care delivery. Barriers are there, such as interoperability and the changing of the EMR and the EHR. Reimbursement, because sometimes telemedicine reimbursement is not allowed for the telemedicine. The vision is clear that one device, one digital clinic, and better care for all people with diabetes. With this, I would like to thank everyone and acknowledge Dr. Alok Modi for helping me with the slides, because I was busy with my election campaign. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amit, for elaborating so well on how to make our clinics smarter. Any questions? We have time for a couple of them. Chalo, sab smart ho gaye, sir, and wish you very all the best for your forthcoming elections.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. See, this is an evolving area. CGM are now being investigated in the in-hospital setting, even in the critical care setting. But in critical care, there are multiple challenges. And so right now, the FDA doesn't approve any CGM device. But in near future, you may be having more accurate CGM devices, which you will be able to use even in the critical care settings.
I welcome Dr. Mudit Sabharwal to the stage, Director and Consultant Diabetologist at Dharma Diabetes and Metabolic Clinic, Delhi and Gurugram. He is going to speak on CGM fatigue. Is it possible to, and how to avoid it? I know it's definite fatigue when you are paying for the CGM. So let us see what other information he can give us on the remaining part.
Thank you so much, Chairpersons, to invite me on the stage. Thank you so much, Manoj sir and Purvi ma'am and Banshi sir to invite me for this prestigious conference. I congratulations for all the organizers to have this wonderful conference. Now, we know technology is improving our lives day in, day out, but there is a second side of the coin, right? So I'll be discussing something which is probably least discussed in most of the conferences nowadays, right? I'm Dr. Mudit Sabharwal, and I'm talking about CGM fatigue. Is it really possible, and how can we avoid that? So it's something to be continued to what Dr. Amit had left us in his last presentation. Now, the agenda for my today's presentation would include an understanding CGM itself and the fatigue which is caused by using CGM on multiple times, defining the phenomena and its clinical implications, and identifying at-risk patients, recognizing the early signs and how can we prevent those early signs with some strategies, intervention and support which we can do to prevent and to probably support our patients, and what are the future directions of innovation and evolving on CGM trends itself. Now, what is continuous glucose monitoring? We talk about CGM in probably every conference throughout the world nowadays. Now, that's basically it consists of three major components. One is real-time glucose data, where CGM provides continuous real-time blood glucose readings on the go within a few minutes, majorly between 5 to 15 minutes. There's a sensor and a transmitter. It can be a device or it is integrated in your mobile itself through an app. The sensor is applied on the skin and is paired by a transmitter wirelessly. And integration with various devices, including the insulin pumps, smartphones, and cloud portals, can be achieved using the nowadays CGMs. Now, there are various benefits with these CGMs. So, of course, there is improved glycemic control, where CGM use improves HbA1cs, prevents hypo and hyperglycemic hypo and hyperglycemic trends by reducing the glycemic variability patterns itself. Then there is trend analysis, which we achieve with CGM, where real-time trends and alerts provide preemptive interventions and tighter blood glucose control, which we can achieve through that. Of course, that leads to better quality of life. And of course, because of the same reason, there is a rapid intake of CGM, not only in type 1 patients, but in type 2 diabetes, gestational diabetes, and other chronic metabolic disorders also. But beyond these benefits, what are the emotional and cognitive costs to the patient and to the doctor, which we achieve, which we get? Now, what is exactly CGM fatigue? Now, CGM fatigue is a complex, multifaceted phenomena observed in individuals who are using continuous glucose monitoring devices, which is characterized by diminished motivation, again, diminished motivation and gradual disengagement of the patient from the device and its data, which leads to suboptimal adherence and reduced clinical benefits from the whole therapy itself. Now, it consists of four major problems. One is there is data overload because of the perceived burden which the patient gets from the device and its data. Then there is emotional exhaustion from the constant tracking. There is alarm frustration because nowadays we are getting sensors like Libre 2 Plus and some other companies who are providing alarms when there is hypo and hyper trends. But the problem, there are various problems which I'll be discussing in the coming slides. And then there is device tethering and loss of autonomy from the patient itself. Now, there are certain predisposing factors in at-risk populations for CGM fatigue. The characteristics generally include the newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes or type 1 diabetes patients, high psychological stress which the patient is suffering from by the diabetes itself, lower health literacy, complex regimes, and the history of burnout from using these devices. Then there is device-related issues where there are frequent alarms, discomfort, connectivity problems, which is very common nowadays, which we are getting, and probably we don't have that great connectivity in our country. Data presentation, which becomes overwhelming for the patients overall. And then there is clinical support gaps from both because of insufficient patient awareness, insufficient education, lack of personalized data interpretation, and lack of access to timely support which the patient requires. Now, of course, identifying these problems can actually drive proactive management of the CGM fatigue. Now, talking about alarm fatigue,
it's basically it caused three major problems. One is desensitizing and overwhelming of the patient itself because of constant non-critical alarms that leads to attentional habituation, making the users ignore or disable alarms generally. And then, of course, creates cognitive behavioral problems and anxiety. Then the discontinuation of the data itself because of the same connectivity issues, where the deluge of data can be overwhelming, leading to disengagement and perceived lack of actionable insights. And of course, because of the same reason, patient may just stop sharing the data with the doctor itself. And then there is emotional and behavioral impact, where evidence suggests that increased stress, frustration, and burnout among the users experiencing alarm fatigue negatively impact their adherence and glucose control overall. Now, talking about the data overload and the psychological burnout, because there's so much of data which the patient is perceiving from the sensors itself, it becomes sometimes end up having burning out. Now, there is hypervigilance, where constant glucose data fosters obsessive monitoring and fear of fluctuations. So people keep on scanning the sensors, or they just keep on checking their sensors every 10 minutes, saying how is the glucose actually leveling out. Then there is cognitive fatigue. Because of the same reason, it leads to cognitive fatigue, which is the mental effort of interpreting and acting on frequent blood glucose fluctuations. And of course, that ultimately leads to emotional toll, which creates guilt, frustration, and anxiety that arise from failure of maintaining the perfect glucose trends, which was expected out of them. That ultimately also leads to adherence drop-off and behavioral fatigue, which is but obvious, which is basically driven by four major factors. One is the cognitive overload, that is the constant data interpretation leads to mental exhaustion. Then there is emotional burden of not able to achieve the perfect trends. There is loss of novelty of the device that slowly fades off and ultimately leads to the novelty loss overall. Then there is perceived ineffectiveness, where lack of tangible health improvements are achieved from they ultimately lead to lack of tangible health improvements or actionable insights that ultimately reduces the motivation of the patient to use the sensors. And then of course lifestyle intervention, where lifestyle interference, which is derived from the device presence, social stigma and restrictions that interfere with the quality of life. I mean, it's like simple sensors on the arm, and probably many females are not very comfortable wearing the sensors because they have to wear sari or etc. Now, there are certain evidence briefly. One was a real-world adherence study, which was basically done with the CGM sensors using about 8,500 patients, which were done by Smith et al. In 2022. Which was where the users discontinued using the sensors after 1 year itself. And this was, the wear time was firstly 6 months, and then it kept on reducing over the next 1 year. The second one was on the psychological impact, which was a qualitative study involving 50 individuals that reported themes of anxiety, frustration, and feeling of tetheredness to the device, which directly related to the alarm load and the data interpretation demands from the device itself. And the third one was basically optimization alarm optimization trial, where this was about 300 subjects, who demonstrated that personalized tiered alarm settings significantly reduced alarm fatigue and improved patient satisfaction without compromising glycemic outcomes. So the first two were done to actually prove the point about alarm and the tenderness fatigue, and then the second one was how to improve that. Now, there are certain proactive prevention strategies which we as doctors can take to probably reduce this CGM fatigue. The first is the personalized education, where tailored CGM training to the individual needs has to be done with the patients, which focuses on why and how data translates to action, because that is ultimately what we require from that data. Then the goal setting and focus, and this is something which we also lose going forward, where we help the patients to set realistic goals, emphasizing on actionable patterns and not just individual glucose numbers, because glucose numbers are not the main focus here. These are the trends which are more important. And of course, simplifying this data review. I mean, of course, there are graphs and there are numbers, but then ultimately we have to simplify this for our patients. So again, teaching the patients to review the key metrics, not just total numbers, but then time in range. As Jyotidev sir was mentioning about time in range, that is which we are more interested about. Then there is alarm management, where we can optimize alarm settings to avoid alarm fatigue, empowering the patient to customize that alarms according to their lifestyle and according to their glucose management which we require from. And the fifth one was where we integrate mental health screening, connecting patients with the group supports or therapists who are available to actually support the patients. These may be groups, these may be social media groups or something like that. And of course, or just our diabetes educators itself. There are certain simple interventions which we can actually integrate in our clinical practice to prevent CGM fatigue. One is empathetic listening, and this is something which is a part of all support talks throughout the world, where we acknowledge and validate the patient's feelings and understand their specific frustrations for the data which we are perceiving. Second is re-evaluating and adjusting the CGM and settings according to what we require from that. So review the CGM settings, alarm thresholds, and reporting frequency. Consider CGM holidays, right? So this is something which is a term recently coined out. CGM holidays, where the patient is off CGM for some time, and then of course you can use it at specific frequencies. Then of course, refocus on data use, where you encourage reviewing 7 to 14 day data trend and not just numbers, which is where numbers are not really important for us when you are reviewing the data from that. And then reinforcing that support where a frequency of check-ins and involving caregivers can be helpful. Of course, there is a major role of digital health AI over here. So AI, so I'll just mention 4 major sections over here. So one is of course AI-powered insights, where automating the pattern recognition reduces the manual data and interpretation and the analysis of the burden of the analysis. Predicting analytics, where forecasting glucose trends, allowing proactive intervention rather than reactive responses, really creates a difference. Gamification of the data, where introducing elements of play and reward to enhance engagement and motivation can be used. And then of course telehealth integration, where Dr. Jyotidev, me and many others are actually using this, where we facilitate remote consultations for convenient, timely support and data review itself. And integrating and modifying our management strategies accordingly. Now, there are certain future directions and research needs for this. So, of course, smart alarms, where context-aware and predictive alarms can be used to minimize unnecessary alerts. Then there is integrated systems where, sorry, just 30 seconds, please. Seamless integration with insulin pumps, activity trackers, and EMRs with the CGMs. Patient-centric device, where involving patients in the development of future CGM interfaces and features, and then long-term outcomes, and not just focusing on long-term outcomes and not just pure data numbers in a shorter time period. So the key takeaways from my talk is that CGM fatigue is definitely real. It is a genuine patient concern that requires clinical attention. Then there is proactive prevention, which is the key, where identifying at-risk patients and implementing strategies to avoid CGM fatigue and control that can be helpful. Personalized support, where tailored education and ongoing psychological support is completely crucial for most of our patients. And of course, embracing technology is the main strategy to follow in the future, in present and the future scenario, where leveraging digital tools to enhance engagement and simplifying data is the key to our diabetes management. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sabharwal, for a lucid presentation. We move to the last talk of the session.
Yeah, we now move ahead with the next session. We know AI is all over us. I think that's the only technological innovation in recent times which has, taken over us in the shortest possible span of time. So over to you, Dr. Rutul Goklani. We all know him. He's a prominent diabetologist hailing from Ahmedabad. And he's going to talk about how to use AI in GDM, especially
Correct.
detection and for better outcomes.
So, thank you very much for kind introduction, and thank you very much, Manoj Chawla sir, Purvi ma'am, and whole organizing committee of DRS again for having me here. So my topic is AI for GDM detection and better outcome. So definitely the previous talk was on CGM fatigue, and I would say we all have now AI fatigue as well. We should keep at least one or two conference without AI now, and we should try at least, as we are tired listening to AI, but we don't know how to use it, and this is what I'm going to show for GDM. First, we need to understand this flow chart. Every time when I start any presentation, hyperglycemia in pregnancy, we need to understand this flow chart of diagnosing hyperglycemia in pregnancy, where hyperglycemia in pregnancy is an umbrella term. Diabetes in pregnancy and gestational diabetes, these two things comes under hyperglycemia in pregnancy, where diabetes in pregnancy, when HbA1c is more than 7, whether you diagnose before pregnancy or after pregnancy, it is type 1 or type 2, then we call it diabetes in pregnancy, and we should try to write these terms in our prescriptions as well. But today I'm going to talk is gestational diabetes, which is around 80% of hyperglycemia in pregnancy. So I'm leaving this 20% of diabetes in pregnancy and only going to talk about gestational diabetes and what could be AI predictors for the prediction model of gestational diabetes, or even screening, or even to prevent type 2 diabetes, what kind of data we have that I'm going to present today. So we all know about DOHAD society, right? DOHAD is the most important thing, and it always talked about pregnancy is the window of opportunity or window to future health. And the physiologic changes act as natural stress test for the body, and glucose intolerance causing hyperglycemia is one such condition. So it is an inflammatory state when GDM is there. So we definitely can prevent type 2 diabetes or even obesity in future. This is what DOHAD always tried to explain. So the growing challenge of gestational diabetes, where it ranges from the range is wide, 4.3 to 38%. So we don't even know how exactly the percentage or in different countries. And even in our country, if we see, gestational diabetes is around 11% to 20%, and we don't have exact data even in many of the states. We don't have prevalence data. Even if I say in my state, in Gujarat, we don't have prevalence data of gestational diabetes. We are trying to put a study for prevalence of gestational diabetes in Gujarat as well. So globally, the prevalence of gestational diabetes is not concise, and it is around 20% according to MEDO GDM study, and this is AI-based study. I'm going to talk about it in next few slides. So health risk: increased risk of preeclampsia, neonatal complication, and long-term metabolic disease for both mother and child. This is the problem with gestational diabetes, and critical timing, where early detection and intervention are essential to reduce morbidity as well as mortality in future. So current gestational diabetes screening limitations and barrier: IAD PSG criteria or ADA criteria, they have they have multiple times you have to screen the patients, and also fasting, post meal 1 hour and post meal 2 hour. So this multiple blood draw is a big problem. So if we have a prediction model before pregnancy, and if we can put this data and we can come out with something that can be really helpful in high risk category, though India is high risk category, so we know that this is universal screening is there for all of us. But if we can come out of this and by Dipsy screening model only, we can come up with something constructive that can be really helpful for screening, and less drawing of blood can be helpful. So key challenges here is patient burden in our population, access limitation, so limited availability in low resource setting. This was also stated by Mido GDM in 2023. This was Mexican study. So pandemic impact also was there, where COVID-19 further reduced diagnostic capacity globally. So in such kind of pandemic, how we are going to predict that that patient could have gestational diabetes, that could be, in such situations, AI could be really helpful. So why AI transforming GDM screening and prediction is important, where traditional pathway of screening, where it could not be helpful. Standard OGTT window is also one of the bigger problem between 24 to 28 weeks of pregnancy itself. Says this window is a problematic. AI early prediction, even before pregnancy, when we put the risk factor for this patient, for particular patient, and if we have application and it can predict that this patient is high risk category for gestational diabetes, that could be really helpful. So early intervention in such cases also is one of the key to prevent metabolic disorders further. So this Mido GDM study done in Mexican women, and it's an innovative artificial intelligence based prediction model for development of gestational diabetes. So here you can see what they have done. They have put multiple risk factor: age, family history of type 2 diabetes, previous diagnosis of hypertension, pre-gestational BMI, gestational week, parity, birth weight of last child, type of capillary glucose measurement first prenatal visit, capillary blood glucose level, also 9 inputs nodes, and they came out with one GDM outcome. And what was the key risk factor identified in this Mido GDM study? It was BMI. If BMI is more than 38.6, then the patient has higher risk of gestational diabetes. This was for Mexican. For Indian, it could be lower BMI, but we should have our own data like this, and we can even replicate this kind of model in India with all the data input. Abdominal circumference more than 91.5, again it could be lower in our Indian patients. Fasting plasma glucose more than 4.5, so it is quite striking, around 90 mg per dl it is, and if it is more than that, then this women have higher chances of gestational diabetes. So pre-pregnancy fasting plasma glucose of more than 90 mg per dl. So this demonstrated potential for early GDM risk stratification before standard screening window, and clinical impact of this Mido GDM could be diagnosis, and ultimately it can translate into outcomes as well. So early GDM diagnosis before 24 weeks and linked to lower rates of neonatal hypoglycemia, birth trauma, NICU admissions. But recent study of ToboGM did not favor such things. It said that early GDM prediction does not make very big difference. Like before 20 weeks, if you screen and the GDM, and if you diagnose GDM, it does not help in overall outcome. It is about pure gestational diabetes. So long-term benefits, potential reduction in future metabolic disease risk for both mother and child. Again, I'm saying this. Extended intervention window. AI model can identify high-risk pregnancies earlier than standard OGTT time. Optimize treatment for early initiation of lifestyle modification and pharmacological intervention when needed. So, again, some apps like this I have already been built up, and this apps can be used, but this app should be country-based or a localized app should be there, and it should not be universal app as I said, that it can be different for India, what was shown in Mexican study. So an innovative artificial intelligence based app for diagnosis of gestational diabetes and we can even ask RSSDI for that we can build such kind of app for gestational diabetes, or even under the guidance of DIPSI, we can develop such apps where clinical data build the mathematical model to predict health status of pregnant women based on clinical data. So post-market data collection, where collect the data of pregnant women, which will undergo continuous training on the model, and goal of such kind of application is to input the data and relate it to their health status, and the application can predict future disease status. So AI-based GDM diagnosis app, where clinical validation says that support vector machine can be useful rather than using random forest or even neuronal network. So machine learning derived prenatal predictive risk model for guide intervention and prevent the progression of gestational diabetes to type 2 diabetes. So the data of women of gestational diabetes, if we have good number of data that can predict type 2 diabetes in that women in how many years that we come to know. So this study done in Singapore, this study is noted as the first to use machine learning for postpartum type 2 diabetes risk assessment in Asian antenatal population. The model has potential for early risk stratification during prenatal care, which could facilitate preventive interventions. So machine learning for postpartum of type 2 diabetes, which can help in early prediction, clinical application, and advanced algorithm. So the best performing model used mid-pregnancy BMI. So it was mid-pregnancy BMI, which was the better predictor for type 2 diabetes from gestational diabetes, then achieving an area under the curve, and mid-pregnancy BMI after gestational weight gain was the better predictor than pre-pregnancy BMI. So machine learning based prediction of large for gestational age infants in mother with gestational diabetes also can be very much useful. So AI models using novel CGM derived in, so CGM also can be one of the best predictor. So CGM derived metrics from as early as first trimester have demonstrated significantly higher accuracy for predicting GDM. So you can use CGM in first trimester to predict gestational diabetes. This is what machine learning of this study is saying. So AI based model can combine real-time CGM data with other clinical information such as BMI, demographic data to predict the risk of adverse pregnancy outcome as well. So I guess my time is over. So I'll summarize now. So that AI as a catalyst of better GDM outcome, where early detection, enhanced outcomes, improved accessibility, and collaborative implementation can be there with the use of AI in pregnancy. So this presentation I presented was crafted using AI, powered by AI, but brought to life through the spark of human intelligence and creativity. With this, I will conclude my talk. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Goklani, for a lucid presentation. We have another 3 minutes to go. Can we have some more questions? Okay, since we are not having any questions. Oh,
Rutul,
sure.
for your kind information, we are seeing the C-peptide level. That is either preconceptionally or in the early pregnancy, very early pregnancy, and we are able to come out with more of GDM.
Very true.
Hyperinsulinemia.
Right. So
Yeah. Even you can take up that also.
Yes,
There is
definitely.
Pre-pregnancy C-peptide level, definitely it shows the development of GDM later.
So, ma'am, C-peptide or such kind of biochemical predictors are definitely useful, but it is established. The things which is not established can just, without drawing the blood by the risk factors, if we can predict, that could be really helpful for AI model, and also combining it with this pathological problems can help more.
That's what I had a very thin pregnant lady who had 3 recurrent abortions. When I tested the C peptide for her, it was happened to be 21.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have all the speakers on the stage for a group photograph? Dr. Jyotdev, Dr. Sabrawal, Dr. Goklani, please.
Thank you, our speakers and chairpersons. Now we are going to next start with our inaugurations and awards in next just 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I love the silence that follows my voice always. So with the permission, may I start the inauguration ceremony? Manoj sir, Purvi ma'am, Banshi sir. Banshi sir is here. Yes. So it is an absolute honor to be standing here along with my co-host. I am Dr. Dhruvi Hasnani, and along with me is Dr. Vipul Chawda from the city of Ahmedabad. We are, all of us, gathered here today at the DRS 2025 inauguration ceremony. Good afternoon to all the esteemed dignitaries, my respected faculty, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. On behalf of the organizing committee, Dr. Banshi Sabu sir, Dr. Manoj Chawla sir, Dr. Purvi Chawla ma'am, Dr. Anil Buraskar sir, it is my privilege to welcome you all to this inauguration at the Geo World Convention Center. This is Amchi, Mumbai, a city of resilience and energy. And if there's one thing that defines Mumbai besides its people, it's the monsoon rains. All of us were skeptical before coming here. Just as these rains have arrived every year to refresh the city, DRS arrives to refresh our mind and inspire our practice with new science, new collaboration, and new solutions. With that, may I invite on stage Padma Shri Dr. Shashank Joshi sir. Please, sir, can you grace our podium today? Thank you, sir. Dr. Anuj Maheshwari, sir, the President-elect of RSSDI. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Dr. Banshi Sabu, sir, the Chair, Southeast Asia IDF. Dr. Manoj Chawla, sir, Scientific Chairperson, DRS. Dr. Purvi Chawla, ma'am, Organizing Secretary, DRS. Dr. Mohite sir has a very extensive experience. He's the Dean, TNMC, and of the Nair Hospital. He's been the past medical superintendent, past Senate and Board of Studies, past president of the Medical Legal Association of Maharashtra, and the past vice president of the Indian Academy of Forensic Medicine. I will also invite Mr. and Mrs. Kokhani. They are people living with type 1 diabetes and have seen the era starting from the glass insulin till the 780G, and they are the eldest living with type 1 diabetes. I also invite Mr. Sunil Duseja, another person living with an experience of obesity, to please grace the stage today with all of us. This year, DRS has taken a leap forward, and we have multiple collaboration, which we'll talk about, the CODI, the DTEC, PCD, Primary Care Diabetes, Diabetes India, and the Type 1 Diabetes Index. With that, may I welcome Dr. Purvi Chawla ma'am to officially open. And yes, how can I forget? I have Dr. Peter Schwartz. Yes, please. And Dr. Manoj Chawla will be bringing him on the stage. We have the pleasure of having the president of IDF ourselves in this stage, and maybe Peter, we need to talk more often. So with all the dignitaries on stage now, please, may we have the pleasure of having all our esteemed dignitaries on stage take their seats. To officially open today's proceedings, may I now invite our organizing secretary, Dr. Purvi Chawla ma'am, for her welcome address.
It's hardly an address because I've been given 3 minutes. नमस्कार मंडळी, आमच्या मुंबईत आपले सगळ्यांचे सहर्ष स्वागत. So good afternoon, everyone. It has indeed been God's blessings and our parents' blessings and family, friends, professional friends who have stood by us in this endeavor, DRS, Diabetes Research and Solutions, that I have the deep, humble honor as the organizing secretary on behalf of the organizing chair, Dr. Banshi Sabu sir, scientific chair, Dr. Manoj Chawla, and the entire organizing committee to invite and welcome you here to DRS. So welcome to Amchi, Mumbai.
Hope you've been enjoying the session specially curated for you. Again, with this year, with the fortune of collaborating with Cody, Controversies to Consensus in Obesity, Diabetes and Hypertension, an internationally acclaimed body. And again, thank you to Dr. Banshi Sabu sir and Professor Itamar Raz for this prestigious collaboration. Last year it was with WCPD. And this year, unfortunately, Professor Itamar Raz, due to personal reasons, was unable to make it to DRS, but we have his blessing with us. So besides the Mumbai and Maharashtrian themes, please enjoy the fascinating geo hospitality and DRS creativity as well. And also as diabetologists and metabolic physicians, for us and me, the greatest heroes and celebrities are those who are living well with metabolic conditions. Type 1 diabetes, obesity, diabetes, and hence we have beautiful souls who have agreed, and we have the gracious presence. We are really gratified with that. And we have our guests of honor. First of all, gratitude to our teacher and now the Dean of TNMC and BYL Nair Hospital, Dr. Shailesh Mohite sir, and three great souls with lived experiences of type 1 diabetes, with over 50 years of living well with type 1 diabetes and many years of living with diabetes and obesity and fighting it well. That's Mr. Anil Kokani and Mrs. Harsha Kokani and Mr. Sunil Duseja. They are here as the guests of honor, and they will be lighting the lamp of wisdom, knowledge, and creativity. So with that, once again, to all the honorable dignitaries on the stage and the lovely audience with international and national faculty and all you esteemed doctors, I welcome you once again. A very big thank you to RX as well as to Geo for helping us with conducting this entire event. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purvi ma'am, for your heartfelt words and for setting the stage so beautifully. May I now call upon our organizing chairperson, the chair IDF Southeast Asia, a man with many feathers to his hat, none other than Dr. Banshi Sabu sir, to share his vision on DRS Cody 2025 and beyond.
Thanks, Vipul. Let me start by thanking all the national and international faculty who could come here from different parts of the world and from different parts of the India. Thank you, Dr. Peter, for being a chief guest of our inauguration function and making it possible, even with so many difficulties you were having. This meeting DRS, last year we have done with World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes, WCPD. It's an organization which is been started, or rather one of the founder member was Dr. Peter, was also there part of it. And we have done very successfully a grand meeting of along with World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes. This year we should do a meeting with one more international organization. It's in controversy in diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia. A Cody, Professor Itamar Raz, a very close friend of mine, and we are also part of Cody board. Even the Cody, one very successful meeting was there in China, and from where Dr. Juliana had also was very important member of Cody, and she had given talk in Cody and very regularly doing a lot of activities of Cody in China and internationally. So we decided that we will do a Cody symposia and a combined meeting along with DRS. So in Cody, because there are a lot of controversies in diabetes, and that's what we thought of, that we should have a controversy along with solution. So some talk related to that. And last year we have also published along with Cody one book, which is edited by Dr. Durvi, on 25 controversy in 2025. So that's what different controversies are there, and then there is a solution for that. So this meeting of DRS and Cody, and we are thinking that in future, DRS will
do more and more activities related to controversy. And the next year we are planning DRS again with some international organization. We have requested Dr. Peter that let us do a diabetes complication meeting of International Diabetic Federation to come to India. As this year we propose first that in India, if you can do with diabetes India. Last year we have done online, I mean before 1 year, 2 year back online. So why not a physical meeting? If we can't get International Diabetic Federation full, at least diabetes complication meeting can come to India, and that's what we propose. If you need, Mumbai is the host, and DRS will definitely host that meeting next year. So that's what we have planned for DRS next year. And as the idea of Southeast Asia chair, because other than organizing chair, I am also International Diabetic Federation chair for Southeast Asia. This year we are celebrating 75 years of International Diabetic Federation establishment. And this is very big moment. And for 1 year, we are going to do a lot of activities, not only in India, but along in other parts of Asia also. And that is what we are planning to do, a lot of activities to start with. It was on 23rd September. Before 75 years, it was first IDF meeting was there in Amsterdam, and with our president, Dr. Peter, we decided that this time we will be doing some celebration along with ESD, because most of the people from all over world will be available there, and we are going to have a IDF reception on Wednesday. So those who are in ESD and those who are from the different organization, if they are working and they want to be the part of it, we have already sent a registration form. You can register and send to me, and you are invited for that, our idea. But what is more important is throughout the year we want to do many activities to create more awareness for the diabetes. As we were knowing that 2/3 of our diabetic patients are not getting control, they need to be prevented. Early diagnosis, aggressive control, newer therapies, primary care physician do with guideline-based therapy, all those activity we want to plan in India and other Asian countries on 75 years, and we want to celebrate in a big way for International Diabetic Federation establishment. With this, I once again congratulate Manoj and Purvi for this wonderful meeting, this wonderful venue. I mean, all those, I was just, Asma was saying that a wonderful venue for, coming from Abu Dhabi and saying a Mumbai venue, wonderful. So it was really very great to know about it. And we are very happy to have you here to host you in Geo World Convention Center, which is world class. We can have any meeting which is there in the world, we can host in Geo Convention Center. With this, I thank you everyone, and thanks Purvi and Manoj. Thank you.
Thank you, Banshi sir, for opening the doors of collaboration every time and making us stand tall amongst all the collaborations. With that, may I invite for the RSSDI address, our RSSDI President-elect, Dr. Anuj Maheshwari sir from the city of Lucknow.
Thank you, Dhruvi, for this inviting me to be addressing here, and thank you, Dr. Manoj and Dr. Purvi, for giving me this opportunity to be here in this inauguration ceremony as well as honoring with the DRS lecture. It's really a pleasure to be in the Diabetes Research and Solutions DRS Congress in Mumbai. Not only first time, but multiple times I have been here. I am really very happy today. I am standing here as an RSSDI president. In a short, if I must enumerate my priorities as an RSSDI president here of course, I look forward that RSSDI should be the voice of more and more Indian physicians, those who are working in diabetes. At the same time, we could be able to do maximum for our countrymen, those who are suffering with the diabetes, and those who are getting the diabetes prevalence increasing and increasing, as well as also moving towards the complication. We are focusing to look forward for the rural diabetes care to be in the center stage. We are working on that direction. We are pledged to do our maximum focus in the next 1 year on that. Apart from that, we are also committed for the adolescent population, which is going to be diabetic very fast, to take care of that and develop some structured model of care for these people, those who are developing type 2 diabetes in their younger age. At the same time, RSSDI is a research organization. We cannot forget the research. So this time our focus is on the real world research, and we are focusing on the real world research so that maximum real world data could be available with us, and that can be utilized to frame the guidelines for the Indian perspective. And with this small commitment before you, I must request all the RSSDI members to definitely vote for the good candidates of the RSSDI, because RSSDI elections are coming in the next 1 week, and we wish that a good RSSDI executive should be formed with the support and vote of all of you, and you all should actively participate. And we shall also be ensuring that each and every member become the part of the RSSDI activities. We are having a big force of the district coordinators, and we wish to utilize that force also for the RSSDI activities. With these words, I would like to take your leave a bit early because I have to catch the flight. So thank you very much for being with here.
Thank you, Anuj sir. Anuj sir, it's really inspiring to hear about the RSSDI, our own association. With that, may I request Dr. Manoj Chawla sir, the scientific chairperson, to talk about the scientific extravagance of the DRS. So let's keep clapping.
Good afternoon, everyone. कशा आहेत मुंबई? कसे आहेत? आमचे आशीर्वाद आहेत, तुम्ही सगळे आम्हाला आशीर्वाद देणार साहेब. Okay, wonderful to see. For all my friends and colleagues standing at the back, there is a lot of place ahead. Please find your way inside the hall so that the others also get a chance to come in and be a part of the inaugural ceremony. To begin with, let me start thanking all the dignitaries on the dais. Professor Peter Schwartz, President IDF, Professor Shashank Joshi, past chair of IDF Southeast Asia, Dr. Banshi Sabu, our brother, mentor, the organizing chairperson and the current IDF Southeast Asia chair with multiple different hats like the other dignitaries on the dais. My earlier teacher and now the dean of TN Medical College and BYL Charitable Nair Hospital, Dr. Shailesh Mohite, and thank you so much, sir, for accepting to be here as a guest of honor. Dr. Purvi Chawla, the organizing secretary of this meeting, and of course, the actual guests of honor today are people with lived experiences with diabetes, and we are extremely privileged to have the guest of honor as Mr. and Mrs. Khokani and Mr. Sunil Dusija, and they will be sharing their thoughts with us as we move along with this. It also gives me pleasure to invite a shy gentleman who should be on the dais, Dr. Partha Kar. I did see him. Right? Is he there? Yes. Right. Partha, we invite you to join us as a representative of Breakthrough Type 1, and also that DRS, as it collaborates ahead, does need money from Breakthrough Type 1 to... So I'm told he's the guy with the money now across the globe. So right, Partha joins us on the stage as well as a guest of honor. We also await another special guest who hopefully, if their time and schedule permit, should be able to join us. We do have the USP Diabetes Educator Awards coming up later in the inauguration, and of course, a very, very special theme performance by the DRS family and the organizing committee put up for all of you. So there's genuinely lots to look forward to in the next 30 minutes as we move ahead. Well, I think I've spoken about everything but the scientific content. And the reason is, I don't think I have to speak about the scientific content. I would rather that all of you give the feedback about the scientific content which has been curated for all of you over these 3 days, starting yesterday, on Friday till 4:30 p.m. on Sunday. Let me thank all the delegates. We've every year grown in our registration numbers, and we've crossed 1,500 registrations this time. So let me thank all the delegates who have signed up and are attending on these working days, Friday and Saturday, and it'll get busier as we move ahead. So please enjoy the scientific conference. And again, a big, big, big thank you to all the faculty which has traveled from different parts of India, Maharashtra, Mumbai, and of course the globe to share their expertise with us. So a big, big namaskar and thank you to all our faculty for sharing their knowledge and expertise. We will remain eternally indebted to you for your time and expertise sharing. So with that, we move ahead into today's program, and again, invite you and thank you for being here with us at DRS Cody 2025, and hoping to host and then keep creating and curating the scientific program for you for years to come. Thank you for all your love and blessings. Jai Maharashtra.
Amazing. Let us all, with another round of applause, show our excitement for the scientific extravaganza that we all have. Thank you so much. Thank you, Manoj sir. So with that, I'm going to request our IDF President, the International Diabetes Federation President, Dr. Peter Schwartz, to talk and address our audience. We've accepted you, sir, as partly Indian now.
Dr. Dhruvi, thank you very much for this kind introduction. Namaste. And I must say, my heart is with India. And if I say this, it has very, very good reasons. Of course, we could say there are so many people, so many dignitaries on the dais, and we could say these are the leaders in diabetes care. But I must say, no. The true leaders in diabetes care, these are you. These are all the people, seeing people living with diabetes on everyday basis, on sitting in your office, talking to the patient, understanding the need of the people living with diabetes, prescribing, thinking about interventions, thinking about what they can do to leverage the quality of diabetes care. And I would use this occasion as president of the International Diabetes Federation to give a very, very big thank you very much to you for your daily work in leveraging the quality of diabetes care. There's something else on this, what is unique on this meeting. And we had all these people here on the dais, and we are discussing this, and we discuss the program, and we discuss about what we can improve in quality of diabetes care. But it's a great honor to me, and I'm proud that this happens at the DRS meeting here, that people living with diabetes are the guests of honor at this meeting. Because whatever we do, we have to think continuously about what we can do to improve or address the intuitive need of people living with diabetes better. And if we are looking into the world, 830 million people with diabetes living on Earth, this number is far, far, far too high. And it's an urgent call of action that we have to change. Because why are so many people with diabetes there? Why is the morbidity increasing? Why is mortality increasing for people living with diabetes? And this is our objective. This is our task, what we have to do. And one wish I have, which is applicable also to these meetings, to use every second, every minute, every hour, every session, every presentation to discuss new approaches. Diabetology, diabetes care in 5 years from now will be disruptively different than it is today. We had this good presentation about AI, about technology. AI will disruptively change the way how we do diabetes care. We will be better in dedicating the care to people who have a higher need. So it will be a big advantage, but also technology will be disruptive. We will experience in the next years that we will have very cheap sensors everyone can have available, even people in very low income countries. And we have to be prepared for this. If you assume we would have sensors for $1 for 2 weeks, and we would have millions of sensors in the world, we are not prepared yet to use this. So be prepared for the future in diabetes care. And this DRS meeting here in cooperation with CODI, last year in cooperation with WCPD, is a meeting where the heart of diabetes care is beating, where all these aspects are discussed, where the people are coming and enjoy the discussion and sometimes controversy in diabetes care. And you just hear that there's Banshi and there's Shashank Joshi, and all of them have a relation to IDF. And IDF is a being the president of IDF is a very cool opportunity. And I think I'm very busy and working, but being next to Banshi or being next to Shashank Joshi, I sometimes feel very lazy. And you have just heard Banshi saying, what will be next year DRS meeting, what international cooperation we could have, and what can we do? And I think this is the right moment to announce that between the 4th and the 6th of September next year, the DRS meeting will be together with the International Diabetes Federation. And not because it's Banshi and not because it's Shashank Joshi, it's because of the energy you bring into the room, the quality of discussion, and this makes me proud to be the president of an organization where these member organizations are in. Thank you very much to this. Dhanyavad.
I just want to take one more minute. As IDF Southeast Asia is launching a new journal. It's a journal of diabetes and endocrine clinic with editor-in-chief Dr. Amit Gupta and with associate editor Manilka from Sri Lanka, who is chair-elect of Southeast Asia, and Vishwajit Bhomik from Bangladesh. And we have with us advisor Dr. Peter Swords. So I will request Dr. Peter to officially launch this journal of diabetes and endocrine clinic, and we are going to have our IDF Southeast Asia meeting this year in Nepal, which is on 20th and 21st of November. So first time we have a dedicated meeting of Southeast Asia, and now we have a dedicated journal of diabetes and from IDF Southeast Asia. So now I request Dr. Peter to officially launch this journal to everyone for you, and please send your articles and all those abstracts which are there in Manoj in your meeting, which we also can take. So thank you for that. Please. Also, who is a past chair of IDF. So now.
We now move to a very special part of our inauguration, the lamp lighting ceremony, symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, and the light of science guiding us forward. May I invite our guest of honor and all the dignitaries on the stage for this auspicious moment.
May I also take the pleasure of inviting our other ones sitting in the audience with lived experiences of type 1, please. Aditi, Mehak, Jyotsna, Rekha, to name the least. Dheer, all of you, please. And any more?
या वीणा वरदण्ड मण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा।
Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for gracing this moment with your presence. This flame symbolizes wisdom, knowledge, and the light of science that guides us collectively to journey to improve our lives.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is the purest form of feelings that we can share with each other. One of the most inspiring segments of today's event is hearing from those who have lived the reality of our mission, taking care of themselves and their loved ones with type 1 diabetes. We have Mr. Anil. So before I request our guest of honor who have lived with their type 1 diabetes, may I invite our guest of honor, Dr. Mohite sir, who has an accolade of credit to his name. He's been our sir. So, sir, over to you to speak a few words before I invite.
Honorable members on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. As all of us know, diabetes is the biggest disease in India. I will speak about the government initiative and the initiative of Mumbai Municipal Corporation. Since last 2 years, we have the NCD corner in each and every tertiary hospital as well as secondary level hospital. Government and the BMC has taken initiative to identify blood pressure, hypertensive and diabetic patients. So anyone who walks in the hospital, not only the patients, their relatives, our vendors, our class 4, anyone is free to come and get themselves checked over there. Records are kept by the community medicine department. Follow-ups are done of those patients who are diagnosed as diabetics. So this has been the initiative from the medical colleges and the government. This initiative has also been passed on to the primary healthcare and into the rural areas where we run centers to diagnose cases of diabetes. There are 2 endocrine departments which impart postgraduate or super specialty education. One of them is the institute from where I come, that is Nair Hospital. Second is KM Hospital. And I'm proud that both our students from Nair, Purvi and Dr. Manoj, have excelled in endocrinology and are at such a big stage now that it gives me immense pleasure to know both of them. Our endocrine department does lots of research related to diabetes and other diseases, but the topic over here, diabetes research and solutions. It doesn't end with research, it gives solutions also. So whatever solutions that come forth, we will be imbibing in imparting that education not only to our undergraduates, but also postgraduates, and see to it that through government initiatives, how we can control diabetes and prevent it in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohite sir. Sir is the Dean of TNMMC and the Nair Hospital. Thank you, sir. With that, may I now request Mr. Anil Kokhani, who has lived with type 1 diabetes for 56 years, but the most important part is he's been living complication-free. He himself is 70 years. Sir, can we please have you speak a few words, please?
Thank you very much. To confess, I really forgot my date of marriage, but I remember my date of diagnosis of diabetes. That is 13th March 1969. So, and well, she was not here when I said that I forgot my day of marriage, luckily. Anyway, it is people who encourage you to control the diabetes. Thanks to them. Some people say, oh, diabetes, that is ridiculous. Now he is of no use. That is something ridiculous. The speech, the words they use is ridiculous. What we need to understand our diabetes, control our diabetes, take regular medicines, and anything else. The main department is kitchen. What we get from the kitchen, that helps us to control the diabetes. So I must thank my wife. She knows everything, what to cook, what to eat, everything. And that's the make difference. So we are diabetic for last more than 50 years. And still we are doing everything in life. We are moving around everywhere in the world. It's alone, all alone, but that's not difficult thing. You have to control your diabetes. That is the only solution to your normal life. Eating food, that is very important. Taking medicine, very important. Exercise, very important. Now, if I say that you need air to live, food to live, water to live, and then control food to live good life in diabetes. That is the main thing. That is what I did for last 56 years, and still I'm young. So thank you very much for acknowledging my diabetes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Kokhani. A person living with type 1 diabetes or on any chronic care disorder has almost 300 plus decisions additional to be made every day. I am going to request Mr. Sunil Duseja, a person living with type 2 diabetes and obesity, to please share his experience and talk to our audience today.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sunil Duseja. Today, I want to share a part of my 15-year-old long journey, a journey filled with struggle and discipline and strength given by my family and my doctors. Being diagnosed with diabetes was just a medical moment. It had a life changing in me. I used to have a lot of alcohol. I had to control it myself with guidance, of course, with doctor's help and my family. I was very active. Then when that mental stress came, I started feeling very low and frustrated that why only me, when I was not, my family, I did not have a history of diabetes. But I thank God for everything. So by the grace of God, we have good doctor, and I'm under a very good doctor. First, I felt, over time, I realized diabetes does not define me. I define how to live with it, with any problem. I educated myself and built a routine with guidance and found my family support, my doctor's support, line of treatment, and learned to listen to them, to my body, to forget and forgive those tough days. Yes, it is very emotional, of course. But, I didn't know I had. Today I stand here not as someone who has defeated by diabetes, but someone who has faced it. And I want everybody to have that strength to face whatever problem you all have with the right guidance and right thinking. Nobody controls to anybody. You have to fight your own battle with right guidance and right motive in life, right goal in life. And I already really thank you all and my doctors for facilitating me. It is a true honor to come on this stage and talk about my experience. Thank you, everybody, and wish you all the best to everybody. Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you all our guests of honor who have lived with chronic disorders. Thank you for joining us today. May I request Manoj Chawla sir and Purvi Chawla ma'am to felicitate Dr. Mohite sir, please. Dr. Peter Schwartz, Shashank sir, Banshi sir, Partha sir, please join them for this felicitation, please. May I also request our dignitaries on stage to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. and Mrs. Khokhani, as well as Mr. Sunil Dusija. That's a lovely music for all of us to clap with the beat. Some calories before the lunch. All right, let's not be miserly with our claps today. Thank you so much. So to continue our felicitation ceremony, I will request our dignitaries again on the stage to felicitate all our international faculties. I'm going to request Dr. Jyotidev sir to please come on the stage to felicitate Dr. Simon Heller. Dr. Simon Heller, please can we have you on stage, sir? All our international faculties have come a long way. It's an honor to hear them out today. Professor Simon Heller has chaired clinical studies. He is from the UK and also heads the UK Diabetes Clinical Research Network. May I now request Dr. L. Srinivas Murthy sir to please come on the stage to felicitate Dr. Juliana Chan. Professor Dr. Juliana Chan is the Professor of Medicine and Therapeutics and Director of the Hong Kong Institute of Diabetes and Obesity. May I now request Dr. D.M. Makkar sir to please come onto the stage to felicitate Dr. Manilka Sumanatilake sir. He's not here. I will then request Makkar sir to honor our international faculty, Dr. Asma Dev. Asma ma'am was there in the, yes, yes. Pratap sir. Pratap. So let us all keep clapping. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to listen to our international faculties. May I now request Dr. P.C. Manoria sir to please come onto the stage to felicitate our IDF President, Dr. Peter Schwartz. P.C. Manoria sir. I shall now humbly request Dr. Pratap Jethwani sir to please felicitate Dr. Partha Kar. Dr. Partha Kar has been an Indian representative working with the NHS, changing the entire system, working for the advocacy of type 1 diabetes. What passport is he? I think he has both the passports and dual citizenship is okay for us. So let us have a huge round of applause for all our international faculties. Thank them for joining us from lands far, sharing their knowledge, their time, and their expertise with us. Thank you so much. Dr. Peter wants to say something? Yes, sir.
I just mentioned the energy of the colleagues in India. I just mentioned how passionate the colleagues in India are. That it's for me an honor to learn from our Indian colleague. And look onto the slide. I announced it a few minutes ago, and the colleagues already put the IDF Congress on Diabetes Complications on the list. I warmly invite every one of you to come to this Congress, and everyone should bring a colleague with him, so that next year we dive deeply into discussing how we can prevent complications of diabetes, maybe leading to diabetes remission, but finally improving the quality of diabetes care. It's an honor to me to work for you. Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Peter, we never say no. That's the motto and principle behind all the Indians working so successfully. Yes, that's all our international faculties. A round of applause again. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to request, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. One of the other reasons for putting that up was so that all my colleagues across India know our dates, and let's not clash another event next year. That's why we put that, so we can have all of you here and we can be at your meetings across India. So 4th to 6th September is for DRS IDF complications meeting, and I hope all of you join in as partners for next year's meeting.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I am going to request Dr. Partha Kar, who has made some breakthrough leaps in the advocacy for type 1 diabetes, to talk about the breakthrough type 1 diabetes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to keep it very short. The first thing I'm going to say, Banshi sir, मैं बोल रहा हूँ, क्या है? क्या यार? अब सुनो यार, अच्छी बात बताएंगे. So, I think we live in a world where it feels like everything is on fire. Everything is not working. Everybody's at war, everybody's fighting each other. But I always believe it depends as to what media you're watching and your viewpoint. You come to a place like this and you see a lot of good things are happening. That's why you're all here. So I must say, the first thing to say is a big thank you to Manoj and Purvi for laying this out for all of us to be here. And also a big opportunity for the hospitality that we have received, all of us have received, and from Breakthrough T1D, the opportunity to come and showcase what we are doing, giving us the platform. So forgive me if I get it wrong, but I think the saying is, "Mi tumcha abhari aahe." Yeah. Manoj, next time I'm going to test your Bengali, yeah? But thank you very much. And I think that's all I have to say. I think it's a wonderful collection of people who are all together trying to do the right thing. And that can only be a good thing. अच्छा है. बुराई नहीं है दुनिया में. अच्छा भी है. But it is a good example of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Partha Kar. We have yet another exciting segment, and I'm going to request Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir, who is one of the course directors for a program called the National Diabetes Educators Program. A warm welcome to all of you for this entire DRS Diabetes Educators Award excellence ceremony. And it is my honor and privilege, to be standing and inviting Shashank sir to felicitate all our diabetes educators who've done wonderful job in educating people with diabetes, and education is one of the most important pillars. Our course directors, Dr. V. Mohan sir and Dr. Shashank Joshi sir, have been designing the entire National Diabetes Educators Program. And from what I was hearing from the USV team, that they have brought out 28,000 diabetes educators in the past 15 years. That is an enormous feat. So Shashank Joshi sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dhruvi. नमस्कार सगळ्यांना. मराठीत बोलणार नाही आज, इंग्लिशमध्ये बोलीन. Professor Peter Schwartz, thank you for encouraging India, and we call you honorary Indian, and now you have a long-term visa. We hope that you get a permanent visa to India, and you can even change your residence after retirement to India. So thank you so much for supporting India. Please put your hands together for Peter. I think he's always been very, very kind and supportive of India, and all of us as brothers and sisters. He has looked after India as his own family. Thank you so much. So I think Partha is an honorary Indian who shuttles between, I think, how many cities, how many countries, I don't know. But Partha, thanks for supporting the Type 1 community and getting some funds to India. And I think it's very, very necessary. And I think your wisdom and vision is very necessary. Simon, thanks for coming all the time, 24/7, educating us. I have seen him on many occasions. Dr. Mohite, thanks on behalf of MCGM for leading Mumbai at the forefront of the NCD clinics. The entire movement has been spearheaded by MCGM, and you and the entire team have been the foot soldiers in this. Put your hands together for Bansi, Manoj and Purvi. Please give them a standing ovation. I think they deserve it. They all deserve it. They three can sit down. Purvi have to sit down, but I think they really deserve a standing ovation. These three are there for them. Nothing is impossible for them. If I ask them, something has to be done, they always do it. So I think congratulations to all the three of you. It's like a teen murti, you know, and I think it's very, very wonderful. I have to, really thank particularly Anil, Harsha and Sunil for speaking your hearts out for the community, which is a large community here. I can see a lot of people here for type 1 diabetes. I think it's very inspiring and very, very encouraging for people living with diabetes. I think and there are many people in the audience who we want to do. Now, this particular segment is about recognizing educators. And, we had Professor Bob Risa, then president of ADA, coming to India with Carmine Kulkarni, who was the educator head for American Diabetes. And she said there is no Indian Association of Diabetes Educators. So we initially started with Dr. Mohan and myself, Indian Association of Diabetes Educators, and we wanted to roll out NDEP, National Diabetes Educators Program. And we wanted to first do a capacity building for everybody so that the doctors in their clinics, their assistants, like in the US, there is a physician assistant. In UK, there is a nurse. In Germany, there is a nurse or educator. We didn't have that. So we decided that any person who has a basic qualification of 12th grade and above, if it's a degree, it's great, but is assisting a diabetologist clinic, we should train them and give them modular training for diabetes education. And we didn't have support that time because, educators never get support. Because the biggest problem for Indian doctors, we felt, is that then we had around 60 million people living with diabetes in India. And this is almost a decade and a half back. And we had only around 4,000 people with expertise in diabetes and 500 endocrinologists in the country. So it was humanly impossible for 500 or 4,000 people taking care in their busy practice, seeing 50, 100, 150 patients a day, to give a communication. So the educator's job was to be the intermediary, that helping hand, to be the bridge between the doctor and the person living with diabetes. And that was the whole idea of this entire program. And therefore, we started this program. We published work, Dr. Mohan and myself, on the first module, and we kept on expanding these modules. And then, of course, my brother Bansi joined me very, very actively on this entire program and got IDF Southeast Asia support for the same. So we have been now, as Dhruvi rightly said, 28,000 plus diabetes educators in the country. And these, outside their work hours, on every Sunday, both the doctors and the educators spend some time on this 1 year module. They go through a pre-test and a pre-course questionnaire, and then they go through another questionnaire after the entire program is over after 1 year, and then we award them with these certificates. So clearly, today we are honoring some of them and who have completed the course. And Manoj and Purvi have been very active in this entire journey with us as the preceptors and Bansi. So I would now like to call upon the people and the Diabetes Educator Award for Excellence, and we could announce their names here, and I would like everybody in the dais to come up here. Can I have the slides up here? And I would ask all people in the audience to felicitate them. First is Anam Sheikh. Can we have the slides up? Somebody can put up the slides. Yeah. Anam, can you come up, please? And I'll request Peter, Partha, and Simon, and everybody on the road, Dr. Mohit, to do the honors.
Next, I am going to request Abhishek Gupta to please come on the stage, followed by Chaitali Wahwal, Dr. Prashant Mulik, so let's keep on clapping for these diabetes educators whose relentless efforts are making a real difference in the lives of countless people with diabetes. Chaitali Wahwal, Dr. Prashant Mulik, I keep requesting my really esteemed audience to stay clapping, use the calories that we are going to add to lunch. Ms. Kamudi Chavan, Mulik, Miss Manali Vora, Niyati Parikh, Miss Ritu Khanna, Miss Ritu Khanna, Miss Sara Mukundan, and Miss Shimani Sunil Nandare. Congratulations to all our awardees. Let us clap for all our awardees, and let's hope that this recognition not only honors the achievements, but the vision of Dr. Shashank Joshi sir has really brought to light a very important part of diabetes management education.
So thank you so much, all of you all, and I think these are our true foot soldiers of people living with diabetes. They are the connecting hand. They connect the dots. They connect care. And I think their service, particularly during the pandemic times of COVID, was unbelievable. 24/7, our educator community was connected with the people living with diabetes. So I think put your hands together for the entire community of educators, nurses, and all the healthcare workers, both in the hospitals and in the community space, who have been constantly waging this fight and helping out that helping hand for people living with diabetes. There are many dietitians in the course. There are many nurses in the course, there are many healthcare assistants in the course, many doctors in the course. So I think it's a wonderful thing that more and more people are getting enrolled. And thank you so much for a patient hearing. Thank you.
देवी और सज्जनों, अपने दिल की धड़कन को थम लीजिए और समझ लीजिए कि पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. Because to showcase the spirit of DRS in truly unique way, we present the theme performance by organizing committee. So please sit back and enjoy. Can we have a big round of applause for organizing committee?
We'll request our dignitaries to take their place in the audience while our DRS organizing committee presents to us a very, very enthusiastic dance performance.
Invite the organizing team of DRS to showcase the spirit of DRS in truly unique way. A very wonderful dance performance that we are waiting for.
काफी कुछ सुना होगा मेरे बारे में. समुद्र, सितारे, और रात भर जागने वाले ये झिलमिलाते नजारे। मैं हूँ मुंबई।
It was truly power pack performance. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. As we conclude this inauguration, I may invite Dr. Rutul Goklani for vote of thanks.
So, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, doctors and friends, thank you on behalf of DRS from Amchi, Mumbai. Cheer it out loud! I feel honored to pronounce vote of thanks on behalf of organizing committee of DRS 2025 at Mumbai. My first thanks always to Almighty God, Ganesha, God for making all of us able to be what we are today. My sincere thanks to our Dr. Peter Schwartz, President IDF, for making it possible to be with us despite of many odds. I humbly thank our guest of honor, Mr. Anil Kokani, Mrs. Harsha Kokani, Mr. Sunil Dusija, Dr. Shailesh Moite for joining us this inaugural ceremony. Thanks to Dr. Shashank Joshi, Dr. Banshi Sabu, Dr. Parthakar for gracing the occasion. A conference is what its enlightened, distinguished faculties make it, and no words of praise would suffice to express our gratitude to dignitaries, faculties. Here I would like to give thanks to all our international faculties, Dr. Simon Heller, Dr. Juliana Chan, Dr. Manilka, Dr. Asma Deeb. I would like to thank all our national faculties for traveling from different part of country to serve the scientific feast. I'm thankful to our industry partners especially who had supported this meeting in big way, and their open handedness made our conference comfortable. At this moment, I would like to thank entire local organizing committee of DRS 2025 for the handwork and efforts. Big thanks to management of Geo Convention Center, Trident for their venue and hospitality. A huge thank you goes to the management of event organizers, RX events, especially Neelam Chandarana first and Hardik later, for making this event and execution flawless. I would like to give big thank you to most important individuals for any conference, and there is delegates. I personally thank each one of you for being present here, and I'm sure will enjoy the rest of the scientific program, some this evening gala program with gastronomic treat. I also thank you, all of you, the personnel who have directly or indirectly helped us in organizing this wonderful meeting. If I have forgotten any name, please pardon me. And once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Jai Hind. And happy birthday to Makkar sir and Dr. Seema Bagri. And we request you all to join again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Rutul, for the wonderful thank you. We did not thank you. Thank you, and join us all for lunch. We have very sweet and nice modak of Ganpati Bappa for all to savor. Manoj sir, Dr. Manoj Chawla sir, there is an emergency on the stage and we require you on the stage, please.
It is.
It's like the parliament.
It's like a parliament, but on the state level. Yes, she's just taking her slides. She wanted to do that. That's what she's doing from behind the console. It's all in the sub format. I think you just scan it, or it's in the DRS group as well. It's pinned in the DRS faculty group. The Chowpatty. You are in the right hall. Yeah. No, but you'll still be. Sorry, okay.
It's not too young.
No. We are getting on position as well. Our council came before us to talk. Nagin.
Let's do that because you already did. Okay. You do the
Introduce
then
Peter.
So you know what? Till the time we are all waiting, I know we are a mixed crowd now. We have Dr. Peter here, we have Dr. Asma here. Let's utilize your time and let's utilize the audience as well. And maybe if you agree, we'll have a question and answer. Some question and answer as to what the IDF has a vision about, or how it is different in the Gulf and the UAE in terms of diabetes management. Yeah, thank you. So we have our colleagues, the pharma colleagues, as well as our doctor colleagues. Anybody you would want to ask a very curious question about how the IDF is working? We have Dr. Juliana Chan. We have Dr. Simon Heller as well. Yes. All right, then I'll ask Dr. Peter the first question and let's break the ice. Neelam Bhabi, can we have a mic for, yeah, thank you. We still wait till they come inside. They're the politician. Yeah. Yes, we got you one. Yes. So, Dr. Peter, if you could just briefly, for our audience, which is again a mixed audience, tell us how the IDF could be useful for people who are not yet members. Is there a membership that can be taken? Is there a fellowship? And how are the IDF courses? Something that could interest my audience right now.
Yeah. Oh, this was the most difficult part of your question. Something what is of interest to the audience right now. Yeah, but for you, if you don't know IDF, IDF is a global NGO, and IDF is a roof organization of 256 diabetes organizations in the world. And I must say this is pretty cool, but it's also pretty heterogeneous. We have member organizations who are pure patient organizations, and other member organizations who are very hardcore scientific or physician-based research organization. And so there's a big spectrum of organization. And you might say this is difficult. At the end, it is not. It represents the whole spectrum of what is needed in diabetes care. And during my presidencyship, I want to facilitate the involvement of patient organization actually much more, and also of endocrinology organization, because these are two parts where IDF is not very well represented. And we just had the discussion, and I said there are more than 800 diabetes organizations in the world. So it's a big, big number. IDF represents only 256. So you could say pretty small organization, but IDF is the largest NGO in the world. This is also interesting. And of course, representing the, I would say, 90% of the big organizations. But to do something, to have an impact for 830 million people living with diabetes on Earth, you need to have a heterogeneous organization. And if you say what is attractive for the audience, what we will do in the next coming 2 years, there will be a guideline on fasting and diabetes. And this is something what will be totally unique. And you might say, oh, I don't care about the fasting and so on, and it's far away and so. But last Friday, we finished the consensus group for the 26th ADA EASD guideline, and we found a consensus for the chapter fasting and diabetes. So the first step from IDF is in the ADA EASD guideline, and the next step will be our own guideline representing 19 different fasting models. Then in a few minutes, actually, in 20 minutes, we start a consensus meeting here about AI and diabetes. And you again might say, it's far away from my daily work. But if you're honest, yeah, if you want to write fast an email, we might use ChatGPT. If you want to write a proposal, we use Perplexity, or we use the AI tools slowly more and more in our daily behavior. Some unstructured, some very structured, students very much focused sometimes. And so this is actually interesting and will have a very strong impact on the way how we work in the future, and of course also in diabetology. And I had a long conversation with Google and the colleagues in the United States and in Europe, and they say, we fear this, because they say 85% of the health content on the internet is wrong. It doesn't mean that it's totally wrong, but it gives not the right recommendation. Now, imagine generative AI. Yeah? It means the AI is learning from all the sources they have access to, learns from 85% wrong content. Yeah? And this is of risk. And that's why it's so important that we, as healthcare professionals, we, together with the patient and educators, define what AI applied to diabetes care should be. And we are not yet there. Yeah? We are fascinated. Some people say it's a fascination of AI. Others already talk about the inertia of AI. But there's no science back-up definition how to use AI in diabetes care. And this is something IDF will strongly focus on. Is this of interest to you? What is it? Oh, it's totally boring what Peter is saying.
No, some people are nodding. Some people are nodding. They're, yeah, yes.
There's one question, yeah.
Yeah. So my question, thank you, Professor Peter. That was amazing to know that, yes, of course, when it comes to AI, and it's a very regular question, people feel that if AI is here, then what is the role of a doctor? And therefore, very important to know that it has to be supervised. The mind still has to be the doctor interpreting that, what kind of AI should be used specifically for diabetes care. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I understand this kind of fear that AI is stealing at the work. I'm totally on the other side. I'm very optimistic that AI will help us, that we can dedicate our time to those patients who really need our help. And I see a big potential. AI is available 24/7. Why not allowing patients who have little questions, who need support, who have standard questions, talk to AI? Maybe even AI can become a medical qualification and do some treatment, even some prescription, I would say. But those patients who have complications, who really want to talk to us, they should come to us. And suddenly we have more time for them. So I think this is a scenario where AI can help us to become physicians again, I would say it like this. Of course, there are colleagues also who have a much more pessimistic scenario. But this should be the call of action, that we jump in and say, we define what will be AI in the future in our hand. And there are a lot of engagement going on, and especially here in India, Doctors AI is a brilliant initiative to do this. And India is on the forefront on the definition of AI in medicine.
Very interesting times indeed. My question to Professor Asma is that, of course, yes, you've been hearing diabetes all over the world. How do you see diabetes in the Gulf? What are the challenges? And can you enlighten us about what good you have done there so that we can also try to imbibe that out here?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ritu. Thank you, Dr. Peter, for the wonderful interaction. And please, all of you, clap your hands for our chief guest, Shri Rahul Narvekar ji. Rahul ji is the MLA of the Colaba Assembly, and he's the Speaker of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. Sir, please, can we have you on stage, please? And I'll request Manoj sir to please formally introduce our chief guest.
Afternoon, everyone. So we are extremely privileged to have amongst us Shri Rahul Narvekar ji, the Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly and the MLA from Colaba constituency. Rahul was to join us for the formal inauguration, but we can understand the schedule between multiple meetings and travel. But nonetheless, we are extremely grateful that he's joined us now. And we shall soon proceed with our rest of the scientific agenda. We are extremely thankful to Rahul's uncle as well, Narvekar ji, to convey our wish that he comes and spends some time with us. And while you all are here, we would like to first felicitate Shri Rahul Narvekar ji for his presence amongst us, the DRS, the Diabetes Research and Solutions meeting in collaboration with the international body CODI, which is Controversies in Diabetes, Obesity and Hypertension. On the dais, accompanying Shri Narvekar ji, we also have, of course, Professor Peter Schwartz, President of International Diabetes Federation, Dr. Purvi Chawla, the Organizing Secretary of DRS CODI 25, Dr. Banshi Sabu, the organizing chairperson for DRS CODI 2025 and the chair of IDF Southeast Asia, and Dr. Asma Deeb, a senior endocrinologist from UAE who has joined us today. So with that, let me invite the dignitaries on the dais to come together to felicitate Shri Rahul Narvekar ji. Team RX.
Please a round of applause for our chief guest.
well, sometimes we have different perceptions of politicians, but today is a time that the politician amongst us is just one amongst us, and an extremely well-informed an individual who actually are there in the seats of policy and decision making, and also running the government and being the actual representative of the people in the government. Today, all of us realize that the people in the power in the government are actually your allies and your representatives, and hear your sound and your appeals and do the needful. To Rahul Narvekar's credit, he's been known as one of those popular politicians with far reach and closeness to people. I can see people from the same constituency. I can see Farida, who probably is from Kolaba and from the same constituency as Rahulji. So with those few words, may I invite Shri Rahul Narvekar to say a few words for today's gathering and this conference, and we again thank him for his presence amongst us.
A very good afternoon to all the medical practitioners as well as delegates present in this conference. The DRS, Diabetes Research and Solution Conference, which has been organized over the past 3 days, 22nd, 23rd, 24th August 2025 in Mumbai, in association with CODI, which is the international body dealing with healthcare with regards to diabetes. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing this conference yet another successful time in the city of Mumbai. And needless to state that such conferences are not just beneficial to medical practitioners, but they are beneficial to the society at large, because this is the platform where you all deliberate, you all discuss, share your experiences, which are at the end of the day utilized for the betterment of the human race and humankind, for giving a healthier world and a healthier country to us. And I am extremely grateful to all the medical practitioners who have participated in this conference for enhancing their own knowledge and enhancing their knowledge with a purpose to enhance the life standards and life expectation of citizens of this country, this state, and the world at large. In India, we believe in the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is the whole world is considered as our family. And keeping those ethos in mind, the organizers today have got along and brought along talent from all over the world to share their experience and ideas for providing better healthcare systems and disease management systems for the people at large. I'm aware that, as you all are all aware, today India is one of the most aspirational countries in the world. Today, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we stand to be the 4th largest economy in the world, surpassing many big and large economies in Europe as well. And today is the time when we aspire to become the 3rd largest economy by 2027. And by 2047, India will be a fully developed nation with having extremely high healthcare standards, having healthcare security for every citizen. And therefore, I think the medical arena and the responsibility of professionals associated with the medical field is paramount and extremely high. And therefore, for achieving the dreams of 140 billion people who, 1.4 billion people who belong to the country, this country, you all have a lot to deliver. There's a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. And as a public representative and as someone who's bestowed with the responsibility of the state legislature, I would like to assure you of my best support in this noble cause of yours of taking forward the journey of healthy India and a healthy world. As you all are all aware that India is one of the youngest nations in the world with a mean age of about 29.1 years. Countries like the United States have a mean age of about
34 years, with China having a mean age of 41 years, India is one of the youngest countries in the world. And if we want to use this demographic advantage to become our real advantage to make India a superpower, economic superpower in the days to come, we need to ensure that this young population is a healthy population, and to ensure that this young population remains healthy and battles disorders, lifestyle disorders like diabetes, we should ensure that we canvass this cause as much as possible and we provide the best healthcare system to the citizens and the youth of this country. As a statesman, as a politician, as a policymaker, I would like to assure you that the government of the day is very, very serious when it comes to healthcare in this country. A decade back, the position with regards to healthcare was way different than what we see today. And I'm sure that you all as medical practitioners have realized and noted this change in the field of healthcare in this country. I once again would like to assure you of my fullest cooperation. Like Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you want to see. I'm sure that the doctors in the room present here today, the medical practitioners who have attended this conference, who want to see a change in the medical setup of this country, will be a part of that change and join hands with the government of the day to provide a healthy atmosphere and a healthy living condition for the citizens of this country. Assuring you of my best wishes and fullest support in the times to come. As the Speaker of the State Assembly, I assure you that when it comes to legislating on laws of your interest, we shall leave no stone unturned to ensure that good, adequate laws are passed for the benefit of the medical. Express my apologies for being late here today. I had some prior commitments in my constituency. I'm supposed to fly out to Delhi in the afternoon, so I won't be able to spend much time with you today. But my best wishes to you. Thank you for having me here. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, Rahulji. And at the previous inauguration, we left it halfway for the same reason, because we had information that Rahulji is reaching. At this stage, let me ask all of you to rise, and we will formally conclude our inauguration ceremony with our national anthem.
भारत भाग्य विधाता द्राविड उत्कल बंगा उछल जल तरंग तव शुभ नाम तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय
Kinjal. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for staying back. We shall be starting with the scientific agenda as per schedule. The hall managers to take over and start with the next plenary session. Kinjal.
Hello. Moving to our next session, DRS Cody present session. I'd like to call Dr. Peter Schwartz and Dr. Ashma.
So it's a great honor for me to introduce the next speaker, and it's Juliana Cheng coming from Hong Kong. And I know Juliana since more than 20 years. At least I feel like this. And she is a well-known expert working in Hong Kong, and she is one of the big frontiers and leaders in diabetes prevention. She started prevention trials. She is always thinking about what to do better. And there's something unique about Juliana, always impresses me. In discussion with Juliana Cheng, and you identify a problem or a new task or a new idea, she says, let's do it. And this is representing her. She is one of the leaders and doer in diabetes prevention and modern diabetes care. It's an honor to have you here, and I'm looking forward to listen to you.
Thank you, Peter, for that kind introduction, and thank you, Dr. Asma, for co-chairing this session. I am extremely grateful to Dr. Puva, Dr. Meno, and also Dr. Banshi for inviting me to give this lecture. And this is really a fantastic meeting, particularly the focus on solutions. I think we have a lot of problems, but I think, we have to try and try out solutions in order to learn as we go along. And just looking at the titles of this symposium, you really could see the creativity, the knowledge, and also the wisdom among the faculty members and also the organizing committee. I've been given the task to talk about digital registers and data-driven care tools. So first, I would like to welcome you all to Hong Kong, also a very vibrant city of 7 million people at the southern part of China, and also now rejuvenating itself against, the rapid economic development in Greater China, which is also establishing great ties with India. And I think these two giant countries are going to transform the world in all fronts. So these are my disclosure. And I just thought I will start with the story. I think these stories that I'm sure many of you have seen, particularly in developing economies. So when I first came back to Hong Kong from UK more than 30 years ago, Hong Kong was just at the beginning of its economic development. And these are many success stories that I've seen. So it's just when I was a junior faculty member, it was one of those evenings that I admitted a 45-year-old lady with shortness of breath. And of course, when you look at the chest X-ray, she's in heart failure and she's got retinopathy and she's actually in renal failure. And really going back to the history, we all taught to do good history taking. So in fact, this was when she was 22, she married a gentleman from Hong Kong, and she was actually living in China. At that time, it was very common to have marriages between Hong Kong men and also women in mainland China. She gave her the birth of her first child at the age of 25, and then she moved to Hong Kong at 28, and the affluence of Hong Kong given her improvement in life, but also given her a lot of issues. She put on a lot of weight. And then at the age of 30, she had a second pregnancy, and she was found to have gestational diabetes, despite having universal healthcare coverage, and that she was advised to have OGTT after, the pregnancy. She did not. And of course, she already had diabetes for over 10 years when then she first presented, really to the healthcare system with this awful carbuncles over this on the back, and I still remember very distinctly. And when you went through the nose, of course, her glycemic control was very poor. She was really episodic in terms of care. She was asked to have insulin. She refused. And of course, now she had everything affected. And so here, during her 20 years of life, she missed many, many opportunities. And I think really these are some of the motivating force that help us or that drive us to make some changes and try and develop solutions. So not only people in the lower socioeconomic class affected, so these are, diabetes affect all young and old, rich and poor, and also all ethnic groups. And here, this is a pair of twin sisters that I see. So if you've seen the film, right, Sliding Door, you would know what I mean, the message. So both sisters, right, both twin sisters, they were highly educated. They were not obese. They were very lean. They have a very healthy life. Both of them had gestational diabetes at the age of 30. Both of them developed diabetes at the age of 35, but both of them, particularly the one in Hong Kong, would not actually go and see the doctors because she doesn't really think why she should have diabetes. There's a lot of, rejection. But she was surrounded by some very caring family members who were actually managed by a private diabetes center that also, helped set up with the university. And I went there once or twice a month. And so she was persuaded by the family members to come and see us. And it took her 2 or 3 years to finally agree to have regular follow-up. And ultimately, she was put on all the right drugs. She's on insulin. And now she's in her 60s. She has no complications whatsoever. But sadly, her sister, who actually lived in the United States, and she did not have a lot of family support, and her care was, we're not quite sure, but she's been asked to put on insulin, but again, she won't go on it. And finally, at the age of 50, she died of end-stage kidney disease and also stroke. So these two sisters, they share the same set of genes, but they live in different places, they have different care standard, and the outcome is totally different. So this is really the premise of diabetes as I see it. Really is diabetes a very heterogeneous condition with multiple causes, trajectories, and outcome. And really our job is to redefine, right, to unravel this heterogeneity in order to individualize, personalize care with precision and value. We all are born with a set of DNA from our parents, and really that also put us on slightly different starting points. And depending on perinatal exposure, our childhood, our adulthood, etc., then, these would, your education level, your exposure, your work life, etc., your social habit would, depending on your age and also your ethnicity and your sex, you will develop diabetes at different age of diagnosis. The key point is only 1 in 3 people would develop diabetes at the age of, when in the lifetime risk of diabetes, 1 in 3. Even people who are overweight or obese, about 1 in 3 of them develop diabetes. So there is some predisposition for individual, and we have to find them. There are people who are obese and, so are obese or overweight or high age, they do not have diabetes. There are lean people who are young who have diabetes. But ultimately, these complex causes will actually give rise to these 4 major risk factors: glucose, obesity, blood pressure, lipids. If we can sort it out, we can sort out a lot. However, the complex interactions among these 4 risk factors will create a very abnormal internal milieu that would damage every single blood vessels and nerves. And this will this can be seen, okay, from the retinopathy and the albuminuria. These are really the surrogates of the outcomes. And these are all the cardiovascular, renal disease, heart failure, and as we get better control of blood pressure and lipid, we are now seeing more cancer and also, frailty, dementia, etc. And this gives rise to all the comorbidities, hospitalization, and premature death. Over 20, 30 years, as we've seen it. However, if this person have access to care, medications, education, and support, this would not happen. So my talk is about registers, okay? So I just thought, I'll search the PubMed and see, what is the publications on registers. And you could see that really between 1969 and 2025, the number of publications of registers has grown. And I think, our group is also part of that journey. So really one of the first field papers on register is published by Weddell in 1973. And here there's a little bit of a clarification. Registers is the database. Registries is where you keep the database. So strictly speaking, it should be register. So the principle, of setting register is actually collate information from a defined groups over time, which may be used in the prevention or treatment of disease, the provision of aftercare, the monitoring of changing patterns of disease and medical care, and the evaluation of planning of service. So this is the purpose of a register. And, in 1993, the St. Vincent's Declaration of the IDF, suggested that we need to have diabetes centers, we need to have diabetes register and diabetes team in order to provide, good care to people with diabetes. And I happened to be on board at that time, so we set up the diabetes register in 1995. After 5 years, it was adopted by the whole hospital authority that look after all the hospitals and clinics in Hong Kong, become the territory-wide risk assessment and management program. In 2007, we received a major educational grant and we digitized this Hong Kong Diabetes Register protocol. And then at that time, we also developed risk equations to visualize the data. And with the help of a lot of our collaborators from Asia, we have the JADE Register. So I want to highlight that we learned a lot from these registers. And really, we are not just talking about medical issues, we are talking about a societal and mental issue. So these are really just some of the papers that we have published. So among all the biomarkers, I'm sure you agree that albuminuria is the most important biomarker. It really is the composite, of all the end products, all the consequences of those 4 risk factors we talked about. And these urine albuminuria and eGFR are highly predictive of all-cause death and cardiovascular renal endpoint. Your education is very, very important. Again, with this register, we have very, very careful documentation of all the covariables. And after we have adjusted for all the variables, your years of education is independent predictor of death. Using the register, we're also able to document, the percentage of people with depression using PHQ-9. About 10% of people have depression. And again, these people are more likely to die. So therefore, diabetes is really, have many faces and we need to sort them out. And here I want to highlight again that register is not the same as electronic medical record system. A register is well designed, implemented, and kept. It has an impact and it has a purpose. We're trying to combine practice and data analytics to drive actions. So in most of the administrative databases, you have age and sex, but a lot of those key parameters, which are the exposures, are not actually systematically collected unless you have a register design incorporated into the EMR. Most of the EMR might have lab result, might have drugs, and also ICD codes. But having a good register, with all the variables, then you can link it to register, and that become a very powerful tool. Now, of course, we now have a lot of risk equations, risk prediction tools for CKD and CVD, but are we really seeing the big picture? And I think we are not just talking about CKD and CVD, as I already pointed out earlier on. Diabetes is really a digital condition, right? And health literacy and numerical literacy is absolutely essential. These are the numbers that we're dealing with. They all have prognostic significance and they all inform medical decisions. So if we don't measure it, if we don't monitor it, we can't manage the patients. Likewise, this kind of combination of digits different kind of permutation and combination will define that person's risk profile and his future fate. And we need to use that information to educate, engage, and empower the individuals. Many of you will have seen this figure, the ADASD, but again, emphasizing the importance of those 4 risk factors. But I particularly want to highlight the inner 2 circles. Very few people talk about it, but I think that is really what we have signed up to do. The goals of diabetes management is, of course, prevent complication, preserve quality of life. And the principles are surveillance of complication and screening of risk factors with monitoring and ongoing review. To avoid therapeutic inertia, we need to understand the underlying physiology in order to individualize treatment, reduce the risk of hypoglycemia. We need to have some structured education and support in order to modify behavior, to provide psychosocial support, taking into consideration social determinant of health, and with shared decision-making using the right kind of language. And of course, that would call for an organization of your practice in order to deliver care, and that also has to take local context into consideration. So there's a lot of talk about CGM in this meeting, and I want to highlight that, we also need to align the needs of the patients and providers in order to bring out the best of technologies that include not just CGM and drugs, etc. Now, I think when a person who have lost the sensing, once they lose the incredible balance mechanism of sensing glucose and secreting insulin in a very well coordinated manner, then it's just like the thermostat actually become dysfunctional. And here, anything this person do, the eating, the exercise, the sleep, the emotion, the alcohol and the smoking, the medication, the sick day, the body weight, will all affect the blood sugar. And of course, here, in the CGM, we are capturing all this information, but have we captured all the other information in order to make good sense out of it? That is a question that we need to really think about, because I think, we really need to have good data in order to have good AI model. Otherwise, it's rubbish in, rubbish out. Very, very important. And that is really how we physicians become critically important to help and gather those information in order to make these AI models that are valid. And there are some papers showing that clinicians also experience barriers and also need for CGM implementation. They need patient education material. They want to have some CGM samples of devices to show the patient. But most importantly, they need somebody to help them to, practice to help and educate individuals. And of course, if we can integrate the CGM into the HR, that would be good. That was a very interesting paper, and that is really looking at the health literacy of people using CGM. And essentially, they were, testing the health literacy score and also the numeracy score of these individuals, a very broad representation, multiple ethnic groups, both type 1 and type 2 diabetes and different ages. And you could see that really the number is not very good. Most of the score is actually below the median number. Now, interestingly, actually, the CGM is initiated by, in 50% of the patients by the doctors, and about only 48% of these people were actually given education. And even among those people who were given education, 10% of them thought that it did not actually address their needs. So, food for thought. Here, I think all of you know about this KDIGO heat map. Does it mean anything to these people? The albuminuria and the EGFR are very powerful. With that, you have 15 risk categories, and they are all predictive outcome, and they are, our treatment guideline. However, when you actually look at the real-world data, albuminuria is one of those parameters that are not actually being measured. And it makes you think, why is it difficult to measure an albuminuria? Every one of us in this room would know it is difficult, right? Given that you only got 5 minutes to look at the patient. So this is just the enhanced data showing that 1 in 3 people with diabetes, hypertension, or diabetes only have urinary albumin test, and of these, 1/3 of them will have albuminuria. And so a lot of albuminuria and CKD are actually being missed out. So when you see a patient, I wonder what are the questions that go through your mind. And these are certainly the ones that have been sort of on my mind over these 30 years or so. When I see a patient, who is this patient? Who is his or her problem? Do I know what he wants or what he needs? What is his long-term risk? And how can I mitigate that risk? Because we are not interventionists, we are doing prevention. So we are managing risk. Does this patient really know how to manage him or herself for the rest of her life? Will I know whether he or she would come back to the clinic later on? Will I know what happens to him or her in 5 years? Do I know how well I have performed? And how can I demonstrate that my diagnosis and care is actually making a difference to this individual? And how can I ensure the quality of care of this patient when this person might be seeing different people and also may not be coming back? As a care provider, can I tell my payers that I am providing value-based care? That means prevent complications and good quality of life. As a researcher or KOL, can I learn from this data relevant to the population and context to create impact? Those are the motivations behind the register that we actually set up in 1995, more than 35 years ago. We all know that, the clinic doesn't work. It's just so busy. And you have to change the setting in order to implement integrated assessment and management in order to create a register. And most importantly, those data will have to be fed back to the providers as well as the patient in order to overcome clinical inertia and to motivate self-management. And so we don't need really huge resources. We need a small room. And that is exactly how we started. Just a small room with some office equipment, just simple tools, a fundus camera, not a fundus, really just a fundoscopy, and then also, tuning fork and monofilament. But it was all about organization. I get assisted from a very good nurse and then also a clerk. And that's it. That is the beginning of the register. Because we doctors can diagnose, we can prescribe, and then we can also make decisions. But we need some paramedics to help and gather that information to help us evaluate the patients, to engage and also empower the individual. That's the beginning of the register, aim for quality assurance, risk stratification, personalized care, and patient empowerment. If your setting allowed, that can be linked to an EHR where we can benchmark performance, identify care gaps, and also evaluate the effectiveness of the care model and also track outcome. And very simple, we just want to make sure that we attain those 4 targets, A1C, blood pressure, lipid, and also the use of organ protective drugs, for which we have many, but many of you know that many of these patients are not started on it. Even if you start them on it, they are not taking it, or they are not adhering it, and they are prematurely discuring it. So, starting somebody on the drug means a lot of follow-up actions. And of course, with that, need to have the assessment and also, to monitor these individuals in order to achieve those outcomes. And indeed, since 1995, that is really how we set up the Hong Kong Diabetes Register. So basically, it's all scheduled. And so now all 5 days, we will have complication screening, of course, the data enter, and then at the same time, in the afternoon, we will be able to give the report back to the patients. And that is the beginning of a series of actions. You know that this patient needs insulin, you know that these patients need CGM, and some of the special needs patients, such as type 1 diabetes, the young onset diabetes, the CKD patients, as well as the weight management programs. And this is really a very, very good setting to help and train up the patients, train up not just the patient, but the care providers. And this is really how we build up our nurses and also our data scientists and also our patients. But of course, the data is really the basis for all these risk equations. And because of the comprehensiveness of the data, these risk equations are very predictive, nearly 75 to 95% accuracy. And you can see that these are different combination of risk factors would then give rise to different outcome. And here you can see that EGFR and ACR are really very important. When we started doing this register, immediately it became clear that there are inter-ethnic differences. Of course, the UKPDS is really the gold standard at that time, but then we found that, the UKPDS risk equations overestimates the risk. And you could see that actually the Hong Kong Diabetes Register, they predict the risk very well, well within the 95% confidence interval of the observed rate. A lot of these risk equations also do not take into consideration previous events, for example, but of course your previous events is also a very important risk factors. And in this particular risk equation for stroke, age, A1C, albuminuria, and history of CHD really predicts stroke very well with more than 85% accuracy. So 5 years later on, government actually decided to adopt the whole model, and to their credit, they really train a lot of diabetes nurses, set up diabetes centers, and they only do 4 things: structured assessment, education, relay between the doctors and the patient, and also providing peer support. And here you could see really over that 13 years, more than 330,000 patients were screened, and progressively you could see how A1C, LDL cholesterol, systolic blood pressure came down, and this was translated to really marked reduction, 50 to 70% reduction in cardiovascular disease, stroke, heart failure, all the acute complications, and even death rates. However, and this is also where we can review unmet needs. So in this extensive database, including 0.8 million people with diabetes now captured in the territory-wide electronic medical record system, with the diabetes register protocol built in, the patients with the young onset diabetic patients, these are 1 in 5 people diagnosed before the age of 40, they remain to have 5 to 8%, 8-fold increased risk of death compared to their non-diabetic counterparts. So there's a decline, but not so much in the young people. And likewise, when you look at the A1C, these are people with poor A1C control. Over time, A1C improved, but again, less so in these young people. So in 2007, we were able to incorporate, this Hong Kong Diabetes Register together with the risk equations. And here you could see the portal enabling people to perform a structured assessment. You don't have to do it all the time, probably at diagnosis 1 year later and maybe every 2 years. And really, when you think about 40 years of life with diabetes, only 20 assessments, they really can save your life. Then you could actually use very simple, how do you visualize the data, such a complex piece of information to really let people know, that they belong to the high risk, low risk, medium risk. And most importantly, these 4 major risk factors, are they on target? How far away from target and what is the trend, and of course also the 5-year probability of risk. And I'm so grateful to all my Indian friends, and together we have really collaborated over a long period of time to gather this data from a broad range of settings. And with the support of 300 healthcare providers, we gathered about 120,000 patients, from 8 countries, 11 countries, and here we were able to replicate a lot of findings. Here you could see that 1 in 5 people in Asia were diagnosed before the age of 40. 1 in 3 of them were actually chronic kidney disease. And together we were able to show systematically, how compared to just a simple assessment, the issue of a personalized report together with education, we can, a doctor nurse team, we can make increase the risk factor control and also reduce risk of death and also complications. Once we got this register, we were really able to start doing a lot of work. So this was really just one of those studies supported by EASD and other foundations, and then really documented that 10% of people have depression, and these people have very poor A1C control and also a high risk of hypoglycemia, probably because of poor adherence. And using this register platform, we're also able to do randomized trial, and this is one of the trials that I really liked, where we actually randomized 660,000 people with diabetes. They all undergo the JADE assessment. 1 year later, they all improve in ABC, literacy, etc. But we found that actually those 300 people who were randomized to receive peer support were less likely to be hospitalized. And those people who have got diabetes distress were more likely to be hospitalized. And so that means that people with diabetes distress and no peer support, they are the ones who are more likely to be hospitalized. So these kind of, pragmatic trials are very revealing. So in Hong Kong, we have a dual track system. We have public care, we have private care. So private care, maybe they don't have all the sort of support. So as a university, we set up a non-profit risk assessment center, and basically the nurses would actually provide the JADE assessment, personalized reporting, and then with an annual reminder, telephone reminder, we were able to show, that compared to the usual care, this kind of joint care between the private sector and also the academia, with these quality assurance initiatives, we can prevent cardiovascular disease, cancer, and all the outcome by 50%. And indeed, throughout those 30 years or so, I think these data, a very, very rich data resource in Hong Kong, have driven a lot of, actions, raised a lot of political awareness. And you could see that over the 16 years, the good thing is actually we should not always look at the bad things. In those places that have, in these 16 high-income countries that have nationwide data, the diabetes-related death rate has come down. But Hong Kong has one of the highest decrements. The death rate has fallen from 3% per year to 1.3% per year, which is a 70% drop. And this is also mirrored by really a lot of the Asian countries are having that kind of improvement. So if you are a researchers, right, these databases are not only here to improve care, but they also are knowledge discovery. And we have a biobank that goes with it. And here we were able to really discover a lot of genetic variants which are particularly relevant to Asia. For example, like PAX4, this is first reported by our group, and this is only found in Asians. And this is very important for young onset diabetes. And also, we will be able to measure a lot of anti-GAD and also C-peptide. And this really helps us to redefine and polygenic risk score to really understand the heterogeneity of diabetes, particularly in young onset diabetes. And this will actually also spark off with, currently we are doing several large-scale programs, which is the precision prevention and also diabetes care, particularly in young people. So, the importance, this is really just from register, it's now become outcome models. So using this 30 years of data, we were able to really build a model to predict lifetime risk of 10 major endpoints: cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, end-stage kidney disease, severe hypoglycemia, cancer, and all-cause death. Very powerful data and also with validation. And that predictions, over a lifetime concord very well with the observed rates. And so here, by using some simple parameters, you could see that, we can actually predict the 10 events over 15 years of this individual, for example, a smoker, a middle-aged man with some of those typical risk factors, but we can start manipulating these risk factors and then also, tell them what are the likelihood in terms of these events. But very importantly, these sorts of databases and models are very important for economic evaluation of technology and strategies. And this is really all we are currently we are doing, because a lot of the clinical trial only stop for a few years, but you can use this kind of models to really work out the lifetime benefit of this treatment. Again, using these databases, we can do a lot of propensity score matching because they are very well documented in terms of this exposure. And I just really want to highlight, for example, this paper, this I like very much. The majority of our patients are still treated with metformin and sulfonylurea, but here, the introduction of DPP-4 inhibitors in people within 2 years of diagnosis or before the A1C went up to more than 7.5%, we will markedly reduce the glycemic variability. Here you could see that the A1C variability is markedly reduced, and this is a major predictor for outcomes. And those people who have actually started early intensified treatment, you do it early, and then also with reduced A1C variability is really associated with a lot of reduction with all endpoints, including death and also, severe hypoglycemia and all the CV renal outcome. So, treating patients early, identifying them early, and then treating them properly really, really make a difference. So really, in my last few minutes, I just want to end up about this this suggestion that we should be using register to conduct randomized clinical trials. We all know that we all done clinical trials. We know the importance of recruiting patients, and also, when you recruit patients, you need inclusion/exclusion criteria. And that's really how all these registers become very, very useful for you to sort out patients very quickly. You need to randomize them, you need to record them, you need to retain them. And so in order to do a register-based randomized clinical trials, quality data collection is very important, and also with all the quality assurance procedures, and this together with the register and together with the stakeholders, the sponsor, the clinicians, and also the statisticians will be able to efficiently, randomize people into different kind of intervention. For example, parallel arm crossover cluster randomized trials in order to, evaluate outcome in a real-world setting. And this is really where, we have also done this JADE-assisted team-based care to confirm, really more than 2,000 people, the benefits of register together with a team-based care on achievement outcome. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to finish off by really highlighting that establishing a high-quality register, by combining practice and research will drive actions. Register is a very powerful training tool to build administrative care and research capacity, especially physicians, scientists. Change of setting and team deployment overcomes the barriers for structured assessment regarding the eye, the blood, and the feet and the urine. And performing OGTT is very, very important to identify high-risk individuals for prevention. Structured multi-system assessment would engage the patients and those at risk and help improve health literacy. The proven impacts of Hong Kong DR has really improved change policy and improved the outcome in people with diabetes in Hong Kong. The JADE platform has very good cybersecurity, data de-identification. It will also overcome concern about data transfer, confidentiality, and system interoperability. Register-based clinical trials will enable implementation of multi-center study by a doctor nurse team and make gathering data more affordable and sustainable. And depending on the setting, the establishment of biobanks combined with high-quality register will close the data gap in precision medicine for the global south. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Juliana. I think in the interest of time, there won't be time for questions, but thank you very much indeed. First time I hear the difference between registry and register. So thank you for that. Juliana, can you come back? We need a photo, please.
Yes, yeah.
Don't we?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello. Moving to our next session, the three wise women. If you can choose only one for type 2 diabetes management, I like to call up the chairperson, Dr. Minal Mohit and Dr. Vinod.
So good afternoon, everyone. So there's a very old adage, when the three wise men left, the three wise women arrived. And the three wise women were Mary, Elizabeth, and Anna. So I'll invite the first wise woman. She can choose to be any one of them. I'll invite on the dais Dr. Swati Srivastav. Madam is the present governor of ACP, professor of medicine at SMS Medical College, Jaipur, close friend and dear to her. Swati ma'am, please.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this podium. And thank you, Dr. Meenal and the chairpersons and all, the entire team, DRS. Yes, three wise women, interesting story. And this is not getting connected? Yeah. So a disclaimer, this is not an animation movie and this is not a cartoon film either. But yes, three wise women talking, debating as to if you want to choose only one drug for type 2 diabetes management, what it should be. And I'll be speaking on the GIP-GLP-1 receptor agonist. It's an interesting topic to choose on, diabetes being such an upcoming epidemic. If we want to choose one drug, how should we go ahead with it? So if we look into it, we know that type 2 diabetes is a progressive disorder, and much before the diagnosis of the disorder, we have already begun on our cascade of micro as well as the macrovascular complications. So that is something which makes it even more difficult to understand and to control, because we know that the complications have begun to occur already. The other important thing, we know that treating early treats the long-term complications. We know that a suboptimal glycemic control in the first year of diagnosis, if we keep a glycemic control more than 6.5 in the first year of diagnosis, we have a much higher risk of micro as well as macrovascular complications in the future. So this we know very well as the metabolic memory and the hyperglycemic legacy which is there, which persists. And so what is our target? Our target is first to diagnose it as early as we can, and number two, as soon as we diagnose, we have to control it well. We have literature which states that if we control it well, we can reduce the rates of myocardial infarction by 20% risk reduction in future life, as well as a 19% risk reduction of all-cause mortality. And the other way around, if it is not controlled, then we have a much higher risk. So intensive treatment in the early phase becomes important. This is something that we have gone to realize from the past few years. And then we talk about what can we do for that. So incretin-based therapy, why should we say that incretin-based therapy should be a treatment of choice for us when it comes to this, as the question which was that which is the best drug you can think of? So when we look into that, what is the pathophysiology? This we have seen so many times, that there is an impaired insulin secretion, impaired glucagon, increased glucagon secretion. So this is the pancreatic point of view from which we have which contributes to the hyperglycemia. There's an increased hepatic glucose production, which is very important, mainly accounting for the basal hyperglycemia that remains, an impaired appetite regulation, decreased glucose uptake, increased lipolysis, decreased incretin effect, and increased glucose reabsorption at the level of the kidneys. So we have so many drugs which act on some particular of these areas, but then we have some group of drugs which act on multiple of these areas, and of which we have these group of the GLP-1 receptor agonists. So this is what I have to say, that when we have to manage in a holistic and a multifactorial approach, then these drugs are a very good, agents which have impact not only on the increasing the insulin secretion, lead to a reduction in the glucagon secretion also. The hepatic glucose output also, they have an impact on delaying the gastric emptying, and hence they prevent the immediate hyperglycemia which occurs like post meals, postprandial rather I can say. The impact on satiety and the hypothalamic centers, leading to increased satiety, so less food intake, less cravings is what is important, beneficial impacts on the cardiovascular system, and low risk of hypoglycemia. So a multi-factorial approach with a multi-pronged impact which the incretin receptor analogs that we have. So now if we look into this, we have these DP4 inhibitors. We know that they are relatively weaker when we talk about efficacy wise with regard to the incretin receptor analogs. So now we have a situation where we have one GLP-1 receptor agonist, which Dr. Lily will be throwing much more light on. But we have a combination of GLP-1 receptor as well as the GIP receptor analogs. Now, why do we prefer the GLP-1 to GIP-1 receptor analogs? Why do I prefer that? I will be discussing in the next few slides. So looking into the dual GLP-1 and the glucose dependent insulinotropic polypeptide, that is the GIP receptor agonist, let's see how they work. So if we look into the proposed role of how they work, we see that the GLP-1 receptor activities, mainly when it comes to the CNS, is a reduced food intake, an increased satiety, increased nausea, and pancreas, it leads to an increased insulin secretion and reduced glucagon secretion. Stomach, there's a delayed gastric emptying. Whereas when we talk about the GIP-1 activity on the CNS, again there's a reduced food intake, some decreased nausea can occur, is there usually as against the GLP-1, which leads to increase in nausea. And the pancreas, what is interesting to know is there's an increased insulin secretion like the GLP-1 activity, but there is an increased glucagon in a glucose dependent way. So what do we mean by that? What we mean is that when there is hyperglycemia, the glucagon is suppressed. But when the same patient tends to go into hypoglycemia, the glucagon may increase and prevent the hypoglycemia occurring. So it's a glucose dependent mechanism which occurs specifically with the GIP activity. The GIP activity also has a significant impact on the adipose tissue. So adipose tissue, by increasing the lipoprotein lipase activity, it leads to an improved metabolism of the lipids, leading to and it also has an impact on insulin sensitivity being increased lipid buffering capacity, increased blood flow to the adipose tissue, increased storage capacity, and reduced pro-inflammatory immune cell infiltration. So a significant impact on the adipose tissue and glucose-dependent impact on the glucagon, and a good CNS involvement are the additional benefits with the GIP. So looking into the GIP action on the adipose tissue, a high-fat diet leads to an increase in the K cells, which the K cells are the K and the L cells are the one which lead to the incretin release in our body, and the K cells lead to a release in the GIP secretion. So when the GIP is secreted in excess, when the glucose levels are low, this, as I said, the GIP promotes the glucagon secretion and from the alpha cells, preventing the patient from going into hypoglycemic episode. As oppositely, when the patient is in hyperglycemia, then it inhibits the glucagon secretion. And when there's a hyperglycemia, the insulin secretion is the one which is mainly occurring. So it has this impact depending on the glucose levels. And then it has an increased lipoprotein lipase activity. So what does lipoprotein lipase do? It helps in the chylomicrons. The triglyceride chylomicrons are then broken up into free fatty acids and glycerol, which are then taken up for energy by the muscle cells and the fat cells. So it puts into use the fat where it should be used and not just for the storage purpose. So GIP has an definite impact on the adipose tissue as well. So when we talk about this dual antagonist, we know what we're talking about is tirzepatide. And the tirzepatide activates the GLP-1 and the GIP receptor. It's the structure which we have in market is based, the structure is based on the native sequence. It has a very good activity on the GIP receptor. It has a relatively lower activity on the GLP-1 receptor. The half-life being around 5 days, so enabling a once a week dosage, and there is no dosage adjustment required with renal or hepatic impairment. So having looked into the physiology of how the GLP-1 GIP receptor agonist acts on in our body, and especially in cases of type 2 diabetes, let's look into its impact on the obesity. Now, it's very interesting to know that tirzepatide addresses the biological adaptations of obesity. So what do we understand by the biological adaptations of obesity is that when there is a person is obese, he develops a lot of there's a cascade of events which occur as a biological adaptations in the form of some hormonal changes occur. There's an increase in appetite. There are so many changes in the metabolism so as to preventing the person from losing weight. So and a lot of cravings and all that come up, and all these prevent the weight loss which a person would be trying to do. So the biological adaptations also, these GLP-1 GIP receptor agonists they have an impact on that, and they reduce the appetite and the caloric intake by increasing the feeling of satiety and reducing the hunger. Also, very importantly, reducing the intensity of cravings and preferences for high sugar foods and high fat foods. This becomes very important. The patient does not like so much as he used to like the high sugar and the high fat foods, and this becomes important in controlling. Then the GIP receptor agonism in adipocytes further modulates the lipid uptake and regulates the glucose uptake, improving insulin sensitivity and increasing lipolysis by binding to the human adipocytes and activating the GIP receptors. So this combination has been found to have a significant weight loss, and out of which there's a major fat mass loss rather than a lean muscle mass loss. Now, looking into some literature as to how these are working, and some evidence for what is the evidence that we have with tirzepatide, and we know that for weight management, large number of clinical trials have been done. Surmount 1 was a trial which was done for weight management of tirzepatide versus placebo, and that shows a good weight loss. We'll be discussing in the next few slides. The second, Surmount 2, was weight management in diabetic patients. 3 was after an intensive lifestyle program. Then one arm was continued on tirzepatide, and the second was with placebo. And 4 was weight reduction maintenance, and Surmount 5 was a very interesting trial which most people are talking about these days, is the maximum tolerated dose of semaglutide one arm and tirzepatide second arm. And what does evidence show is that the weight reduction with tirzepatide was in the Surmount 1 trial was 16% average weight reduction with 5 mg of tirzepatide at 72 weeks, and with 15 mg we get a weight loss of 22.5%, which is very, very significant with any molecule as such. So patients with obesity on tirzepatide experienced an improved body composition. Yes, this is just one more minute. There was a greater fat mass loss than the lean body mass loss, and there was a better waist circumference reduction as well. So that then goes on to a reduction in the visceral fat as well. That becomes very important with regard to the organ function and dysfunction. What about the HbA1c reduction? Was very significantly better, and even the cardiometabolic parameters were shown to have improvement in the form of systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, triglycerides, and LDL reduction with an increase in HDL cholesterol. The Surmount 5, which looked into tirzepatide versus semaglutide, because the next speaker will be talking about the GLP-1 receptor agonists themselves, why they alone are not sufficient. So it has been found, the data clearly states that where the maximum tolerated dose of semaglutide showed a 15.4% reduction, the tirzepatide showed a 21.6% of reduction of body weight. and the larger number of patients had a weight reduction at 72 weeks. So what about the adverse reactions? So it has to be considered whenever you talk about the good effects of a drug. Then what are the side effects? Yes, we do have some gastrointestinal side effects, being the most common: nausea, diarrhea, constipation, dyspepsia. They were mostly comparable. When in SURMOUNT 5 we saw that they were comparable in both the arms. The injection site reaction was more with the tirzepatide group as compared to the semaglutide in the SURMOUNT 5. Otherwise, as like all GLP-1 receptor analogs, the nausea, vomiting, diarrhea were the most common side effects. So summarizing, tirzepatide significantly reduced body weight by an average of 16% with 5 mg, and then when we go to a higher dose of 15 mg, 22.5%. The superior weight reduction compared to semaglutide, 61.6% with tirzepatide versus 15.4% of semaglutide. Improvement of key cardiometabolic parameters, and most importantly, the adverse reactions being gastrointestinal, which could be controlled by a proper counseling to the patients. So let's hope the 3 wise women align themselves to a single final conclusion. Thank you very much. This is my institute where I'm working since past 30 years, my alma mater, Savi Man Singh Hospital. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Saudi. Thank you so much for that enlightening lecture. I think we'll be having our discussion later on after.
So I'll be leaving actually. So
I mean, if anybody has any questions, we can allow a couple of questions. I think, I mean, we have got some paucity of time. We'll just go to the next talk. So after that excellent lecture, I mean, let me invite Dr. Lily Rodriguez. She's a consultant physician and diabetologist and director of Stride Hospital, Hyderabad, also a professor in medicine at Maheshwara Medical College, Hyderabad. She is going to be going to speak on our next choice, what it can be. Dr. Lily, thank you.
Swati ma'am, please, your momento and felicitation. Ma'am, just a second, because she is leaving, we need to felicitate her. So only by the time I request the chairperson also, Dr. Priyanka, you know that, kindly take stage. She is a diabetologist at Metro Plus Clinic, Pune. I request Minal ma'am to please felicitate Swati ma'am. Thank you.
So good afternoon and welcome to the post-lunch session. I thank at the outset the organizers, especially the duo who has so wonderfully organized this conference, and thanks for the opportunity. My topic is on GLP-1, why GLP-1 receptor agonist is the best choice for glycemic control versus SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor plus GIP, the talk that we just heard of. My talk will run into 3 aspects: introduction, how does GLP-1 receptor score over the other, and how does the both scores over the GLP-1 receptor. I mean, how does GLP-1 receptor scores over the both combination. So we all know there is an inadequate glycemic control in India. 77 million living with diabetes, 77% of people with diabetes have poor glycemic control, and only about 8.6% have mean HbA1c level which is less than 7%. So there is a definite need for a better control. So people with type 2 diabetes are at increased risk of CV complications,
with unstable angina, myocardial infarction, heart failure, stroke, and even peripheral arterial disease. So coming to how does GLP-1 receptor scores over the SGLT2 inhibitor, my next speaker will speak to us wisely about that. And also, how does GLP-1 receptor will be the next one. So glycemic efficacy of oral semaglutide, I'll be talking to you about oral semaglutide first, and then I'll come to the injectable semaglutide. So we all know about the Pioneer 2 study, which was done with the GLP-1 receptor agonist with head-to-head comparison with empagliflozin. So oral semaglutide 14 mg provided a superior reduction in HbA1c compared with the empagliflozin 25 mg at week 26 and 52. And 7 out of 10 patients achieving the targets of HbA1c less than 7% with oral semaglutide. So weight loss mechanisms, when you look at that, SGLT2 inhibitor and GLP-1 receptor agonist. SGLT2 inhibitor works only by glucouresis, that is calorie loss due to increased renal glucose excretion, and GLP-1 receptor agonist has many mechanisms whereby it reduces the weight, that is by inhibition of gastric emptying, decreased calorie ingestion through central nervous system, and reduction of acid secretion. Superior glycemic control by oral semaglutide is compared with empagliflozin. 63% of oral semaglutide offers 63% greater HbA1c reduction than the empagliflozin 25 mg. We most commonly use 10 mg in our practice. So this was compared with 25 mg, and even there 63% was achieved by semaglutide. Now, as I said, 7 by 10 patients achieved HbA1c less than 7, and 4 times patient achieved HbA1c target with oral semaglutide versus 25 mg of empagliflozin. So when you look at the systemic inflammation, there was Pioneer 2 study which clearly showed that there was a reduction of 37% of inflammation with oral semaglutide. And when you look at compare the ease of use, choice between oral OD dose, when you look at the GLP-1 receptor agonists, of course it was very easy, and SGLT2 not very easy because it has to be taken in the morning, it has to be taken with water, it has to be told to the patient that all these side effects have to be informed, and it is almost like an informed consent that is to be taken with every patient. eGFR monitoring not required with GLP-1 receptor agonist, ketonuria and ketonemia monitoring is not required, and antihypertensive treatment monitoring usually not required with GLP-1 receptor agonists. So coming to the risk and tolerability, risk of genitourinary infections, very low risk, or if at all no risk with GLP-1 receptor agonists, and here SGLT2 inhibitors, we need to use it with caution. So all other risk of amputation, we know about the canagliflozin, and risk of volume depletion, risk of fractures, all of these are very much low with GLP-1 receptor. The only thing is pancreatitis and maybe gallbladder stones patients, and cancer of thyroid history needs to be looked into before we start the patients on GLP-1 receptors, and GI adverse events have to be also cautioned. So what about the drug safety communications? These are all the communications that are there in the handouts to the patients. Fourniers, gangrene, amputation risk, acute kidney injury, urinary tract infections causing serious kidney and blood infections, bone fractures, and diabetic ketoacidosis. These are all the warning signs, black box warnings are given by the FDA requirement. So these are not there for GLP-1 receptor. And the risk of fractures, GLP-1 receptor is almost nil, but maybe there with the, very low risk, not to be really mentioned. When you come to SGLT2 inhibitors, induced increased bone risk fracture, although it is hardly seen in our country, but if a patient has already amputations in the past, you need to be cautious about putting them on the SGLT2 inhibitors. So this was a comparative safety review between GLP-1 receptor agonists and SGLT2 inhibitors. You have cardiovascular events, which is both are protective, blood pressure, both are protective, volume depletion, SGLT2, you need to be cautious in patients who are dehydrated. Fractures, you need to be cautious. Heart rate, the GLP-1 receptor may increase the heart rate, so you need to be a little cautious about patients who have tachycardia. Heart failure, of course, SGLT2 scores over the GLP-1 receptor, and pancreatic disease, GLP-1 is safe, but SGLT2 is neutral. And genitourinary infections, of course, cautious. Amputation the amputations, GLP-1 is neutral, and SGLT2 one needs to be cautious. So key takeaway for GLP-1 and SGLT2 inhibitors, rising incidence of diabetes in turn increases the risk of CVD. The mortality, morbidity due to CVD is considerably high in postmenopausal women. GLP-1 receptor and SGLT2 inhibitors are two classes of drugs recommended to be used in diabetic patients with CVD risk. GLP-1 receptor shows significantly better HbA1c reduction as compared to SGLT2 inhibitors, and the weight reduction benefit of GLP-1 receptor agonists is significant and sustained, and SGLT2 inhibitors increase the significant risk in fracture incidences, increase probability of urinary tract and genitourinary tract infection, which are an important adverse effect seen in females particularly. So coming to development of ASCVD, we all know that early endothelial dysfunction is there while patient gets, at the onset of diabetes, and it increases with monocyte recruitment and foam cell formation, development of fatty streaks, and atherosclerotic plaque formation. So how can we reduce this is the question, and when we write a drug, that is what we need to look into. We need to look into the efficacy, body weight, and hypoglycemic effect. Now, SGLT2, both have very good effect on this, but potential side effects of the SGLT2 inhibitors need to be thought of before you put the patient, and whereas a GLP-1 receptor, you need not think about those things. Now, exceptional CV benefits of GLP-1 receptor agonists is to be understood. This is a given particularly for disease of pipes, which is benefits of GLP-1 receptor agonists are predominantly on ASCVD pathway, that is pipes. All the guidelines now advocate the usage of GLP-1 receptor right at the top of the onset of treatment for diabetes. And the SGLT2 inhibitors are particularly given for patients with heart failure or a pump patients. Patients with type 2 diabetes are definitely at high risk of intrinsic myocardial disease, particularly women with microvascular cardiomyopathy, hypertrophy, and fibrosis, stiffness, heart failure. So benefits of these two have to be understood and thought of. So GLP-1 receptor agonists provide multiple benefits in patients with type 2 diabetes, reduction in HbA1c, fasting post-lunch, minimal hypoglycemia, weight reduction, CV benefits, tolerable side effects profile, and approved for wide variety of patients. So this is an umbrella to protect ourselves from the rain of various complications of diabetes. So therapies to manage type 2 diabetes, we have these GLP-1 receptor versus SGLT2 inhibitors. We all know about ominous octet. Now, the GLP-1 receptors act at all these in fact 6 areas, whereas SGLT2 inhibitors, they function with decreased glucose uptake and increased glucose reabsorption. So the inhibition of increased glucose reabsorption. So there are only two areas where the SGLT2 function. So the glycemic or reduction of HbA1c effect of SGLT2 is slightly less as compared to GLP-1 receptor agonists. CV mechanisms, we all know. Now this is all GLP-1 receptor, reduction in inflammation, glucose increase in uptake, reduction in ischemic injury, improves the liver function, improves the heart rate, reduction in inflammation, whereas SGLT2 inhibitors, you have already heard about all this. So this improves mainly the heart failure. Now GLP-1 receptor, not SGLT2 inhibitor, should be preferred antidiabetic for ischemic stroke prevention in patients with diabetes. Finding the right class with existing evidence, SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptors, you have all these benefits which are higher in terms of efficacy of HbA1c and significant HbA1c and weight reduction with oral semaglutide has been already established. And in the SOUL study, the MACE by 14% adults with type 2 diabetes was established, CVD and CKD. Now, this has been already described in detail by my previous speaker. So, in brief, GIP and GLP-1 are two main incretin hormones, and the only complementary effect of GLP-1 makes it better in terms of weight reduction, but all the other effects are mainly because of the GLP-1 receptor agonists. So injectable ones, we all know that is available now, but one important thing that I would like to say is diet and exercise guideline should be given to all the patients who are taking GLP-1 receptor and SGLT2 inhibitors as well. Maintain muscle mass, energize and balance, avoid GLP-1 side effects of constipation, nausea, heartburn. Liquid for hydration is to be maintained. So semaglutide is the only GLP-1 receptor agonist with positive health outcomes in CKD patients and with type 2 diabetes. It addresses all three components of the ADA EAST consensus report and definitely needs to be advised if patient can tolerate the price as well as the drug. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily ma'am. Our next speaker is Dr. Nandini Rastogi. She is the consultant physician and diabetologist from Kanpur. She is the president of IMA Kanpur, president of Kanpur Diabetes Association, president of Physician Forum Kanpur.
Good afternoon, friends. This is not moving. The pointer is not working. Pardon? Thank you. So a very good afternoon to all of you. And as the so-called third wise woman, my job is to battle with the SGLT2 inhibitors. We all know that the paradigm in the management of type 2 diabetes has moved on from being glucocentric to an overall cardiometabolic renal risk reduction. We know that these oral medications are approved for type 2 diabetes. They act on the kidney's SGLT2 transporters to reduce the glucose reabsorption, now recognized for pleiotropic benefits beyond glycemic control, and the FDA indications have expanded to include heart failure and chronic kidney disease with or without diabetes. They work on increasing the sodium excretion and urinary glucose thereby reduce the plasma glucose and blood pressure, also lower the insulin levels, cause mild ketogenesis, improve the cardiac fuel efficiency, have favorable impact on the volume status, arterial stiffness, and preload and afterload on heart failure. So they cause weight loss and control of sugars by glycosuria and calorie loss. The fluid overload. The SGLT2 therapy leads to reduction in the fluid overload, largely driven by the osmotic diuresis. They also improve the cellular energy efficiency, and these mechanisms contribute to the glycemic control, cardiovascular, and renal benefits observed in clinical trials. When you see the key metabolic effects, a modest A1C reduction of 0.6 to 1%, independent of the beta cells, a modest weight loss of 2 to 3 kgs, they lower the systolic and the diastolic blood pressure, reduce dysfunctional fat, and improve the insulin sensitivity. They also lower the uric acid and triglycerides and may decrease the risk of gout. On CGM, they've been shown to decrease the glycemic variability. This is the summary of the cardiovascular outcome trials with the various SGLT2 inhibitors. For paucity of time, I'll just take some of the main ones. The landmark trial you all know was EMPA-REG, which compared empagliflozin versus placebo in patients of type 2 diabetes and atherosclerosis and showed to decrease cardiovascular death by 38%, all-cause mortality by 32%, and hospitalization for heart failure by 35%. So first evidence of mortality reduction from a glucose-lowering agent. And what is important, the benefit was seen within 3 months of starting therapy. CANVAS with canagliflozin decreased MACE in 14% patients. DECLARE with dapagliflozin decrease in hospitalization for heart failure by 27%, but no significant MACE benefits in the primary prevention cohort. And cardiovascular protection consistent with heart failure outcomes, but MACE varies by population risk profile. Dapagliflozin and empagliflozin tested in patients with reduced ejection fraction of less than 40% with or without diabetes showed that they decreased cardiovascular death and hospitalization for heart failure by 25%. The benefits were seen regardless of the baseline A1C, which validates their role in cardiology, and now they have been recommended in the heart failure guidelines as class 1 recommendation and across the entire heart failure spectrum. Emperor Preserved showed decrease in hospitalization for heart failure by 21% in patients with ejection fraction of more than 40%. Deliver with canagliflozin showed similar benefits. So they were the first therapies to demonstrate benefit in heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, expanded to entire heart failure spectrum. And now the guidelines recommend for heart failure with preserved ejection fraction in patients with NYHA class 2 to class 4. So in patients with type 2 diabetes and atherosclerosis, cardiovascular disease, the SGLT2 inhibitors, CVOTs, have demonstrated a distinct cardiovascular outcome benefit, and they have also shown consistent benefits for cardiovascular death or hospitalization for heart failure in patients with heart failure, regardless of the left ventricular ejection fraction category. So class-wise, they reduce heart failure hospitalization by 30 to 35%. CV death reduction in high-risk type 2 diabetic people. Atherosclerotic cardiovascular benefit is stronger in secondary prevention. And importantly, early divergence of events. The benefit appears within weeks to months after therapy. Now moving on to the second organ of protection, which is the kidney, and these are all the SGLT2 trials in patients with chronic kidney disease. They can potentially delay kidney failure by many years and also avoid hemodialysis sessions by many years. And the summary is that all agents slow CKD progression, especially with proteinuria. They reduce the EGFR decline, the end-stage renal disease incidence, and the need for dialysis. Albuminuria is regressed across the trials, and they complement the ACE inhibitors and ARBs in reducing the intraglomerular pressure. So using SGLT2 inhibitors on top of standard of care gives you pleomorphic multiple benefits. How do they work? Hemodynamic, natriuresis decreases the preload, afterload, and the glomerular pressure. There is fuel shift to ketones, which enhances the myocardial efficiency. Improved hypoxia-induced factors signaling energy efficiency in kidneys. They reduce the myocardial overload and also have anti-inflammatory and anti-fibrotic effects. Safety profile, my previous speakers have already spoken. 10 to 15% have genital infections, but these are either preventable or manageable. Slight increase in the UTI. Yes, there is a risk of volume depletion and hypotension, so we should use them with caution in elderly and those who are on diuretics. They carry a risk of diabetic ketoacidosis, including euglycemic decay, so we need to educate our patients about the sick day rules. Fournier's gangrene is rare. There was an additional amputation signal in the CANVAS trial, but that has not been replicated in the later trials, and the black box warning by the FDA has been withdrawn. So ADA recommends for type 2 diabetes with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, heart failure, or chronic kidney disease. KDIGO says to add SGLT2 to ACE inhibitors or ARBs in CKD with type 2 diabetes. The ESC, ACC, heart failure guidelines all give class 1 recommendation for heart failure with reduced, mildly reduced or preserved ejection fraction, and they encourage early addition after metformin, considered even before in high-risk patients. In fact, the NICE guidelines, which came out only yesterday, 22nd of August yesterday, they have put SGLT2 inhibitors as the first line drug even before metformin. So initiate if the EGFR is more than 30 ml per minute. For DAPA, it is more than 25. Hold during acute illness, fasting, or 3 days before major surgery, and avoid in type 1 diabetes due to DKA risk. The prescription has risen across the endocrinology, cardiology, and nephrology, and has almost doubled from 2020 to 2024. Also high uptake in heart failure and CKD clinics, even in non-diabetics. And with the patent expiry in 2025, the prescription has gained because of generic access. So this is an unequal fight. I will let this August gathering decide who's David and who's Goliath. But if you compare them 1-to-1 for glycemic control, SGLT2 inhibitors a modest effect, 0.5 to 1% reduction in A1C, more with the GLP-1, even more with the dual GLP-1. But SGLT2 are oral drugs, a single fixed drug, as compared to the other two, which are injectable, have multiple doses, and they have to be escalated in order to mitigate the gastrointestinal side effects, leaving aside the oral semaglutide, that is Rybelsus. For weight loss, SGLT2 again modest decrease of 2 to 3%, more with the GLP-1 RAs, more dramatic with the dual GLP, and other surrogate markers are also reduced by all the three drugs. Cardiovascular outcomes, SGLT2 inhibitors decrease the 3-point MACE by 10 to 14% in high-risk type 2 diabetic patients, which is a class effect in atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, and benefit is concentrated in those with existing atherosclerosis. GLP-1, 14% relative risk reduction, more effective in reducing fatal and non-fatal stroke, and they are the first-line drug for atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease reduction in diabetics. For the dual GLP-1 GIP, the CVOT, which is comparing dulaglutide with tirzepatide, is still pending. Cardiovascular mortality, reduced CV death in patients with established cardiovascular disease, and benefits are likely driven by heart failure and sudden death reduction. Pool data again indicates class trends towards improved survival. Hospitalization for heart failure strongly reduced, and they have become the class of choice for heart failure prevention. CKD progression, robust reduction in CKD with SGLT2 inhibitors, now standard of care for DKD, significantly reduce albuminuria, and they have become the first line in DKD for all type of diabetic patients with CKD or even in non-diabetics. Safety, common side effects with GLP-1 and dual GLP-1 which can lead to a discontinuation in 5 to 10% of the patient. Yes, genitourinary more common with SGLT2, but India is a poor country. Remember, type 2 diabetes is a chronic disease with lifelong treatment. Look at the cost. Rupees 40 to 1500 for SGLT2 in place of thousands. So, they are oral drugs, they are single fixed drugs, and they are pocket friendly with benefits on the kidney and the heart. So it's a win-win situation. So the adherence is better with the SGLT2 inhibitors. This is the timeline of major studies on SGLT2 and GLP-1. And in the middle, we have the combination therapy real-world studies. And what did these show? Combination therapy offers additive benefits of integrating complementary mechanisms and safety profiles. So, in summary, SGLT2 versus GLP-1 RAs or dual GLP-1, last slide, is not an either or decision, but rather a question of which first and when both. And finally, when women hold space for each other, mountains move, hearts heal, and magic happens, because we are never meant to compete. We are here to complete each other. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, ma'am. Now our mind shifted from GLP-1 to SGLT2. By any chance, anyone want to choose any wise woman for a questions? No? Okay. Lily ma'am, come on stage for a moment.
Both SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor have unique property. They should be considered complementary to each other and not competitive.
That is what I said. In the end, this is what happens.
I think each molecule has got its own place. I mean, if you see, it's very difficult to choose. I mean, with tirzepatide, we see a very significant weight loss, not comparable. But then the CVOT data is still lacking. We are just waiting for the Samont CVOT. But with GLP-1 SEMA, we have the SUSTAIN 6 and the SOUL study. So we have got significant MACE benefits. And with SGLT2 inhibitors, we have heart failure benefits. And the most important thing which Nandini ma'am has said, that it's become quite affordable to our patients now, because the cost comparing with them it's quite So all three are good molecules. All three have got their own place, and choosing a winner, I would say, would be quite difficult in this scenario.
Yes, I do agree to that. But the question raised was which one to choose if you have to choose one, not the two. If you have to choose one, only and only one, the obvious choice will be SGLT2 inhibitor because of cost, because of cost effectiveness, because of benefits, and the risks are lesser.
So I would agree with you, Dr. Bridgmore. While we are sitting in this beautiful Geo Convention Center of the financial capital of India, Mumbai, we tend to forget that India is still a low socioeconomic country, and many of our type 2 diabetic patients, they do not meet the basic needs of diabetes. So here are drugs which are oral, single fixed, pocket friendly, and proven cardiovascular and renal benefits. So it's a win-win situations. But I agree that type 2 diabetes, one size cannot fit all. You need to individualize treatment. So for years, for decades, we've been juggling with sulfonylureas, metformins, insulin, pioglitazone. But now we physicians, we diabetologists are blessed with these three blockbuster classes of drugs, which have actually revolutionized the treatment of diabetes. So my take to all the August gathering here is, please use them early, and use them wisely.
Yes. The question, the topic of question was, topic was, how would you choose one of them as a best drug to reduce glycemia, hyperglycemia? Yeah, so
if you had to choose one drug for type 2 diabetes, which one would you do?
Type 2 diabetes
It didn't say
improve
glycemia. It
to
said
improve glycemic control. That is the underlying.
No. Because now blood sugar is not important. Because blood sugar is not on. It is no longer that it has to be glucocentric. Management requires a cardiometabolic renal risk reduction.
Yes, I agree with all that you say, but I still say when you calculate the risk of ASCVD in a patient with diabetes, you need to think which drug to give first, which would benefit the most a person with, as I showed in my slide, how it progresses to cardiac disease, CVD risk in the later life, where you need to ask this patient to spend such a lot for the cardiac complications. So this drug, if given early enough, maybe for some time when you may stabilize the diabetes, I think it is still better.
Very true, very true. Due to paucity of time, further questions, sir, due to paucity of time, further questions we'll be taking with tea or coffee. I thank all the chairpersons, a humble thank you, and the speakers for this session. We have another fantastic session lined up, which is the IRO Obesity Summit, and I request the chairpersons, Dr. Bansi Sabu sir and Dr. Purvi Chawla ma'am, to be ready for the next session. By the time we have the customary photograph with the speakers, Dr. Lily Rodriguez ma'am, Dr. Swati Srivastava ma'am, Dr. Nandini Rasto. Also chairpersons, Dr. Priyanka Rasti, Dr. Minal Mohish here left. So we all know that IRO, which is All India Association for Advanced Research in Obesity, and the summit is IRO Obesity Summit. I request Dr. Bansi Sabu sir, if you're here, for chairing the session, and Dr. Purvi Chawla ma'am. Just Ake is on. I request Dr. Jyoti Dev sir to please chair this session of the IRO Obesity Summit. Dr. Jyoti Dev, sir, needs no introduction. He is fondly called as the technology man, diabetes technology man of India. Please take over.
Thank you, Vishal. Dr. Benshi and Puru will be joining very soon. So next we are having the prestigious Aero Symposium, and that is the organization for obesity in the country. And Dr. Makkar sir is one of the founder members. Dr. Benshi has arrived. So Benshi bhai, please. You are supposed to chair this session.
So Dr. Makkad is the first speaker. I mean, it's an Aero Symposium. Dr. Makkad is currently secretary for this Indian Obesity Society secretary. But one very important message which I want to give, that this year we are going to do AOCO. It is Asia Oceania meeting for obesity. As we know now, the diabetes is moving around obesity, or rather many diseases which we used to do the conference for them, it is now all move around obesity. And he is the main obesity man of our country. It is not that after few GLP had come and then he had become obesity man. Rather, he was primarily a bariatric physician since last 20 years. I know him. He used to do his meeting also, diabetes and obesity meeting. He's the guy who was very keen for obesity. So now we have Dr. Makkar, who is a past president of RSSDI, past secretary of RSSDI, very close friend, and he is going to talk on recent guideline and update of vitamin D in metabolic syndrome. Over to Dr. Makkar.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi, for a very kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I must thank Manoj, Purvi, and Bansi, and of course, Team DRS for this opportunity. I am going to be speaking on recent guidelines and update on vitamin D in metabolic syndrome. Unfortunately, I'm not speaking on anything, in core obesity, which is my passion. And though this is our session, I'm going to speak on something different. And just for everybody's information, this is a sponsored session by LCAM. So this is my disclosure. So in this presentation, I'll briefly touch upon role of vitamin D in metabolic syndrome, and also on the recent guidelines on vitamin D. There are multiple guidelines, but I'll be touching only on the Endocrine Society guidelines, which came last year, and the Indian consensus on, which is published in Indian Journal of Endocrinology on metabolism this year only. Now, we all know that vitamin D is an essential sequesteroid hormone involved in calcium homeostasis, bone mineralization, and has other functions also, including immune modulation and maintaining a normal metabolic health. Despite being widely sensitized through, sun exposure, the prevalence of vitamin D deficiency is widely prevalent globally, and India is particularly affected, though we feel we are living in a very sunny country, but we have very high prevalence of vitamin D deficiency and insufficiency. The past decade has witnessed the evolution in the understanding of its physiological role beyond the calcium homeostasis or bone mineral, maintenance, and there is increasing interest in its role beyond the skeletal benefits. Now, when we look at the vitamin D deficiency, usually it is subclinical, there are no symptoms, and that is why people don't notice it. Some people may have vague symptoms like bone pain, muscle weakness, frequent falls, especially in the elderly. But now we know that it may be associated with some of the chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and autoimmune disorders also. Now, let's have a look at vitamin D and metabolic syndrome. We all know metabolic syndrome is characterized by 3 out of the 5 components: central obesity, dyslipidemia characterized by high TG and low HDL, dysglycemia, and hypertension. If any 3 of these 5 are present, we label this as metabolic syndrome, and the relevance is that if there is clustering of risk factors, there is increased risk of cardiovascular disease. Now, we have evidence that vitamin D deficiency is linked to an increased risk of metabolic syndrome, and
of course, with the increased cardiovascular risk. There are a number of studies which suggest that vitamin D may play a role in regulating these components of metabolic syndrome, and low vitamin D levels are closely linked with the increased risk of metabolic syndrome. In people with obesity, there is sequestration of vitamin D into the adipose tissue, and this leads to lower levels of vitamin D. In people with diabetes and obesity, there is increase in insulin resistance and decrease in beta cell function or compromised beta cell function, which is again, part of vitamin D deficiency, and we are seeing more link into these conditions. Low levels of vitamin D have been associated with higher blood pressure and abnormalities in the lipids also. If you look at the physiological function of vitamin D, I can use this pointer on screen. So you will see here in this diagram that vitamin D actually is associated with, anti-inflammatory state, maintains normal or lower inflammation in body by reducing the pro-inflammatory cytokines, reduce production of free radicals, decrease autoimmunity against beta cell, and improves endothelial function. It also improves HDL, lowers LDL, lowers TG, is associated with lower BMI, suppresses RAS activity, thereby lowering blood pressure, improves insulin sensitivity, improves A1C level, reduces insulin resistance, and also shows beneficial effects in long and short-term maternal complication in women with gestational diabetes. Now, vitamin D acts at multiple metabolic checkpoints, and the key areas which are associated with metabolic syndrome include pancreas, liver, adipose tissue, and muscle. And at all these levels, it improves insulin resistance, reduces inflammation, and improves fat distribution. It is associated with lower deposition of fat at the ectopic sites. Now, if you look at the pancreatic function, we have vitamin D receptors recognized in the beta cells, and we also have the enzyme 1-alpha hydroxylase. And presence of this enzyme actually produces local active vitamin D at beta cell level, enhances insulin secretion and insulin sensitivity, and reduces insulin resistance. Now, if we look at the inflammatory pathways, vitamin D level, the adequate vitamin D level is associated with increased production of anti-inflammatory molecule cytokines like IL-10 and lower secretion of pro-inflammatory cytokines like TNF-alpha and interleukin-6. Also suppresses the RAS activity, thereby lowering blood pressure, also changes the adipogenesis and fat distribution by promoting fat deposition at the subcutaneous fat level, and reducing the deposition of fat in liver, also reduces adipose tissue hypertrophy, thereby reducing the inflammation in the adipose tissue. Also modulates glucose transport level at the level of muscle by upregulating the glucose transporter 4 and increase uptake of glucose at muscle level and fat level, and protects against the endothelial dysfunction by increasing the activity of eNOS, which improves the production of endothelial nitric oxide and improves vasodilatation, vascular relaxation, and reduces the vascular inflammation. It also improves the lipid metabolism by regulating the hepatic lipid synthesis and clearance, and it helps in lowering triglyceride and improving HDL levels. The first evidence came from the studies based on the enhanced data of 1988 to 1994, when this population-based study, which was a cross-sectional analysis of 6,000 plus patients, showed that there was a relationship between the vitamin D levels and metabolic parameters like fasting glucose, 2-hour glucose, and serum insulin, and they found that there was a clear inverse association between vitamin D and increase the diabetes risk. Then we got a very interesting study called D2D, or study which was a study which looked at vitamin D supplementation and type 2 diabetes trial. So in this study, vitamin D supplementation was given to people with pre-diabetes, and
study looked at whether we can prevent the progression of pre-diabetes to diabetes. 2,400 plus patients given 4,400 units of vitamin D on daily basis as supplementation, followed up for more than 2 years, 2.5 years. The levels of vitamin D significantly increased from 27 to 54, but no statistically significant reduction in diabetes incidence. So this study on the face looked, a negative study. But when they looked at the data, the deficiency of vitamin D was present only in 22% of the people with pre-diabetes who were recruited in the study. So the post hoc analysis was done. It showed that people who had severe deficiency, the levels of less than 12 nanogram per ml, there was 62% reduction in the development of diabetes. And those who maintained levels of more than 50 nanograms per ml showed a 76% reduction in the risk of getting diabetes as compared to those who had levels less than 30. So it showed that maintaining optimal serum vitamin D levels may confer substantial protective benefits in terms of reducing the risk of diabetes. Then we had VITAL trial, which again was a randomized controlled study involving 25,000 US adults and who were given daily vitamin D supplementation of 2,000 units. The follow-up did not show any significant reduction in the vitamin D of diabetes or metabolic syndrome in general, but the post-hoc analysis again showed potential benefits among people who were vitamin D deficient at the time of recruitment. So there was a significant trend towards benefit in terms of reducing the cardiovascular risk and metabolic syndrome. Then we have data from ENHANCE study looking at the mortality outcomes in diabetes. And this data was based between 2001 and 2014, data of the individuals assessed in US. Over 8.7 years of mean follow-up period, there was significant reduction in the all-cause mortality, and the people who had vitamin D levels of more than 75 nanograms per 75 nanomoles per liter, there was 42% lower risk in mortality as compared to those who had levels less than 50 or less than 25. Then we have very large Danish cohort study. This was a population-based cohort study in Denmark, assessed the vitamin D status and risk of type 2 diabetes in 2022 patients, and showed again, significant benefit in terms of reducing the risk of, diabetes or overall risk in people who had vitamin insufficiency. Then we have number of meta-analysis and observational data, again showing benefits of vitamin D. Now, if you look at the global perspective, we have a large population of 1 billion worldwide, and despite abundant sunshine, we have high prevalence of vitamin D deficiency. I think my timer was set wrongly because the time was 18 minutes. I think we have only 15 or something. Change? Okay. No, I don't want to talk as long. So we have large population, but in India we have widely prevalent, vitamin D deficiency because of multiple factors. We have darker skin pigmentation, air pollution, predominantly vegetarian diet, limited food fortification, so many things. And till recently, India lacked population-specific consensus-based guidelines on screening, supplementation, and target levels. And there are a number of guidelines which have come from various, international agencies which are focused on vitamin D deficiency, prevalence, sunlight exposure, dietary practices, and so on. So, Endocrine Society came up with the guidelines in 2024, but it had a very focused approach, limiting the recommendations to disease prevention in generally healthy individuals, and moved away from defining deficiency thresholds or discourage, routine screening. Now, in India, we did not have any guidelines. 2024 ES Endocrine Society, recommendations state that there is no recommendation for screening. There is no recommendation for less than 1 year of age. Between 1 to 18 years, it recommends supplementation with average dose of 1200 international units per day. Between 19 to 69 years, average dose supplementation of 600 units per day. After 70 to 75 years, about 800 units per day, and after 75, it recommends the supplementation on an average of 900 units per day because of the increased risk of mortality and fractures. In pregnancy, there is a higher dose recommendation for supplementation, approximately 2,500 units per day because of the potential to lower the risk of preeclampsia, IUD, premature deaths, and so on. And adults with high risk of diabetes, the average supplementation recommended is 3,500 units per day. Institute of Medicine again, came up with the guidelines in 2015, recommending minimal dosing on bone health, on population averages, and very little emphasis on extraskeletal benefits. Mexican consensus guidelines again, had a different approach, and this is the comparison. But the important thing you will realize in this, table is that all guidelines agreed that deficiency is to be defined when the levels are less than 20 nanograms per ml. Insufficiency is defined either about 20, or some guidelines, put a category of insufficiency between 20 to 30 and sufficiency about 30 nanograms per ml. Because of these reasons, we thought there was a need for India-specific guidelines because we have highly prevalent vitamin D deficiency, no standard guidelines, no specific recommendations for vitamin D supplementations, and inconsistencies for the cutoff values. And therefore, a consensus was required. And for this, 41 endocrinologists from across the country got together, developed a guideline using Delphi method, and this was published in the IGEM, which is Indian Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism, this year only. This guideline gives a standardized definition of severe deficiency, deficiency, insufficiency, and sufficiency, and also gives clear guidelines for screening strategies, population-specific supplementations, and dosing in special population. So target vitamin D levels for Indian settings are also defined. Now, I am showing you the comparative chart here. So the purpose of guidelines in Indian setting was to address widespread vitamin D deficiency in Indian population, to guide diagnosis, supplementation, and targets. The sufficiency threshold is kept between 40 to 60 nanograms per liter and not less than 20. And deficiency is defined less than 20 nanograms per liter. So this is because we have lower absorption of calcium in Indian population, and we need higher levels of vitamin D to optimize the intestinal absorption of calcium. Also, if you look at the PTH level studies, the studies in Indian adults show that PTH suppression plateaus at 40 nanograms per ml, not at 20. And so higher threshold, we need higher levels of vitamin D. Then if you look at the environmental and lifestyle limitations, we have darker skin. People are, avoiding sunlight because of the high heat or tropical weather, and sunlight alone appears to be insufficient. So it is recommended that we should screen high-risk groups like elderly, pregnant, obese, chronic illnesses, and general target group for supplementation should be general population and all risk groups. And the recommended daily dose for adults is about 2,000 international units per day to maintain a sufficiency level of 40 to 60 nanograms per ml. Universal screening is not recommended because of the cost. Then high risk conditions which need routine vitamin D supplementation are recommended to be conditions such as cerebral palsy, neuromuscular disorders, chronic kidney disease, chronic liver disease, malabsorption syndromes, people who are on drugs like glucocorticoids, anti-epileptic drugs, ketoconazole, endocrine diseases such as hyperparathyroidism, and people who have skin diseases. If you look at the varied guidelines, Endocrine Society defined the upper safe limit for 10,000 units per day as supplementation level. In Indian guidelines, we don't have any specification. We have age-specific recommendations to maintain the serum levels in the same range, and loading doses recommended, which is not recommended in most of the guidelines. So for the children, 0 to 6 months recommendation is for 400 units per day. 6 to 12 months, the recommendation is 400 to 600 units supplementation per day. Less than 3 years, 600 units. Up to 10 years, up to 1,000 units per day. Now, this is a graph which shows recommendation for supplementation in adults. So people who don't have any signs or symptoms and have vitamin D sufficiency, 60,000 units a month is sufficient for maintenance. People who have vitamin D insufficiency and are symptomatic, they may not have any signs. We have to focus on, of course, dietary intake, good dietary intake and supplementation of vitamin D, rich foods and exposure to sunlight in all the conditions. But if the levels are low, then 60,000 units once a week for 8 weeks is recommended in people who have insufficient levels. That is between 40 to 20. And once they have been given this, you again see the response. If the response is satisfactory, they are recommended 60,000 units month to month. People who have deficiency, recommendation for loading doses for 12 months, followed by, again, if there is a satisfactory response, once a month, 60,000 units. Children 3 years and above with confirmed vitamin D deficiency, 6 months loading dose. Adolescents, again, 6 months loading dose. So in Indian consensus, we have focused on extraskeletal benefits, pregnancy, and other health conditions. The base for the guidelines or recommendations is observational expert consensus and Indian prevalence data, and we think supplementation is needed for all these people. So for elderly, the recommendation is 1 lakh units every 90 days, every 3 months, or 4,000 units per day supplementation. In pregnancy and lactation, we have to maintain level between 30 to 50 nanograms per ml, and the recommendation is 2,000 units per day for on daily basis throughout the pregnancy. People who are on drugs which can lower vitamin D, recommendation is 6,000 to 10,000, and then for immunocompromised and other conditions we have separate recommendations. So general recommendation for supplementation is about 2,000 units, and the target is 40 to 60 nanograms per ml. So we have in nutshell high prevalence of vitamin D deficiency, and we did not have a guideline. So we have now clinical practice recommendations recommending that we should target a level of 40 to 60 nanograms per ml, and we should have supplementation for general population as well as for the high risk groups. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Makar Saab. Please come here and join. So now I'm requesting Dr. Jyoti Dev.
There are no questions.
No, we will have later on. So Dr. Jyoti Dev is going to talk on the future of chronic weight management. Unluckily, we are running late by more than 1 hour. So I will be requesting Jyoti if he can finish his talk in 18 minutes. And over to Dr. Jyoti. Jyoti is a very senior consultant diabetologist and a obesity specialist and endocrine physician from city of Trivandrum. This year he is going to organize one of the biggest meeting of RSSDI CON at Kochi. He is also currently an executive committee member of RSSDI. He is a founder of Diabetes and Technology DTech Group in India. Over to Dr. Jyoti to talk on future of chronic weight management.
Thank you. I am very fortunate that Benchi Sabu is chairing this session. Thanks to Manoj Puri for giving me this opportunity once again to speak on obesity, and that to after the barrier, the physician of India, Makar sir. So I don't know, my slides are appearing as a PDF and not as PowerPoint slides. I don't know why. I will give it, yeah. So these are some of the pictures from Kerala. So this is an Aero Symposium, and we are super active in Kerala. Dr. Benshi and Dr. Makar always used to make such comments. We do programs for the public. We do obesity awareness programs for children in schools, and we do physical as well as online CME for doctors. And this is the necessity of the hour. And of course, this is a dream for all of us, to be physically fit, to be mentally fit. And that is not that easy. To maintain the ideal body weight is extremely difficult. To lose weight is of course difficult, but to maintain the ideal weight is much more difficult. And there are multiple ways of doing it. And for many, many years, and this is a 2009 publication in Lancet. Look at the association. Of course, this is nothing new, but this association is very important. With increasing BMI, there is a significant reduction in the life expectancy. So we live shorter with a higher BMI. If the BMI is normal, of course, these numbers are old numbers. If this BMI is normal, there is an 80% chance of reaching the age of 70 years. And if the BMI is above 40, then the chance is only 50%. It is reduced. So there is only 50% chance of reaching the age of 70 if the BMI is 40 or above. So that means there is a reason for we as doctors to advise our patients to reduce the body weight, and if possible, to measure the body composition analysis, and to make sure that we are assisting them to reach their ideal goal. And in our clinics, we routinely discuss the 4 M's of obesity, which is so important. So important, and this is important in making our people with obesity aware of their, so they will start relating to their own illnesses. So when we discuss about depression, anxiety, or osteoarthritis, or treating more than 300 complications of obesity, the monetary reasons for why they should be treating or controlling their obesity, the metabolic complications, especially the obesity-related cancers, many of them will start relating these illnesses to their own obesity or obesity of their own family members. And this is also worth discussing. Why not treat obesity only with diet and exercise? Only with diet and exercise. So my topic which is given is future, and the future of chronic obesity care. And this trial is extremely significant. The Look Ahead clinical trial, which was conducted in multiple centers in the United States. And this was in people with diabetes, with overweight and obese, and a total of 5,000 subjects. And this is one answer I give to my patients when they argue with me that, doctor, I don't want any medications. I will treat my obesity with diet and exercise. Give me 3 to 6 months. And they could have already tried multiple years, many, many years for treating their own obesity. But here, if you look at the 2 arms of this study, only with diet and exercise, one is intensive lifestyle modifications, and the other arm is only education support. And the primary objective was to look at the number of events, the event rates. And the study was meant for 13.6 years. And I know that all of you are familiar with the Look Ahead trial, but whatever I am discussing is something which is not usually discussed. People lost their weight, and of course they regained their weight after some time. The glucose got reduced, and sometimes diabetes can go for a remission. The blood pressure medications necessity will also come down. So many good things happen. But the trial was stopped at 9.6 years because the event rates were similar in both the arms. So this is something which is shocking. With diet, exercise, lifestyle modifications, when somebody is reducing the body weight and compared to the other cohort, no differences were there. And this was the major adverse cardiovascular events being assessed: CV death, non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, and then heart failure, then angina. They found that it is the same. So this is a signal, this is a danger signal. Intensive lifestyle intervention produced greater reductions in the A1C. And this trial, which is focusing on weight loss, did not reduce the cardiovascular events in overweight or obese people with type 2 diabetes. So our quest for medications probably started there. But we didn't have any effective, safe medications until very recently. It's only maybe 9 years ago we started having safe medications for treating obesity as a disease. And again, for those who are arguing, with lifestyle modifications, we can lose on an average only 2.6% body weight. And this is again data from the step clinical trials with injectable semaglutide. But with drug, you can lose 15% or 20% or 25% or even more. So you require pharmacotherapy. Of course, I don't agree with this, but you have to add on to the existing lifestyle modifications, the pharmacotherapy, the safe pharmacotherapy. So GLP-1, they have been around for more than 18, 19 years. When people discuss about GI side effects, stomach paralysis, the news which is appearing in the media on multiple other adverse events, this is the answer. This is not a new class. This class has been around for more than 19 years, exenatide, liraglutide, and now we have the wealth of evidence from the STEP clinical trials with injectable semaglutide, substantial reduction in the overall body weight, and addressing not only homeostatic but also hedonic hunger, and this is important. So these are the class of drugs which can address not only the homeostatic hunger but also the hedonic hunger, that is the hunger which is secondary to the sight, smell, the sound of food. So you get attracted to a lot of environmental signals. And even without any caloric requirement, even when you are not hungry, you are bound to eat more and more and more. And that is also controlled with injectable semaglutide. And then, of course, another blockbuster drug globally, tirzepatide, the dual agonist, the dual incretin, and strongly supported by SURPASS and SURMOUNT clinical trials. SURMOUNT CVOT is also published, and that has also been established. CV safety is also established with tirzepatide. So now the goals are expanding. So look at this data, and this is on secretion and main actions of the gut hormones. So this, you have glucagon from the alpha cell, and then the peptide YY and GLP-1 from the L cells. These are basics. And then you have the long list of old and the newer drugs, GLP, GIP, then glucagon, which increases the energy expenditure. But something which is common for all of these gut hormones, but which is similar to, is suppression of the appetite. So it acts via the hypothalamus, the arcuate nucleus, and it suppresses the appetite. And then you have the increase in energy expenditure with amylin and peptide YY as well. And then you have the upcoming triple agonist. So we are also, as principal investigators, many of us are involved in the development of this molecule as well, and this is retatrutide, which in addition to GAP and GLP-1, there is also a glucagon receptor agonism. So the pipeline is very strong, and this is what we have learned, the truth that we have learned. And this is the difference. This is also some data which is not usually discussed. There is a difference between weight loss in people with diabetes and without diabetes. So this is a 3 to 5% difference. So when you are using the same class of drugs, starting from liraglutide or even oral or the injectable once weekly preparations, the weight loss is substantially more in people without diabetes. And with diabetes, for reasons known to many of you, it is 3 to 5% less. And this is the data of the existing drugs and in the pipeline. With tirzepatide, it is 22.5, and with retatrutide, it can be even more than 24% weight loss. And this is that history of evolution. So when you are considering the diet and lifestyles and some of these surgical techniques, are they getting replaced? That is a big question. Are they getting replaced by these medical therapies? Of course not, but to an extent, for example, sleeve gastrectomy, or to an extent, a part of gastric bypass surgeries, up to 25 or sometimes even 26% weight loss is now possible, which has once been only a dream. But now it is possible with these newer therapies. It is possible. So look at the drugs in the pipeline. You have cagrilintide, you have mazdutide, you have survodutide. So all of these are promising therapies, and if you look at all these drugs uniformly, the weight loss for almost all of them is more than 10%. And many people, many of our patients actually require only around 10% weight loss. And that is the truth. And these are the limitations. Of course, we should be discussing. So why should I be discussing about the future? Why should I be discussing about the chronic weight management? Because there are challenges. Number one challenge, discontinuation because of side effects. And there is an entity called non-responders. And these non-responders were more with the earlier drugs. And the new drugs also, 20 to 30% people will not have any weight reduction at all. They might have other advantages of the drug, but there won't be any weight reduction. And we need newer drugs to address this. So this is GIP as the backbone, the pipeline for gut hormone-based anti-obesity medications. You have GLP. These are the upcoming therapies. The phase 2 clinical trials, some are phase 3 clinical trials. Semaglutide is now tested in phase 3 at 7.2 milligrams. So currently in India, we are using up to 2.4 milligrams. And oral semaglutide, Rybelsus, the generation 2 will be 50 milligrams, supported by Viasis clinical trials. Oral one, orforglipron from Eli Lilly. And these are the dual agonists, tirzepatide, already there in the market. And there are multiple newer agents and a GIP agonist. And then you have amylin agonist, that is cagrilintide, long-acting amylin agonist from Lilly family, PYY agonist alone or in combination with semaglutide from Novo Nordisk. And then GLP-1, GIP, that's a triple agonist. GLP along with glucagon agonism, and that is survodutide and many other. And even a mono agonist for glucagon also is being tested in a phase 1 clinical trial. There is a tetraagonist. And these are all the newer agonists for a particular reason. And if you look at the tetraagonist, it's a combination of amylin, GLP, GIP, and calcitonin. The reason being calcitonin has counterprotective and anti-resorptive properties. We are concerned about bone loss. We are concerned about lean muscle loss. So whenever there is a weight reduction, 30% plus or minus 15% weight loss is attributable to the lean muscle mass. So moving on to the question, are they sufficient? Diet, exercise, and pharmacotherapy. Are they sufficient for maintaining the lost body weight? And the answer is, you will require technologies to support. Similar to in diabetes, you will require technologies to support weight loss as well as to maintain the lost weight. And these are the wearable technologies broadly defined as electronic device worn as a private accessory, of which smart rings are extremely commonly used in India. Smart glasses are also widely popular globally, and many others are coming up. And this is smart fabric, the textile with sensors woven into the textile, gradually evolving and becoming very, very common. And it can collect the biometric information such as the heart rate, the temperature, the breathing, the stress, movement, acceleration, and even the hormone levels. And then smart scales. So we have been using smart scales for more than 15 years now in a connected environment in the clinics, or it can be even in the houses of our own patients. Sleep is important. In weight maintenance and in weight reduction, don't forget about sleep. And sleep, if possible, need to be measured. And with Apple Watch or with Samsung and with the wearable devices, now we can precisely measure. Less than 6 hours is associated with higher BMI. A sleep more than 9 hours, because it is a U-shaped association, is also linked to obesity and many other illnesses. And these are some of the devices which can measure precisely the duration spent in each component of the sleep and so on. And if you are interested in Apple Watch, this is a pretty old video. It is still there in YouTube. And for a beginner, I promise it will be extremely beneficial. There are more than 100 parameters which can be measured. And this describes, Apple Watch is described as a future of health on your wrist. And this is the launch of Libre 2 Plus. Dr. Benshi, Dr. Manoj, Purvi, Dr. Makkar sir, Dr. Sanjay, I spotted you only now. So Dr. Sanjay, you can see all our friends there launching the Libre 2 Plus in India at the recent July 12th JPF. Dr. Tade is launching Libre 2 Plus. And this is probably one of the most accurate, reliable continuous glucose sensors in the world, Libre 2 Plus, with a very low mark of 8.2%, including in the hyperglycemic range, real time, no requirement of scanning, no data caps, and lasts for not 14 days but 15 days, and the data is stored in the cloud, and there is an option for remote monitoring as well. And can CGM be used for weight management? And this is a very recent advancement in the August of 2025, the first ever CGM which is US FDA approved for weight loss and metabolic wellness. And this is from the Dexcom family, Stilo, and it connects to a mobile app, AI-powered mobile app, real-time insights into how food, stress, activities, sleep can affect the glucose levels and multiple other metabolic parameters. Remember, CGM system which is approved for weight loss by US FDA. So this has been already proven in multiple clinical trials, along with personalized nutrition. If you are on a continuous glucose monitoring, of course, with the aid of a mobile health application, people lost almost double the weight compared to those not on a continuous glucose monitoring device. And there are statistically significant benefits when you are managing obesity with the help of a continuous glucose monitoring system. So here, these are the concluding remarks. Successful weight maintenance, and that is chronic management of obesity, will require, in addition to diet, exercise, and drugs, smart pairing with the so-called wearable devices that I have discussed. And once again, this is my responsibility to invite all of you, and this is our own conference, the RSSDI, one of the biggest events in India. And welcome to God's own country. The RSSDI president is sitting over here. RSSDI secretary is sitting over there, Dr. Sanjay. So on behalf of all of us, RSSDI members and executive committee members, I invite all of you to the city of Kochi at Grand Hyatt in the month of November. So thank you very much, dear friends, for your patient hearing.
Jyoti, thank you very much for a wonderful talk, the future of chronic weight management. Now I invite Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter is currently president of International Diabetic Federation, and it's a very important topic which we are going to discuss and talk. In next 15 to 20 minutes, Dr. Peter is going to talk the vaccination is diabetes. Peter is the main of diabetes prevention, or preventing diabetes complication, or whatever can be prevented in a person with diabetes, and one that infection can be prevented. So he's very passionate for giving a talk on a vaccination, and with so many, things which he has done. Just to introduce everyone, Dr. Peter is a very close friend of us, and he is currently president of International Diabetic Federation. Over to Dr. Peter. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Banshi. Thank you to anyone here on the dais, everyone organizing this Congress, for a long-standing, over years ongoing cooperation, passionate, enthusiastic cooperation to improve the quality of diabetes care. It's not only a professional cooperation, it turned into a friendship and turned into a long-lasting friendship. And someone said, an honorable citizenship of India. So it's an honor to be an Indian. And thank you very much to you for being here. As president of IDF, I always try to put the finger in the wound of unmet needs, on gaps we have in diabetes care, on gaps we have in the global care for people living with chronic diseases. And if you're honest, it's vaccination. And I just had this situation outside of this hall. I was talking with some people about shingles vaccination. Then someone came and said, Peter, shingles is not important. Let's make a pick. So, and somehow this represents our perception. Yeah, we might say influenza vaccination, oh yeah, it's important. Maybe some other vaccination, pneumococcal vaccination is also important. But if you talk about shingles, it's gone. If you talk about other vaccination, it's gone. We don't think it's important. And it's also much more expensive than the other drugs. But if you are honest, if you think about 1,000 people living with diabetes in your practice, 5 of them who do not have diabetes will get shingles. 15 who have diabetes will get shingles. And 3 of the 15 will have severe zoster pain because of shingles. So if they are not vaccinated, they have pain comparable to delivery pain. And this is very difficult to know and not to act. And I want to rush in the next minute through this. So adult vaccination in people living with diabetes is something we have to address. But to summarize the talk, just in case if I don't need the time, if you have diabetes and you're not vaccinated, you have a much higher risk to get an infection. If you are not vaccinated, you also have a higher risk of getting vaccination, but it's tripling if you have diabetes. And if you have diabetes and you get shingles, you have a much higher risk to have severe pain with it. And all three, this for me is an argument to vaccinate. So the International Diabetes Federation is very clear that we have to accept that people living with diabetes have a higher risk and we have to vaccinate. We have to address several facets. One is aging. One is aging with diabetes. And one is aging with diabetes in people who were not vaccinated in the past. And I learned that only in 1976, a national vaccination campaign started. So there are people who are above 47 years of age. They are not vaccinated, or they have a very low threshold of vaccination. 47 years of age is not old. Yeah? If you have many people who are 50, 60, the chance that they are not vaccinated is high. If you are not thinking about this, this is something we have to change. Here you look into the trends, aging Indian population. India is getting older and older and older. And as older the people gain, there is an immunosenescence. So the people are somehow immunocompromised due to age. And this again is 4 times higher in people who have also diabetes. So the aging, the comorbidities, and the growing threat to vaccine-preventable disease is something we have to address. Here again, you see after the end of adulthood, we could say this is not a big challenge for us, everything is fine, but then the risk of vaccine-preventable disease increases dramatically because the people alone because of age are immunocompromised. So again, we are talking about the population above the age of 47 years of age because they never had a chance in India by national programs to get vaccinated. So accepting that the aging Indian population is running into a threat due to vaccine-preventable disease. And this will pay off in higher mortality, in higher morbidity, loss of independence, loss of quality of life, everything what we should improve for people living with a chronic disease and especially diabetes. So vaccine preventable disease, VPD, we might accept this influenza, we might accept this pneumococcal disease, maybe also diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis. But if you're talking about shingles, because it's also 10 times more expensive than doing the influenza vaccination, it's something we have to improve. The complexity of aging in people with diabetes or aging with diabetes has multiple facets to affect our immune system. If you look at this slide, it's what is with the thymic involution, what is with the progenitor cells, what is with the release of interleukins, and all this plays together synergistically to reduce the effect of defend in infection. So if you go deeper into it, if you have diabetes, the risk is increased, but also already in the case of pre-diabetes. And this people, 243 million people living with diabetes and pre-diabetes in India, it's the country with the highest number of people living with diabetes worldwide. And we must say every third person in India somehow is affected by diabetes or pre-diabetes in your family. So every one of you knows someone having pre-diabetes or diabetes, except from your patients. and discussing with them about the need of vaccination, not only shingles, all other vaccinations as well, is important. And I mentioned already, and here you see the number 1.5 to up to 4-fold is a risk of getting affected by an infection due to the loss of vaccination, a preventable infection. And I think it's our ethical obligation, if we are able to prevent the infection and not doing it, there's somehow a failure of our ethical challenge as a physician. And we have a very good examples. Think about COVID. Yeah? The COVID pandemic showed us that the AT2 receptor was the entry door of the virus into the cell. And by having an insulin resistance, even if you are treated as people with type 2 diabetes, by having an insulin resistance, this door was widely open, up to 8 times higher risk of getting the cells infected with the COVID virus, up to a 4-fold higher risk of getting the disease, and up to a 3-fold higher risk of getting a severe threat by the disease. You see here, if you had an A1C above 7, 3-fold increased risk of getting a COVID-related hospitalization, and also a 3 times higher risk of getting a severe kind of COVID disease. So this is an example. It's only 5 years away that we had to deal with this. And the response to COVID vaccination here in India was very, very good. There were countries in Europe, other countries with a much lower response to the vaccination. India was one of the frontier. So we have to accept the vaccination against infections. We have to better understand the risk associated for our patient, because we don't often accept this and our patients don't understand. But if we inform them, they might follow. If you go to shingles, there are various risks why the shingles risk is increased. But for me, I would say the driving force why we should vaccinate our patient is, if you have 1,000 people in your practice, 5 of them will get shingles. If you have 1,000 people with diabetes, 15 will get shingles, and 3 out of them will have a severe post-herpetic zoster neuralgia. So they will have pain. And here again, these are the numbers I just have shown you. What is the range? 9.4 to 15% or 15 out of 1,000 people will be affected. And this is a high number. And here you see the relation into age. And all the people above 50, I would strongly motivate you to think about the vaccination. This is also what is the recommendation. And 47 years old are those people who had a chance in India to participate in a campaign. So all those who are older did not have this chance. So take home that people with type 2 diabetes have a clearly increased risk of persistent zoster pain. And if they have this persistent zoster pain, they will ask us, why have you not given me 2 shots which prevent the disease lifelong for me? Influenza, you have to give every year. Zoster vaccination is twice after 2 months, and then it's keeping you lifelong safe in reducing the zoster-related pains and shingles infection. So let's jump ahead to keep the time. There are studies showing the efficacy, and it also has a clear effect of the hospitalization due to herpes zoster in people with diabetes if they are vaccinated compared to those who are not vaccinated, another argument. And also the recurrence of the herpes zoster is strongly reduced if we vaccinate our people living with diabetes. So defining the need, there are barriers. The barriers are mostly in our clinical inertia to vaccination as physician, but they are also in a low literacy on our patient side about vaccination, about shingles and zoster. This is something we have to break through. And here you see the people, adults over 47 years of age, are likely to have missed childhood vaccination. So these are the people sitting in your office. These are the people who are now 50 years of age and who never had a chance or very rarely had a chance to vaccination. What can we gain? There's an expert consensus group here in India who was very clearly think about healthy patient with comorbidity, especially diabetes, COPD, immunocompromised patient, and also us as healthcare workers. So I don't want to ask whom of you has got two shingles shot in the past. So targeted vaccination, I just mentioned the group of people who should get vaccinated, and those with diabetes actually have a very good response as well. Often we see in people living with diabetes, if you vaccinate them, they have a lower response to the vaccine. It's not the case if you do the zoster vaccination. And this was tested in several studies, here a long-term efficacy study, and you see in all the age group, there is a very efficient response to the vaccine, so that the people are seropositive, and they're also seropositive if they had chickenpox during the lifetime. And if they have an immune answer, you see the data here, it is, doesn't matter what age group, the rate is very high. And here is the study testing in different age group, the immune answer to the vaccination. And you see 85% of the people have a sufficient answer or vaccine response in this age group. So it's safe, it's worth, it's efficient, and it's needed to do the start. You wait 2 months, you do it again, and you have a lifelong security. This is maybe not true what I just have said. It's tested for 20 years. So it's calculated if you are 50 and you have a life expectancy of 70 years, you are lifelong safe. There's a high probability that it's also much longer, but this is not tested for it, but we can assume 20 years safety not to get infected. So you can combine it with everything which is on the slide here. So do it, because it's of benefit to our patient. What is recommended in older adults here in India, if you are 65 years and older, you see the list, what is recommended. Especially if you are down the last time, if you're talking about zoster, it's above the age of 50. So this is the group who is, didn't have the chance to have a vaccination during their childhood. And again, these are the other vaccine preventable disease recommendation in older adults. The global organization, unfortunately, IDF is not on this list because IDF does not have a guideline for vaccination, but I'm very sure that will come in the future. We're just in the discussion whether in the next months we should start such a group. But you have strong recommendation from ADA, ASD, and from all the Indian organization. And these are the recommendations from India, from different Indian organizations about vaccination. And here is the RSSDI recommendation about zoster vaccination in diabetes patients. All the people above 50 years of age, they should get the vaccination because the vaccination is always superior in terms of quality of life, in terms of morbidity and mortality of the patient. And you see what products are available. And this is, again, RSSDI and the recommendation, what is the whole map of vaccination recommendations here in India. And you see the shingles, zoster, at the age of above 50, you should do the vaccination. I understand that the patient might say no, because it's 10 times more expensive for the shot than influenza. But we accept influenza, but we have to do it every year. And with 2 shots of the zoster vaccination, you have a lifelong safety. So what is the take-home message? The International Diabetes Federation is very clearly that we should have in mind that people with diabetes, they have a higher risk of vaccine preventable disease. And the way to prevent this is vaccination, vaccination, vaccination. And we are clearly into it, including herpes zoster, that you should do this. And let me finish again. Why IDF? There are 3 goals: brain of the politician, pocket of the patient and heart of the healthcare professional, I want to go ahead as president of IDF. We will test the quality of diabetes care, including the rate of vaccination in people living with diabetes once a year, make an index to build a momentum for improving quality of diabetes care. We will use digitalization in the pocket of the patient to improve quality of care. And all of you are invited to become fellow of the International Diabetes Federation. Let's work together to finally improve the quality of life of people living with diabetes and help our patients, including vaccination against zoster, to walk away from diabetes. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Peter. So anyone who wants to have any question or any comment, yes, please. Peter, you please be there.
Sir,
For vaccine.
Sir Peter, sir. Once a patient gets herpes zoster in his lifetime, he doesn't get the herpes zoster again.
No.
That means he gets the herpes zoster lifelong immunity.
No.
That's not true.
It's not true.
Okay. So it's not true, then are you trying to say that the vaccination that we are giving is a different antigen by itself of herpes zoster virus? You have to be specific in the answer.
Person who get herpes zoster are again more prone to develop herpes. The reason being is not just the antigen antibody, because they have a dormant virus which is there, and whenever there will be immunity down, they may develop again. Now, in herpes zoster, when we give the vaccinated, the amount of antibody which is produced is much higher to prevent. And that does not again mean if someone is on herpes zoster vaccine, will never ever develop any herpes. But still, the risk of developing herpes will become very, very low. And the immunity period remains around 30 to 35 years. And that's the reason it is recommended above the age of 50, considering the average age of a person maybe around 80 or 85 years. This is what the answer is, yes or no. The person with past history of chickenpox, person with herpes already are not protected, rather they are also more prone to develop again infection. Yes, Peter, your answer for that.
That's why it's so important to do the vaccination, yeah? Because there are a lot of examples where we think, okay, the patient had chickenpox, and that's why they may have an immunity, and it is not the case. There is a seropositivity, but not, they can get herpes zoster, and we should.
This logic applies for HPV also, which applies for all the viruses. So you are giving me a general logical answer. But if you ask me how many
this is what the recommendation is.
Sir,
I'm not saying it.
I take your point.
So it's not
how
like
often we find herpes zoster coming twice in a patient? What is the law?
That is severely immunocompromised. I agree with you.
Immunocompromised, I buy the.
I fully agree with what you are saying is, but this is what the recommendation is.
Yes.
And so there are many questions like that. Suppose somebody has already taken one injection and he has not taken the two within 6 months of period, So what he should do? The recommendation is saying they should again get either 2 injections or there is of no use of taking only 1 injection. It just give you increasing slightly antibody.
I get your point. So Dr. Makkar, sir, everybody, if I do, up till now, whoever's vitamin D levels I've done, have always been around anywhere between 5 to 30. 30 is most of the time I've found. So now your Indian Endocrine Society says 40 at least we should have international units at the level of normal vitamin D level. So in that case, then I will have to give everybody vitamin D. That is one thing. And secondly, I want your take on injectable vitamin D. When do you advocate it or you don't advocate it at all?
So first thing is, the levels that we see, you are very right, usually see less than 20. So the deficiency is level less than 20 in India. Between 20 and 40 is being considered as insufficiency. And if somebody is in that range, it is recommended that you give monthly dose of 60,000 units to general population. Now, if somebody is having symptoms and insufficiency, you do a loading dose. And then followed by a loading dose of 8 to 12 weeks, depending on what you are seeing, or monthly dosage. Now, vitamin D injectables, high dose, personally, I don't use because I don't see conditions where people are having a reason to have injectable vitamin D. People who have low absorption or malabsorption are the conditions where it will be more relevant. Otherwise, vitamin D deficiency is not an emergency to be treated, with the injectable. So most of the time you don't need injectable.
Find somebody is very non-compliant.
Yes, non-compliant or malabsorption. Those
Sir,
are the
I do not know the take of the panelists, but there are many doctors who have personally, including orthopedics.
No, they are using-
different. I didn't want to name them.
So
I know they are very, very aggressive.
You should also keep in mind that this is a vitamin D, vitamin which can cause toxicity also.
How often? How often?
So we see quite commonly in people who are on injectable vitamin D, especially being treated by, the same orthopedic people. And there we see toxicity also. It is not uncommon. Overdose of vitamin D is not uncommon.
Sir.
Dr. Jyoti, excellent talk. Do we have any predictors, or can we anticipate which patient will respond in a better way with the new OAMs, because all these are costly molecules?
Manorius, sir, of course, clinical experience can predict it, because there is no other way of predicting that whether they are going to respond or not. But if you go by the NICE guidelines from exenatide liraglutide days, once you are given this drug and there is no response with respect to weight loss in 3 to 4 months' time, then you may probably decide that this is not going to work. And responders and non-responders are defined as at least 5% weight loss. And when you compare with liraglutide, the responses are more. Non-responders are less with semaglutide. And with tirzepatide as a dual agonist, it is further less. So with every new generation of a injectable coming up, once weekly injectable, non-responder rate is coming down. And the non-responders are more with diabetes and obesity and less with only obesity. So these are some of the indicators. Whether they have already been on a GLP-1 earlier, and if there is no response, then there are reasons that they will respond, but the magnitude of weight reduction could be still less. So the non-responders is one of the main reasons why we require more drugs, more upcoming drugs, and this is the reason why more than 12 new drugs are there in the pipeline. Thank you, sir.
Short question, short
yes,
answer.
Dr. Mukher, the means hypervitaminous of vitamin D. The mortality is very high. What is your experience of the patient experience?
I don't have any experience. Actually, I don't do any, I personally don't have any experience with such high levels of vitamin D toxicity that you have to hospitalize and mortality levels. But I see patients where the levels are going in the range of 150, 200. People are coming with, people have come with these calcinosis and hyperparathyroidism.
When the vitamin D is very low, who are the patients to be given injectable? And in your opinion, how many injections are to be given in the initial
He's
stage?
not recommending
So
injection.
if you ask me, most of the people who are coming with vitamin D levels of 2 to 4 nanograms also hardly have any symptoms, or they have very vague symptoms of muscle pain or pain, generalized body aches. And you give them the loading dose, which is 60,000 units for 12 weeks. A lot of them will recover with that only. You don't need to give injectables unless somebody is non-compliant, or you want to make sure that person will not come for follow-up, or there is malabsorption. Those are the conditions you can.
Yes, sir. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Kalyan, you want to make some comment?
Just a very short comment. So it's about the herpes which Dr. Saab had raised. So the recurrence rate for herpes zoster in somebody who's had herpes in immunocompetent patients is around 2 to 9%. This is National Institute of Health data. Second, if somebody has a herpes zoster, the immune response vis-a-vis somebody who's got a vaccine, the response is much higher. Why? Because the adjuvant which they use, that tends to stimulate much more antibody production. And that has been seen in animal and human experiments both. So here, this antibody levels up to 10 years, they have got data. So showing about, I forget the number, around 80 to 85% data up to 10 years. That's the answer to two of your questions.
Thank you. So with this, now I close the session. I request Professor Dr. Vitul Gupta to give his monogram Pollution and Health to Professor Peter as a gift and token of appreciation for Dr. Vitul K. Gupta, that he has written a very nicely a monograph on a pollution and health, which is a very unique book. So, Dr. P.
So this is first of the kind book in the world. Please, Dr. Bansi, come.
Yes.
So it has 35 chapters. Including all the aspects of human health, all the systems, and this would not have been possible without the unconditional help of Dr. Gurpreet Singh Wonder, Dr. Shashank Joshi, Dr. Bansi Sabu, and everybody here is, including has chapters in this book. So thank you very much, Dr. Bansi, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I request Dr. Sanjay to give a memento to Dr. Makkar, sir. A moment of appreciation for his very nice talk. Thank you. Yes, we all can have one photo. Sir, please. The next session chairperson, Dr. Nandini Rastogi and Dr. Nitin. Okay, over to Dr. Nandini.
Good afternoon, friends. We are now going to move to oral semaglutide. We've heard a lot about the injectable GLP-RAs and the dual GLP-1 GIP. So now we are going to be talking about oral semaglutide. And I call upon the first speaker, Dr. Matthew John. He's MD, DM, Endo at Trivandrum. He did his DM endocrinology from KEM Mumbai, has over 60,000 publications in the index journals and 30 conference presentations, has been the past secretary of PACE and ESI Kerala chapter. Dr. Matthew John.
Yeah, thank you, madam. I think there's a video coming up ahead of my talk. Can you play the video of Novo Nordisk?
We can't get the sound.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, I'll go with my talk. Thank you, madam, for the introduction. Thanks to the organizers of DRS for inviting me here. So I think over the course of the day, you already listened to much of information about oral semaglutide and about CKM. So I'll be looking at how to transform CKM outcomes with oral semaglutide, and I've been commercially supported by Novo Nordisk for this talk. So we have been listening a lot about CKM syndrome. Just to clarify this a bit further, we know that we have been discussing about cardiometabolic syndrome, how things like diabetes, hyperlipidemia, and obesity can influence cardiovascular diseases. And we also been listening to cardiorenal syndrome, where there is a complex interplay between the cardiovascular system and the kidney in terms of causing various adverse outcomes. So cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome is in fact a combination of all these things put together. So it's a systemic disorder which is characterized by pathophysiological interactions between metabolic risk factors. This includes obesity, diabetes, dyslipidemia, etc. The cardiovascular, the CKD, the chronic kidney disease defined by urinary albumin or EGFR, and the cardiovascular system. And all this leading on to multi-organ dysfunction and high rates of adverse cardiovascular outcomes. We know that there are various stages of CKM. The first one is called the stage 0, where you don't have any risk factors for CKM or any of the cardiovascular risk factors. You have a BMI and the waist circumference which is normal, the glucose levels, the blood pressure and the lipid levels are within normal. And then you have the stage 1 when you have excess fat in the body, which actually can contribute to an abnormal BMI or waist circumference. You could have a mild glucose intolerance, but not reaching a diabetes sort of stage. And then this is followed by stage 2, the metabolic risk factor stage, where you can have hypertension, hypertriglyceridemia, metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, and moderate to high risk CKD. Then comes the stage 3, where you have subclinical cardiovascular disease, which is a coronary calcification. You can have a subclinical heart failure or risk equivalence like very high risk CKD, stage 4 and 5. Or you can have a stage 4, which can progress on to stage 4, where you have established atherosclerotic vascular disease like heart failure or atherosclerotic vascular disease, peripheral artery disease, stroke, heart failure, or atrial fibrillation. So one of the major things about the CKM concept is that people actually progress from early stages to late stages, from 1, 2, 3 to 4. And you have interventions at all the stages where you can prevent progression of the disease and prevent the patient from reaching adverse cardiovascular adverse effects. So we know there is a metabolic dysfunction which initiates the CKM syndrome. We have the chronic kidney disease, which is an amplifier of the CKM syndrome. And we have cardiovascular disease, which is the outcome of CKM syndrome. The question is, do we have something which is a solution for CKM syndrome? And we could consider the GLP-1 receptor agonist, which we now have in practice, as one of the solutions for CKM syndrome. And let us look at some of the data which I'm trying to present to support this concept. Now we know we have been working with GLP-1 RAs. We have been prescribing this for many years now. And we know that how it acts. It's got action on the blood vessels. It got action in the gastrointestinal system, on the pancreatic beta cells in terms of increasing insulin secretion and suppressing the glucagon. And we have actions on the central nervous system in terms of appetite regulation. Now, if you come to different aspects of CKM syndrome, more specifically how it acts, this is how GLP-1 induces weight loss through appetite regulation. It stimulates the POMC CART neurons in the hypothalamus, which reduces the hunger, which reduces energy intake and food cravings. It could have actions on terms of the neuropeptide Y and AGRP, where it improves the satiety, so it prevents overeating and has got altered food preferences. So this is something which acts on the initial stage of the CKM syndrome. You have the actions of GLP-1 in the cardiovascular system. It produces improved endothelial function. It reduces the vascular smooth muscle activation proliferation. These are atherosclerotic risk factors. It reduces vascular inflammation, and it produces a favorable lipid profile or the lipid accumulation, less of this lipid accumulation in the vascular endothelium. This translates for the patient to a reduced blood pressure, improvement in weight, and a reduction of HbA1c. All these are indirect effects in terms of CKM syndrome progression. GLP-1 RAs, independent of all this, has got an important anti-inflammatory effect. We know that inflammation plays a very important role in atherosclerosis disease progression, be it the adipose tissue, be it the blood vessels, the heart, or the kidney. And there are various mechanisms where the indirect and direct effects of GLP-1 in terms of preventing or reducing inflammation, which effectively translates into lesser blood glucose, lesser oxidative stress, lesser markers of inflammation, and reduced body weight. Now, when it comes to chronic kidney disease, how does GLP-1 RAs act here? As I told you, as the stages progresses, you will have chronic kidney disease in stage 2 and stage 3. Here it has got both direct and indirect effects. Indirect effects are very well known to us. We know the glycemic control the GLP-1 RAs can improve. the blood pressure reduction, the weight control. These are very indirect effects, and there are direct effects in terms of increasing sodium excretion, the natriuresis, and also reducing the kidney systemic and kidney inflammation and oxidative stress. We have direct data like the flows data to show that this in fact works in clinical practice and translates into better kidney outcomes in people with diabetes and early stages of chronic kidney disease. Now coming to cardiovascular events, there are various mechanisms by which GLP-1 RAs lead on to cardiovascular protection. And this includes the entire thing in terms of acting on multiple organs. In the liver, it reduces the hepatic steatosis, reduces the circulating lipids. I'll come to more details of that. In the kidney, it reduces the urinary albumin. We know that albuminuria is a marker of cardiovascular disease. It prevents the decline in EGFR. In the blood vessels, I showed you, it reduces the blood pressure, improves the microvascular coronary flow, atherosclerotic plaque stabilization, reduces inflammation in the blood vessels, and in the heart, it reduces the inflammation and improves the glucose metabolism. All this translates into various aspects of cardiovascular disease protection in people with early forms of CKM syndrome. Now, these are again the same, in a lot of more same information, putting it together. It has got effects on the brain, it has got effects on the heart and blood vessels, in the liver, in the pancreas, in the kidney. So as you would see in this previous picture or the early pictures which I showed about CKM syndrome, each of this has got a role in the progression of CKM syndrome. And you can see as a modifier, the GLP-1 RAs acts as various aspects of the entire CKM syndrome spectrum. So how are these being translated to clinical guidelines? So if you look at the guidelines by various international bodies, you have the MASH guidelines, the MASLD MASH guidelines from EASL. This is the European Association of Study of Liver. And it is recommended at that point that GLP-1 RAs are the preferred pharmacological options for managing people with type 2 diabetes and obesity in a background of MASLD or MASH. The cardiovascular guidelines have put it in terms of to reduce CV risk independent of glucose control. It has put both GLP-1 RAs and SGLT inhibitors in that place. Coming to the kidney outcomes, the KDIGO 2022 guidelines, GLP-1 RAs are used for achieving individualized glycemic targets in people with diabetes and kidney disease. And also the ADA EASD position statement putting GLP-1 RAs in an area where the preferred drugs in people with atherosclerotic vascular disease, and also to be used in people with atherosclerotic vascular disease or chronic kidney disease, irrespective of their glycemic control. So we can see that the GLP-1 RAs over a period of time has occupied various key positions in terms of the glycemic therapy and also for cardiorenal protection. Now coming to oral semaglutide, how it can sort of deal with metabolic dysfunction, and we look at the evidence that we have. I think this does not require much explanation. This has been shown in previous slide, but one of the previous talks. So oral semaglutide has been with us for a long period of time, and we know there have been numerous trials, clinical studies, and large number of patients getting exposed to oral semaglutide over a period of time. It reduces glycated hemoglobin by around 1.5% in comparison to comparator studies where the active comparator did reduce only by 0.9% and placebo by around 0.1 to 0.2%. When it comes to weight, there's an average reduction of around 3.5 to 5 kgs weight loss. And when it comes to patients who are having a high HbA1c of above 9%, there is a reduction of approximately 2% of glycated hemoglobin when you come to people with a high A1c levels. Coming to the pioneer group of trials where the oral semaglutide has been pitted against various other comparators that we use in clinical practice, be it monotherapy, be it empagliflozin, be it liraglutide, sitagliptin, or against placebo, you can see that consistently people who are on some oral semaglutide achieved at least an A1C percentage, 1% A1C reduction, and at least a weight loss of more than 5%. So this is a composite endpoint which has been more prominent in people who are on oral semaglutide in comparison to the other comparator molecules in pioneer studies. Now coming to individual cardiovascular risk factor reduction, be it the HSCRP, be it the lipids which are the LDL or the triglycerides or the systolic blood pressure in comparison to empagliflozin or in comparison to other comparators, oral semaglutide did have a definite edge. And in terms of waist circumference reduction, around 4.7 centimeter waist circumference reduction in comparison to the comparators. Now, what is the real world data on that? This is now oral semaglutide has been approved as the first line therapy for the management of type 2 diabetes in India. And oral semaglutide is now indicated in people with type 2 diabetes across various spectrum. One is people who are anyone who is with type 2 diabetes more than 18 years of age. It can be used as a first line therapy, monotherapy or combination therapy with any other drugs. Special populations, that is people with CKD, people with hepatic impairment, and it has been found to be cardiovascular safe. Now coming to the real world data, the Pioneer Real India study, which is a large real world evidence. So here it's around 380 patients. This is not a randomized trial, this is an outpatient trial where doctors in clinical practice started oral semaglutide and followed up patients over a period of 33 weeks. So this based on the data collected from their OPDs and based on questionnaires. Doctors were asked why the patients were started on oral semaglutide. So 90% were started for achieving better glycemic control and weight control. The mean A1C was around 8.9% in this population. 1 in 2 patients had cardiovascular disease, so being a sort of preferred drug in people with cardiovascular disease. And 1 in 5 patients were started within 1 year of diagnosis. That means there are a lot of patients getting started on oral semaglutide very early in the course of disease. Now coming to the real world data in terms of A1C reduction, it's around 1.78% A1C reduction from baseline and around 7.23 kgs weight loss from baseline when oral semaglutide was started over a period of 33 weeks. I think my slides are gone. Excuse me. My slides are...
Get the slides back.
Yeah. Thank you. And now coming to a sort of subdivision where people with a baseline A1C of less than 9% versus more than 9% were compared. You can see that when the A1C baseline A1C was less than 9, it's around 0.93% reduction in A1C. But if you start it for a person with an A1C more than 9%, you achieve something like a 2.5% A1C reduction, very close to the sort of reduction or better than the A1C reduction with insulin. Now coming to weight loss, again, you can see across the A1C ranges, whether it's more than 9 or less than 9%, you tend to have around 7.5 kgs weight loss also in these patients when they started on oral semaglutide. Now, I've gone through the slides just to explain that even in real world data, the sort of data that you see in clinical trials still hold in terms of both A1C reduction and weight reduction. And if you look at the data, you feel that a weight reduction seems to be much more in real world studies than in the sort of clinical trials that we generally see from the Western world. Now, if you look at which drug would you like to choose in a patient with high cardiovascular risk or with various factors of CKM syndrome, you can see that oral semaglutide ticks most of the boxes in terms of glucose reduction, in terms of weight loss, cardiovascular risk factors, pleiotropic benefits, and the risk of hypoglycemia. So thank you very much.
So I think we can play the video now. It's been rectified, the video that we couldn't see. Can you please play the video?
Every first begins with a bold idea. The exceptional ones in the world can't help but ask, what if? What if the seemingly impossible could become possible? 20 years ago, scientists at Novo Nordisk thought, wouldn't it be great to change the lives of the millions living with type 2 diabetes? GLP-1 RAs were a powerful solution, but there was a catch. This delicate protein structure, however, could only be formulated in an injectable. This sparked a vision at Novo Nordisk, formulating the world's first oral GLP-1RA, a vision many considered far-fetched. To be the first meant confronting the digestive enzymes problem, the problem of them degrading the peptides. Protecting the peptide, that is, the semaglutide in the stomach, required more than incremental steps. It demanded a relentless exploration of every molecular possibility. Finally, the breakthrough came in the form of an absorption enhancer snack. Years of unwavering dedication, countless iterations, and exhaustive research later, we had our reward, oral semaglutide. Snack is a meticulously engineered enhancer, finally offering the shield the peptide needed. It was a pivotal moment where an impossible dream shaped into a tangible reality. The world's first peptide in a pill was here, a pill as mighty as a pen. From this point, the mission only accelerated. That's where Pioneer came in. A landmark clinical program involving over 9,500 individuals rigorously validated this oral formulation. Each data point was a testament to the scientific revolution and precision engineering that propelled us forward. For 15 years, we were driven by the belief that with relentless efforts, no scientific barrier is too great. That relentless pursuit culminates in Ribelsis, the world's first and only oral GLP-1 receptor agonist. A profound experience of what's possible when science dares to challenge the status quo. A game changer. A life changer. The power-packed pill which redefines diabetes management. 2.6% HbA1c reduction, 7.2 kilograms meaningful weight loss, and 14% MACE reduction.
So, thank you. Next, we have Dr. Kallan Kumar Gangopadhyay. He is an endocrinologist, practiced in UK also for a few years. Has got several clinical trials, publications, almost 50, and he's written the chapters in the books also. So he will be continuing the same topic of oral semaglutide and talking about the SOUL study. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir. Dr. Gole, Dr. Nandini Raskuji, namaskar. So I'm going to talk about SOUL. Now, you have all heard the lectures about SOUL so many times. I think you are bored, and I am also bored. So what I will do is, towards when I finish that, I will put up questions which I have, some searching questions. Answer dena padega. Ye kyun nahi hua, wo kyun nahi hua, and then let us see if we can get answers to them. So this is the financial disclosure. Now, already the Pioneer trial was already there with the oral semaglutide. It did not reach statistical significance with the 3-point MACE. It was a shorter trial with less number of patients, necessitating a larger trial with larger number of patients. So then the SOUL. So few things which we have to appreciate here. So there are about, can I have a pointer, please? There are about close to 10,000 patients and about 800 from India. But look at the timeline. It is about 5 years. This is one of the longest CVOTs of any drug, matched perhaps by Declair-Timi. So 5 years, koi effect ho, koi side effect ho, all will come to the fore. Now, the inclusion criteria was patients with more than 50 years of age. और इसी में मेरा रोना है कि majority of the CVOTs, they consider patients with included patients with age of more than 50 years. Type 2 diabetes, uncontrolled HbA1c 6.5 to 10 with one of the risk factors which is given here. Can I have a pointer, please? Now, in the demography, a few things to be noted. The baseline HbA1c was 8%. Look at the type 2 diabetes duration. It's about 15 years. I'll use the mouse here. It's about 15 years. And the blood pressure was relatively well controlled. So well controlled, but 15 years of diabetes, okay? Now, I have to make a correction to this slide here. Now here, if you see, heart failure patients were about a quarter of them. Now the EGFR, if you notice, and I have an objection to this is incorrect. We don't consider GFR more than 60 as CKD. CKD is technically defined as EGFR less than 60 and or albuminuria. So in this trial, patients with EGFR of more than 60 was 70%. This has got an importance. I will tell you when I visit the CKD data of the soul. So more than 70% of patients had EGFR more than 60. You see the mean EGFR is 73. Okay, so I'll tell you the importance of that later on. So these are the concomitant medications. Importantly, quarter of them were all SGLT2s. At the end of the trial, 50% were on SGLT2s. See, 50% of the patients were on insulin. And at the end of the trial, they're having cardiovascular disease. We do not want hypoglycemia to occur. And 50% of them were on insulin. Still, the hypoglycemia rate was comparable between the semaglutide and the placebo arm. So the primary outcomes. So the 3-point MACE was reduced statistically significant. Look at the p-values, 0.0028. And the separation was quite early, less than 6 months. It began to separate and it stayed separate. Many of the curves, you might find it comes close, then goes up, then comes close. But here, there is a continuous widening of the curve. That gives us a lot of reassurance that the effect is quick and persistent. Now, the biggest driver was non-fatal MI. So that's 26%. What about the stroke? Why is the stroke not significant? हम लोग तो यही पढ़ते आए हैं कि GLP-1 receptor agonist stroke को कम करता है. इसमें क्यों नहीं आया? I will answer that later. So non-fatal MI is 26% reduction. Mind you, if you look at all the trials, only one other trial reduced non-fatal MI, which is the Harmony albuglutide, which is not available. So amongst the available GLP-1 receptor agonists, this we can tell the patients. I tell my patients कि आपके heart attack को मैं 26% कम कर सकता हूँ. And that's a very, very powerful message we can give to the patients. Now the benefit, you can see the subgroup analysis, and here there was a reduction of 27% in HbA1c more than 8, and particularly in Asian patients. But this was not powered to do a subgroup analysis. I'm reading it because it's there in the slide, but that's what the data, what they have shown. So overall, if you look at all the GLP-1 receptor agonists, SOL reinforces the CV benefits. Now the secondary outcomes, and here lies the interesting bit. CV death was not statistically significant, reduced by 7%, but not statistically significant. And this, I think, is very important. The major adverse limb events. What is that? Hospitalization for acute or chronic limb ischemia. None of the CV outcomes, none of them have addressed this. This is such an important problem we have, not only in India, everywhere. And none of the CVOTs address this. Can you tell me one CVOT which had this? It was proactive trial with the pioglitazone, and there was an increase in the amputation there. So none of the CVOTs have addressed this. So I'm so glad that they have just done this as a confirmatory secondary outcome. Now, surprisingly, funnily, you can see at 2 years, the curve is crossing each other. In fact, if you do it just a few months before 2 years, it is worse. And then suddenly at 2 years, the line separates. So we asked this to the trial, which we don't know. But that's the advantage of having a longer trial. If we had stopped the trial here, then the answer would be different. But because it was a longer trial, then maybe the atherogenetic process in the peripheral vascular disease is, I don't know, it is different. But at the end, there was at least a 30% reduction in the major adverse limb events. So I can tell my patients as well, not only it will cause less heart attack, but it will also protect your limbs. Now the renal outcomes. Now, if you see the 5-point major kidney outcomes. Now this, I was a little bit disappointed, to be honest. you can see here, there is a 9% reduction in the 5-point kidney disease outcome. Now note here, in the kidney disease outcome, there is kidney death, persistent 50% reduction. There is no albuminuria here. Most of the trials, they have included albuminuria. Had they included albuminuria, there would be a different curve. But they did not include the albuminuria. In a way, that's good. But that did not show a statistically significant benefit. So that was a little bit of a disappointment, and I'll answer that. Why? The mean GFR decline, however, was reduced by 32% at 4 years. And if you see, patients who had an eGFR of more than 60 and those who had an eGFR of less than 60, that's technically CKD. Here, it arrested the decline of the eGFR. Now, by SGLT2 inhibitor use, so risk of MACE, whether you are on SGLT2, whether you are not on SGLT2, it doesn't make a difference. Non-fatal MI, whether you are on SGLT2 or not on SGLT2, doesn't make a difference. Non-fatal stroke, similar story, doesn't make a difference. So this gives us reassurance about two things: clear, unambiguous reduction in 3-point MACE in a continuous process where the two curves diverge, non-fatal MI, and major adverse limb events. And I think the adverse events, as we know, is due to the GI disorders. The discontinuation was 15% as opposed to 11%. So absolute numbers, if you see, there's a 4% increase in discontinuation in the semaglutide arm. Now, these were my questions. Why was stroke not reduced? हम लोग पढ़ के आए हैं कि GLP-1 stroke कम करता है. That was also my viewpoint, but I'll show you this meta-analysis. Now, if you look carefully, this is the non-fatal stroke data of all the GLP-1 receptor agonists. You will find it's only the rewind here. That's the only one which had reduced the non-fatal stroke. None of the GLP-1 receptor agonists actually reduced the non-fatal stroke. It was tendency, but not statistically significant. So that's a wrong opinion. Ki ye to karta hi hai. No. So therefore, SOUL was not an exception. Again, with the SOUL, it was on the correct side, but not statistically significant. CKD. Now, if you include albuminuria, and if SOUL had included it, then it would be here, statistically significant. So this is the data if you include albuminuria. And you can see here that many of them are statistically significant. But you take out the albumin component out, only the eGFR, GFR dropped to by more than 50%, dialysis, then everything goes into the midline. Except perhaps for the rewind trial. Now, so the question is, why did SOUL over a period of 5 years did not cause reduction statistically significant in CKD? So I asked this to the trialists as well, because we don't know the exact answer to this, but it seems to us that if you have CKD, then it tends to work, as opposed to if you do not have CKD. So as I told you, the mean eGFR was 73, and 70% of patients had eGFR of more than 60. So they were renal healthy patients. We don't have a teased out data between the eGFR of 60 or more than 60 as far as renal outcome. But आपका अगर किडनी में गड़बड़ी है तो काम करेगा, because that means the inflammation has set in. And once inflammation has set in, it will work. If the inflammation has not set in, it's not going to work. So that was the justification. So this is borne out by the fact in the FLOW trial, where the mean eGFR was about 47. And you can see the inclusion criteria itself said that eGFR 50 to 75, but ACR more than 300, or eGFR 25 to 50. So the mean eGFR on the FLOW trial was 47. So they were renally sick patients where inflammation had set in. And here it worked very well. And you can see that there is a 24% reduction in the major kidney disease without albuminuria. Albuminuria को नहीं रखे उसमें. Albuminuria को कम करके क्या फायदा अगर हम लोग क्रिएटिनिन को नहीं बढ़ने से रोक पाए. Now, the other study with the limb events it is tried, and this is the very rare studies with anti-diabetic drugs in patients with peripheral arterial disease. So this is an injectable semaglutide used in patients who have peripheral vascular disease, and you can see here this was the inclusion criteria, and therein it showed that at 52, 57 there was a clear increase, more than 26 meters, so close to 100 feet increase in their walking distance. And that's a big amount for a person. We are not giving any additional antiplatelet agents. Just by this drug, we are able to increase it. So now you have got two different data, one dedicated trial for peripheral vascular disease and one CVOT with a secondary outcome of peripheral vascular disease. Now, question is, what about pancreatitis? What about retinal disorders? So here you see the pancreatitis here, acute pancreatitis, those were similar. If you look at the meta-analysis of GLP-1 receptor agonists and compare it with DPP-4 inhibitors, you will be surprised to note that the DPP-4 inhibitors cause more pancreatitis than GLP-1 receptor agonists. That's based on a meta-analysis, and that's very surprising. I don't know the answer to that. But nevertheless, the pancreatitis rates were similar. Retinal disorders, again, 22.8 and 22.4. Now, this comes with a catch. The patients with proliferative, so if you exclude them, then if you do, there is no increase in retinal disorders. So I think in conclusion, you have got a drug now which reduces the MACE by 14%. Moreover, if I tell the patient, आपको 3-point MACE कम हो गया, तो उनको 3-point MACE का मतलब समझ में नहीं आएगा. उनको बोलना है, तो मैं बोलता हूं कि हार्ट अटैक रिड्यूस करते हैं by 26% और आपका टांग काटने से रोकता है by about 30%. This is what I tell. And the larger effects seem to be there in patients in the Asian origin. And mind you, there were 800 patients from India. So with that I end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalyan, for an excellent presentation, as always, and thank you, Matthew John. I've been told by the organizing chairman that due to paucity of time, we will have the questions over the cup of coffee outside. Thank you very much. Organizers, please, with the mementos.
Moving to our next session, monitoring in India, a debate. I'd like to call up the chairperson, Dr. Suresh Purohit and Dr. Sunita Jyoti.
Good evening, everyone. So let's have another session where we are going to see the CGMS application in the drug naive patients. So there is a debate on that, and first speaker will be Dr. Amit Kumar. So first of all, thank you to Manoj and Purvi for inviting me for this conference, and we are really lucky to have wonderful audience here. And so I think we'll start first with the Karthik. Karthik, you want to start? First, Amit. Okay, so let's start with Amit. So we are running short of time, so we can just go for the debate now. Only 8 minutes.
10 minutes. I'll take a very small time for rebuttal because primarily I'm winning this debate. So I will finish up in a rapid fire and then we'll ask Karthik to counter me. So basically a question to Karthik here, 10 साल पहले when you were driving in an unknown city to go to one lane and one place, क्या करते थे? लोगों से खिड़की उतार के पूछते थे भाई बाएं कैसे जाना है, दाएं कैसे जाना है? That's what you used to do. How do you drive now, Karthik? If you come to Kolkata and I give you my car, how will you drive? You'll tell me later, but you'll use my GPS map. Tell me that, right? So that's exactly what CGM does, right? It gives you a GPS map and tells you about unknown patterns. So why are you not going to use it? Is there even a reason for having a debate about this? I don't know. But let me put my point forward, and I'll be like Sprite, seedhi baat, baki all bakwas. So I'm going to only put evidence, and evidence in this, and nothing else, and some real world examples going forward. So the motion is CGM should be used in on and all even before initiating therapy in every drug naive type 2 diabetes patients because it is cost effective, it gives a baseline assessment, patient empowerment is done, long-term outcomes have been shown to be good, and there is good therapeutic decisions, personalized and precision therapeutic decisions that you can take for your patients. This is a current global burden. We know that, and we've been seeing this slide from morning, and we know that it's very difficult to give precision medicine with this burden all around. What are the limitations of traditional monitoring? We know it's limited data points are there, nocturnal patterns are missed, asymptomatic hypoglycemia, unaware hypoglycemia is often missed, patient poor compliance is often there, and inadequate baseline is very, very important. What CGM does gives you a comprehensive capture of the data, real-time readings, and trend patterns, the up and the down arrows, and gives you an understanding of the glycemic variability, which is very individualized for every individual. Now let's come to the evidence. We have evidence to show that CGM improves glycemic control in the whole spectrum. One meta-analysis, as I speak, 26 RCTs has been compiled to show the improvement in HbA1c, in improvement overall. And it improves glycemic variability. That is important when you're starting a patient initially who is a new onset diabetes, who is drug naive. You want the patient to understand how their sugars are behaving. And this is exactly why you need to do a CGM even before initiating a treatment. Perhaps it gives you an insight to choose the right drug for the patient after doing the CGM. So patient empowerment will be the key. This is one such study that tells CGM has been rated as the most significant intervention element that makes a difference. It tells the patient to act at the right point and make changes in his day-to-day activity. So it acts as an empowerment tool. Behavioral change. We always know that diabetes is a disease that can be altered with behavioral modification. And what's best than having a GPS map telling you how to behave in a better way? So this is a scoping review that tells you that CGM drives lifestyle modification by giving proper behavioral evidence and behavioral change. Most important is real-time feedback, and this is important in diabetes care, especially in a drug-naive patient who is getting started with diabetes, starting to understand his disease. This is exactly where you need real-time feedback on food choices, exercise, sleep and stress, timing of how to go about with your lifestyle, and even with medication as you go along in your journey of diabetes. There is evidence to show that CGM can help improve their dietary patterns by giving personalized dietary recommendation, and this is something that I strongly follow in my clinic. We do CGMs and we have personalized nutrition plans given to the patient as they go along, and there are a lot of studies, as I'm showing you here, which says that we have statistical significant data on these points that I'm speaking about. We know CGM is safe, right? It doesn't cause much problem, no serious events. Cost is, of course, what Karthik will say is a challenge. But having said that, long-term costs are much less if you're using it in the right way. Now, what about drug-naive patient? Now, this is important. When the patient is drug-naive, you're probably in a phase where you're pushing lifestyle modification, or you're in a decision-making scenario where you want to choose the right drug for the patient. So this is exactly where you can use it to recognize variability, to assess the risk, and give targeted therapy. We are talking about personalized and precision medicine as we go along. In newly diagnosed population, another RCT which has been published as an abstract, and this goes on, it's a small RCT, 31 newly diagnosed intervention study, and it shows short-term use of CGM providing valuable insights for glycemic management. Now, cost effectiveness, this is what Karthik will talk about, but if you look at the long-term cost benefit, it's like investing in a mutual fund. This is what I tell my patient. You invest today, you reap the benefits of it tomorrow, because it cuts down on your complication by improving the glycemic variability. So even if today it pinches on your pocket because diabetes care in our country is out of pocket, in the long term is going to cut down on your cost. And this is a paper published, and it looks at the data from the US, but it definitely improves the quality of life and cuts down on the cost in the long run. So it is not a costly affair, it's a cost-friendly affair if you look at it in the best in that perspective. Most importantly, having a pattern understanding gives you optimization of the resource. You know, whether the patient needs to be with the doctor all the time, patient needs to be with the nutritionist, patient needs to make changes in the education, or needs to be more with the doctor. All this better decision making can be done if you have this graphical understanding over a long period of time. And in the long run, if you're able to implement CGM in the right time, then you're improving their long-term complications by reducing the risk of microvascular complications going forward. Indian population, now there are a lot of study, and this is one study by Dr. Vitul Gupta that I picked up, and thanks for publishing this. He looked at this 649 Indian patient, and he found that, you know, there's a real world evidence even in India. Even we conducted a study on type 1 diabetes population, which goes on to show that there is behavioral change happening. But my context was type 2, so we didn't quote our study, we quoted Sir's study, and that's a fantastic result that he has brought out. Cultural consideration. This is very important in India. You know, we are a diverse country, high carbohydrate diet. Cultural practices are different. There is fasting and feasting that we keep talking about. Family gets involved. All these nuances can be picked up if you are putting the patient on CGM when they're learning about their disease, when they're drug naive, when they're early into the disease. There's no reason why you should not be doing that. And the guidelines strongly recommends the use of continuous glucose monitoring across the board. We do have recommendations advocating the use of CGM, and definitely it should be used even in drug-naive patients when they're in the initial phase of the disease. Is it a primary care feasibility? Can be done in a primary care setting? Now, this is a paper that gets published when 520 primary care type 2 diabetes patients that says CGM implementation in primary care setting demonstrate that this technology is not limited to specialty practice. Cost, leave aside, it's a simplistic technology, can be implemented even in a semi-urban rural setting with a little bit of education and guidance to the patient. Real world case. Now I'm talking about all evidence. Last 2 minutes, I'll just show you some case examples. So this is a 45-year-old patient who's a newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes, drug naive, came in with an HbA1c of 8.5, fasting blood glucose of 160, and the patient was initiated for 14 days continuous glucose monitoring graph, and it was sequentially followed up for 3 months. And take a look at this. This is the first month's continuous glucose monitoring of the patient, just helping the patient understand the pattern, simplifies the problem, and encourage the patient to stay on lifestyle modification and control their disease better. So this is the first graph. Take a look at the subsequent improvement in the continuous glucose monitoring as the patient continues in the next month, and then in the 3rd month, you can see much improvement. And all this, the patient is only on lifestyle modification. And just because he's got a GPS map to tell him that this is how your sugars are behaving, he's able to manage it by understanding his or her condition better. And finally, you can see this particular patient almost attain normoglycemia with minimal glycemic variability, only on lifestyle modification, because this patient had an idea how his sugars are changing with his eating pattern, sleep pattern, with the way he's living his lifestyle. Another interesting case, and you can see here, this is a type 2 diabetes on lifestyle modification on 3 months with an HbA1c of 7, patient put on a CGM. Take a look at the first week and the second week, and we always see this in our practice. In the first week, the CGMs will show variability. In the second week, the variability improves because the patient has an understanding of his or her blood sugar findings. So the early intervention is the key. We say hit the disease hard early, hit it with the proper monitoring tool as well. Clinical implementation strategy is very, very important. So in initial assessment, we should have continuous glucose monitoring in the early phase, even in a drug-naive patient. And of course, some counterpoints to Dr. My dear friend here. He will talk about the cost, the complexity, the patient acceptance, but trust me, these are not the limitations. The limitation is the inertia that we don't want to try something new for our patient. So we need to come out of this inertia. If we are coming out of this inertia, I'm sure these things can also be overcome as we go along. Future is bright, and I keep talking about AI and everything. Now you're going to get not just current analytics, we're going to get predictive analytics with AI. Would you want to give that to your patient using a continuous glucose monitoring right at the beginning? So I will close with this. The last slide is that it gives a superior assessment. It empowers the patient. There is enough evidence which I showed you and real world evidence which can tell it is safe, the guidelines support it, it is cost effective in the long run, then why not use it, my friend Karthik?
Thank you. Thank you, Amit. Now you can come here and we can invite our other speaker.
Yeah. And Dr. Amit has actually convinced us that CGM is essential to treat, or rather to start the therapy before treatment. And now we know that is what exactly we are going to listen to Dr. Karthik. He's the diabetes care physician from Bangalore. Over to Karthik.
So like Amit was saying that, 15 years back or 10 years back, we used to not have GPS, and now we have GPS. So fine, we have GPS, that's okay. But this CGM is for 15 days. So after 15 days, where is the patient going to go? He has no direction. So he's going to be lost again, right? Another thing also, you're seeing, stories of people using GPS and yet having accidents, falling into drains, going off road. So even that, this can also lead to disasters. So I will be talking against using CGM in drug-naive patients. So yeah, we should acknowledge the pro-CGM argument. We recognize that powerful potential CGM technology. It's not coming. Yeah. So yeah, we should recognize that CGM is a powerful technology, but here we are talking about a specific population where it's a drug-naive patient and before starting any therapy. So in insulin-treated patients, yeah, CGM has demonstrated to have clear benefits in reducing A1C, hypoglycemia, and improving the quality of life. But for this cohort, the current evidence does not support CGM as a standard first-line tool. And in drug-naive patients, here individuals newly diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, we have established standard markers like A1C, fasting plasma glucose, and oral glucose tolerance test. And what you do initially, the fundamental approach is to inculcate lifestyle modification based on diet, exercise, and weight management. So overdiagnosis and of variability, CGM may flag minor excursions that are clinically irrelevant, no proven outcome benefit, no large RCTs to demonstrate reduced micro or macrovascular events from using CGM before therapy. And it also has an amount of patient burden and resource utilization where unnecessary CGM use diverts cost and clinical time from high-risk patients. Coming to cost, CGM is cost effective only in insulin-treated patients, not in early type 2 diabetes with mild hypoglycemia. So what are the guidelines say? None of them recommend universal CGM use. The ADA 2023 CGM may be considered in select type 2 patients with insulin or with unexplained hypoglycemia. So the ACE 2022 says recommends CGM primarily in insulin users, high-risk patients, or when A1C and SMBG data are unreliable. So ESD 2023 consensus statement says no recommendation for routine CGM or diagnosis. Focus is still on A1C and SMBG. So there's no society that endorses CGM as a blanket requirement, in drug-naive patients. So the ADA standard of care 24-25 also says offer CGM to people with multiple daily injections or consider CGM for basal insulin users, but for non-insulin therapy, intermittent professional CGM may be used for specific
pattern assessment not mandated before starting drugs. The ACE and ACE 22-23 guidelines says endorses CGM for insulin users, and for non-insulin type 2 diabetics use case by case to guide management. Even the NICE guideline says that it is recommended for type 1 patients, whereas type 2 patients it's limited for specific clinical scenarios. The AD and EST 2022 consensus also says hyperglycemia management emphasizes on lifestyle and evidence-based pharmacotherapy as first line. So CGM is just a supportive technology in selected contexts, not a prerequisite to start therapy. So when it comes to early type 2 diabetes, there are few studies which says, like Martin et al., where CGM plus lifestyle reduces A1C by 1%, but benefit was comparable to structured SMBG. So Herat et al. In 2019, there was more than 70% who avoided pharmacotherapy who used CGM feedback, but this was in selected motivated population, because people who have where CGM are all motivated, they exercise, diet, and there are different sect of people. So no head-to-head trial shows CGM superior to structured SMBG for early glycemic control when no drugs are started. So excessive data may not only confuse the patient, it may burden the physicians as well. So smaller transient glucose spikes may prompt unnecessary anxiety and over-treatment. The patient may want to increase treatment by himself or pressurize the doctor to do so. So there are, like in non-insulin drug naive type 2 diabetic patients, there are RCTs in non-insulin which are very small, short duration and often open label, showing modest A1C reductions of only 0.3 to 0.5% when compared to SMBG. And durability is uncertain. There are many positive trials like what my opponent just spoke, but these include trials that include intensive education, frequent follow-ups, digital nudges, confounding the independent effects of sensors. So no RCT evidence shows CGM before initiating therapy improves long-term complications, hospitalizations, or mortality in drug-naive type 2 patients. So this is a step RCT show that significant A1C reduction and more timely intensive physician actions with structured SMBG in insulin naive type 2 patients. So benefits persisted and improved process of care metrics. This approach is low cost, scalable, and ideal before initiating titrating therapy. So practical template would be a 7-point SMBG at least 3 consecutive days before visits with actionable pattern review. So structured SMBG saw a 0.5 to 0.7% reduction in A1C, improved physician decisions without CGM. So CGM RCTs in non-insulin type 2 patients also had similar A1C reductions when compared to SMBG when combined with coaching. So head-to-head findings, there's no statistically significant superiority of CGM over SMBG in non-insulin newly diagnosed patients. So for early type 2 diabetes, structured SMBG achieves similar outcomes at lower cost and with less complexity. So these are some of the studies, like the first Impact, Diamond, and Wisdom in type 1 patients. Mobile and city trials was done in type 2 patients. So they demonstrate CGM benefits mainly in insulin-treated patients with a reduction of A1C of 0.4 to 0.6 with lower hypoglycemia. So no major outcome trials prove that CGM before starting therapy in drug-naive patients changes hard endpoints like CV events or microvascular risk. So extrapolation of insulin cohorts to untreated patients is unsupported by data. So evidence-based is context-specific and not universal. So coming to India specific, see here CGM is mostly out of pocket, it's expensive, and it only lasts for 14 days. So RSSJ 2023 advises judicious use in selected patients, not universal deployment at diagnosis. The ICMR Diabetes India consensus also says structured SMBG, quarterly A1C are adequate for early management, and public health focus prioritize affordable drug access, education, and follow-up over device-first strategy. So there is something called lag time and inaccuracy, because the CGM measures the interstitial glucose and not blood glucose. This results in inherent physiological lag time of 5 to 15 minutes, which is a known limitation. While MARD values are improving, CGM devices are not 100% accurate and may be affected by factors like compression, lows, or certain medications. Also, what is seen is as the blood sugars are near to normal, the MARD increases. So we cannot rely upon those readings to actually advise your patients. So there's also in drug-naive patients, a less precise tool may provide a false sense of security or cause unnecessary anxiety. So when to consider CGM early, suspected unrecognized hypoglycemia, discordant A1C versus SMBG, shift work, pregnancy planning, or inability to perform an SMBG. There are exceptions aligning with selective guidance. Prefer a short-term professional CGM with formal analysis or routine personal real-time CGM before therapy. So you got to reassess your patient once in 3 months of lifestyle and pharmacotherapy. Only then escalate monitoring only if it will change the management. So when not to use a CGM pre-therapy, newly diagnosed patient, because A1C is going to be less like 6.5 to 7.5%, the patient is not going to have any symptoms, and you have reliable other methods like A1C, SMBG data, patients with good literacy and adherence, cost-sensitive environments like our country. So when to selectively consider a CGM, atypical presentations where there's discordance between A1C and SMBG readings, high glycemic variability or hypoglycemic suspicion despite no therapy, or patients unable to self-monitor capillary glucose, pregnancy planning or shift work with unusual glucose patterns. So prefer short-term professional CGM instead of long-term personal CGM. So practical implementation in early type 2 diabetes, confirm diagnosis with an A1C or a fasting plasma glucose, initiate lifestyle intervention, first-line therapy. So it should be either metformin or organ protective agents. Use structured SMBG for feedback, review in 3 months. Escalate monitoring to CGM only if data gaps remain or therapy intensification is needed. So CGM is valuable tool, but not required before starting therapy in every drug name type 2 patients. And structured SMBG A1C monitoring effectively guide early therapy decision. Guidelines, whatever the ADA, EST, ACE, NICE, RSJ do not recommend early use of CGM are not for universal blanket use. So the rational deployment preserves resources for high-risk patients where CGM impact is proven. So start simple, diagnose, lifestyle, first-line therapy, structured SMBG, escalate only if needed, avoid technology overuse that doesn't change management, reserve CGM for complex or high-risk cases, not routine prescriptions. This approach is evidence-aligned, ethical, patient-friendly, and cost-conscious. So and some of the RCTs what you showed were very small in number, underpowered, so I don't think we should go by those studies. And it's all AI generated.
So, so thank you, Karthik, for letting us know that we should not use the CGM real time, or judiciously we can use. So, Amit, you have anything to say on that?
So first of all, I think one very important thing that we need to understand is we are moving ahead and we are not going backwards, and we are moving ahead into the era of precision care, where we want to give the right recommendation to the patient for the right phase of the disease. And continuous glucose monitoring is going to help the patient understand the pattern. It's going to help the clinician understand the pattern. So while guidelines, my dear friend Karthik, are there to guide us, guidelines keep changing every year, and they also keep evolving, and they are derived from the real world evidences and the RCTs in the meta-analysis that comes. And the way we are looking at diabetes care evolve is where we can precisionally guide the patient with the right advice. In a patient, especially in a country like India, where there is a lot of inertia in visiting a doctor, in meeting a clinician, in reaching out to the right clinician at the right point of time, even a one single point of continuous glucose monitoring in a drug-naive patient can help the patient understand his or her glycemic pattern better. And I think there's no debate on this.
Okay. Karthik, what's your say on that?
But I think in drug-naive patients, definitely there's no indication to use a CGM. It's like, you're going to get a person with borderline hypertension or something and ask him to wear a ABPM 24 hours. And, when he's not hypertension, you're going to make him get into anxiety, and probably because of that, reactive hypertension. So like that, you don't want a person to be 24/7, thinking about his blood sugars and not concentrating on what he needs to really concentrate. There is exercise, lifestyle modification, and we are not yet there. I mean, why would you want to use technology when it's not needed? I mean, why do you use CGM? Only to avoid hypoglycemia, risk of hypoglycemia, and to see what is the variability, whether this night-term nocturnal hypoglycemia or post-meal excursions.
And sometimes sensors are over corrected also, no?
And so like I said, then you're going to overcorrect, overtreat, and
wrong readings also there.
And you're going to make the patient unnecessarily spend. And we are not, even if you take the Western countries, it's all insurance. In the Europeans, the government pays for it. So definitely they're not going to come up with guidelines which says that use CGM
at least in early diabetes or in pre-diabetes?
Amit,
Because
you
it's
want
going
to
to
say?
cost the
Yeah,
government
1
a lot
minute
of
is
money.
over. Yeah, Amit.
So I think the point we're
30
going
seconds, sir.
Yes, we are going in the wrong direction here. CGM is not only to pick up hyperglycemia and hypoglycemia. CGM is to understand the trend and the pattern. I think this is where the basic understanding is so very wrong. If the clinician and the patient understands the glycemic pattern, variability will automatically improve. Long-term benefit will be there. Cost is in the long run going to come down. That's simple. Full stop.
A simple thing like A1C to do that.
Just
Pre-diabetes, you could.
we'll have a word. What about the audience? Do you have any comments? Are you for Amit or are you for Karthik?
You can raise your hand if you are.
I think we should have a middle path. If you are traveling in Bombay.
No middle path. This is Bombay. We have to say.
No.
Yes,
If you are traveling in Bombay, you need GPS. But if you are traveling to your clinic, you don't need GPS.
Okay, thank you. We got your.
Still need GPS when you're stuck
So
in
how
traffic
many
to know
of-
if there is a D route to go through.
Hello, I've got two questions.
So how many of one moment. First of all, let's establish that whether we as the audience going with Karthik or going with Amit. So those who are in favor of Amit to use the CGM for drug knives, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 3.5. Raise full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 people. Okay, got that. And who is with Karthik? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 10.5, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is half and 16, 17. Oh, so we give all credit to Karthik not to use the real-time glucose sensor, right? Yeah.
Actually,
No, we go with the with the
because
majority.
maybe in Indian setting,
Now,
we
doctor,
have
you
to have
can
a practical, more practical approach.
No, regarding CGM, what is the strict, CGM, there are two things. Means what should be the minimal recording, 2 to 3 days recording will suffice, or 14 days is a must.
Okay, I will answer that. So that's fine. It all depends on the person who is using the sensor. Mostly the reading will be more or less same on every days. So once you start using it more often, then you will automatically get the answer. Okay. 3 days are also fine. Initially, we were doing only 3 days when Medtronic started.
What are the cases one time in range in strict CGM and strict or normal CGM will get it? Strict time in range and normal time in range.
There is only one time in range.
No, there is a strict time in range.
No, so there are basically 3 within the normal limit, then above the normal limit or below the normal limit. So this all comes by the practice. Once you start using it, you will get all charts and all the graphs and all. So over a period, you learn by yourself. Amit, you want to say anything?
So I think what we are currently following at the moment is time in range, and time in tight range is something which is an evolving concept. But again, having said that, we have to keep that in mind that we're inadvertently not pushing the patient towards overt hypoglycemia when trying to achieve time in tight range. And that's the caveat of using CGM more, because the more you use, the more you will be able to pick up these, unaware dips that comes in, and possibly better way you will be able to maintain the time in tight range.
My meaning is that who are the patients we are going to put in that strict time in range?
So
strict time in range is required for which category of patients?
So we can now actually your question is right, but now this is not a scope of that question to be answered on this platform. Somebody will answer in coming up the lecture and all. So now we're running short of time. We can close this session right now here, and let's have a picture with the guest speakers. So opinion, I said no, we are going with the Karthik, yeah. So let's share up for the Karthik.
moving to our next session, Innovation in Diabetes Care, I would like to call up the next chairperson, Dr. Sanjay Agrawal and Dr. Masita Patil, to chair the session.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure and honor to introduce our first speaker for the day, Dr. Dhruvi Hasnani. I think all of us are very familiar with her. She's done incredible amount of work in the subject that she's going to speak about today. But just a brief introduction. She's been the founder of the Rudraksha Medical Institute. And I think more than anything else, I think countrywide we know her as an excellent speaker. She's been part of numerous research trials that we've seen the paper publications that she puts out every year. And I'm sure that we would look forward to hear today on your topic, which is on female sexual dysfunction and what are the approach and solutions that we have for it. So over to you, Dhruvi.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, one of my very first guidelines have been under your leadership, the in-hospital hyperglycemia management. Thank you so much for the introduction. The session which is under the title of Innovations in Diabetes Care. And when the topic was given to me and I was like, what's the innovation in this topic? And the biggest innovation lies in talking about the female sexual dysfunction. Time and again, we've talked about the male sexual dysfunction, but never with a female-centric lens. So here I am thanking the organizers, Banshi sir, Manoj sir, and Purvi ma'am, for a culture that has founded the Kama Sutra. We are a very oversexed culture. We push boundaries in the television, on the OTT. We are still shy in talking about sex amongst the healthcare fraternity, specifically to our patients, people with non-communicable disorders. And it is astonishing to read in the prevalence and the epidemiology during the research for making the presentation that almost 40% of the women are affected with some sort of sexual dysfunction. And a woman's response to any of the troubles is very different. And when we talk about sexual disorders, the understanding of the female first as to what is normal is very tough to define, and then we move on to the disorder part. We have watched series wherein we talk about sex education on Netflix, but nobody talks about the actual normal sex education in our society. And even me as a doctor today standing in front of you, a lot of the things that I came to know was not even properly in the college. We come to know about a lot of things from our peers. We don't get that proper education which is necessary. Now, when we talk about sexual dysfunction, it's not just a man's world. Female, this is a normal cycle, a sexual cycle. It has 4 phases. But do we all grasp the intensity or the normal physiology of all of these 4 phases? And look at the reporting of this sexual dysfunction amongst women. A lot of us don't know, again, what is missing, what is not correct, what we will call as pathology. And unfortunately, even as a female HCP, talking to my female patients with diabetes or obesity or menopause, it is still not the first question, or even amongst the first 5 questions that we would ask, when was the last time you got intimate with your partner? Let alone if that woman is divorced, let alone if that woman is widowed or in a perimenopausal time. This is not one of the questions that we ask. And it is a healthy thing to ask these questions, to bring them up, because a lot of signs and symptoms are associated with the complications of non-communicable disorders. Diabetes per se is one very important cause of sexual dysfunction amongst women. how do we define this female sexual disorder? So when we say that there is female sexual dysfunction, it is a continuum of not just physiological disorders, something going awry, but it's a psychosexual disorder that comprises of, a continuum of disorders, including the sexual desire being troubled, which is interrelated with problems of arousal, orgasm, as well as pain during the sexual activity. And that in turn impairs the quality of life of this female. Females across all age categories at some point of time have some or the other trouble in any of the phases of the sexual life that we just saw. And it is seemingly sometimes difficult for us to comprehend as well that a female might be going through difficult times, which is associated with that sexual dysfunction, and vice versa, that when she is undergoing something that she's not able to perceive well, she might have some sort of non-communicable disorder. There's only one paper from 2009 which talks about female sexual dysfunction with regards to the Indian population. That paper comes from Dr. Sanjay Kalra sir and the group. And he said that in the North Indian population, 45% of the females suffered from some sort of desire disorder, 62% from arousal disorder, 84% from orgasmic disorder, and 20% from pain. Now, these numbers are too high. And let's take a second to read these numbers again. 45, 62, 84. All of these numbers, big numbers for us to even understand that female in such a large percentage go through troubles with desire, with arousal, and with orgasm. A lot of them don't even know what it means. A significant number of female also feel that they are not enough. They have a lower self-esteem, they have body image issues, and they feel that they are not attractive enough for their spouse. And only 3-point-something % of the women have previously discussed this issue with their doctors, with their gynecologist, or with their physician. Very small number. Again, something that I am asking you to ponder over in the group of these people that we are sitting together, comfortable talking about a female sexual dysfunction. The common type of dysfunction that happen are desire difficulties, orgasm difficulties, excitement difficulties, and sexual pain disorders. Now, when they all come together, they are all interlinked with each other. And there is something known as a hypoactive sexual desire disorder, which is the most prevalent format. And it happens in almost 27 to 52% of the women. It is persistent and sometimes recurrent deficiency or absence of fantasies or desire to engage in sexual activity. This is something that as healthcare professionals, we should bring it up. This is the innovation of conversation that we are trying to bring in our practice for women with diabetes, for women with endocrine pathophysiologies, for women who just come to you and say that there's something wrong with me and I don't know what is happening. Please feel free to initiate a conversation. Now, this is quite common that we were just in the group discussing that there needs to be a paracetamol branded, contraception that needs to come out, and females always have excuses in not engaging. But it's a couple counseling that is required for the man and the woman who are in a relationship and do not have a healthy intimacy on a regular period of time. Now, the hypoactive sexual desire disorder that I'm talking about is one of the most common issue, which is both emotionally as well as pathophysiologically interlinked. Again, what you need to do is question this lady first. Try to find out whether this is a psychological aspect, which is, prevailing for a majority of her time, whether it is a non-communicable disorder like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, or obesity, which is prevailing in this lady, or is it something else which we can address? When a woman is going through perimenopausal time or a menopausal time, something which is known as a reverse adrenarche happens. What happens is there are events after the menopause which mirror the adrenarche, and it is associated with reduced DHE and reduced testosterone production. Now, what does that mean? That means that this lady is again not able to understand why suddenly her desire has reduced, why suddenly she's feeling that I'm lost, why suddenly she feels all the emotions that had been very much normal before, and now all she feels like is the 102 excuses that you just saw. But all of these can be significantly addressed. These can be managed well if we know where to pinpoint, where to exactly put our focus and channelize our management on. There are, of course, hormonal mechanism, psychological mechanism, this depression and anxiety, and of course socio-cultural barriers as well that might lead to a female sexual dysfunction. As doctors, hormonal mechanisms, the psychological mechanisms, as well as the depression and anxiety part are something that we need to look on. We can also make changes to the socio-cultural format by not being scared of talking about the most natural thing in a very respectful manner to our females with or without any other communicable disorders. What do we mean when we say that it could be physiological? There could be neurological problems, there could be cardiovascular disorders, urogenital disorders, frequent infections, some medications that could be leading to all of these disorders, fatigue, as well as endocrinopathies. Psychologically, a woman might be going through depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, body image issues, substance abuse. All of these are some of the factors of the iceberg that lead to the female sexual dysfunction. Another important aspect is the interpersonal relationship. How a couple sees each other, how the female feels safe in the environment of what she perceives as her home. Lack of intimacy issues, lack of the feeling that she is in a secure environment, lack of privacy, all of these lead to sexual dysfunction. Some religious values as well as societal taboos are also something that push the lady away from understanding the normal. And if you don't know the normal, you don't know where you're going wrong. What could be the signs and symptoms that we can catch? Some decrease or loss of desire for sex in any format. Please, again, ask this as one of your leading questions when you're taking history of a female going through menopause, a female with diabetes, or a female with obesity. Inadequate lubrication, vaginal lubrication before or during intercourse. Inability to achieve orgasm is one of the very serious part of the female sexual dysfunction. Vaginismus, which is inability to relax her vaginal muscles enough to allow the intercourse. Pain during intercourse or vulvodynia. Non-coital sexual pain disorder, which is a recurrent and persistent genital pain induced by non-sexual stimulation as well. All of these are some signs and symptoms that we need to look out for. But how should we proceed in case there is a positive response or some ladies coming and saying, yes, I have one of these symptoms? Just ask, screen these females for all the endocrinopathies or any of the factors that you feel might be predominantly present in this female, be it the physiological disorders, be it the depression, anxiety part, be it uncontrolled hyperglycemia or obesity or hypertension. There is a 4-step model that you see. This algorithm is very much freely available on Google. It was in 2019 that the Mayo Clinic people came out with this algorithm. Start with asking the lady some details about her life. Try and again reframe your question so that you can reach up to a very specific concern or very specific sexual problem that she might be facing. There has to be a very empathetic reasoning and empathetic witnessing, and please hear her out. It cannot be just your 3 questions. You will always have to listen to the entire story to understand what is happening. The most important part as diabetologists and physicians is to understand the presence of any other underlying factor that needs to be corrected first so as to have a positive impact on the problem that the female is facing. a very simple protocol over here, find out whether there is an organic cause, a physical cause, or a psychiatric problem, and then think of the treatment, what you want to do, whether you need to treat the underlying infection, you need to send the patient for some physiotherapy, you need to test her metabolic parameters, be it thyroid, be it HbA1c, be it the prolactin levels, and then make a medical intervention, or whether does that patient need more counseling along with a partner majority of the times. There are algorithms, again, very easily available, very easy to follow when we talk about female anorgasmia, which is the inability to arrive or achieve an orgasm. For a similar problem, which is the management of the genitopelvic pain or penetrative disorder in females, again, look for infections first as physicians. Find out if there is any fibrosis or any infections which are recurrently troubling this female, and then decide on what sort of a management you want to take that lady through. There are questionnaires, again, easily available, free of cost available over the internet. The most widely used is the Female Sexual Function Index, or the FSFI, which has questions in the assessment area of desire, arousal, orgasm, as well as pain. Simple questions of all the area, 2 questions each. There are 8 questions. If there is even one question which the lady answers yes, there are follow-up questions. Establish an open dialogue. Make sure that the OPD area is in a private setup wherein the lady feels safe to talk to you about her troubles whenever you are asking her the questions. Make sure if you are a male, you have a female attendant with you to take care that she is feeling safe and secure again to talk to you about her troubles. Management again depends on what is the cause. Find out first what are the cause. There are n number of management available. As a diabetologist, as a physician, it is our first priority to understand and rule out any of the non-communicable disorders. If in an uncontrolled manner, go and control these first. In our practice, it is again important to ask the patient to come back for a follow-up. Ask the lady how she's doing again, whether the management worked or not, whether the counseling was on the positive end for her or not, and give a thorough examination. Refer her to a gynecologist if you do not feel that you are, comfortable enough to do that. The answer lies in early screening, early diagnosis, and appropriate counseling of this lady. All of these being the cornerstones for any lady going through any sort of sexual dysfunction. So with that, I'm going to thank our chairperson, thank Manoj sir, Purvi ma'am, and Banshi sir again for including this topic as an innovative conversation that needs to be included amongst all of us. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Dr. Dhruvi, for such an exhaustive presentation on a topic which was really needed for us to discuss. For the next topic, I'll invite Dr. Nandita Arun. We all know that to manage postprandial hyperglycemia sometimes is so challenging. For this topic, none other than Dr. Nandita Arun, who has got an exhaustive introduction lines right from director at Ramchandran Diabetes Hospital to her gold medal in PSM to her research, publications and whatnot. So may I request Dr. Nandita Arun to please start with her presentation.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, respected chairpersons, and good evening, everyone. Of course, I cannot move on without thanking my dear friends, Dr. Manoj, Purvi, and Bansi sir for having me here, part of DRS. Always a pleasure. This is the next couple of minutes. I'm going to be talking about the newer generation prandial insulin, namely the ultra rapid acting Lispro. This is a sponsored session supported by Cipla. So we know that our part of the world, the postprandial blood glucose is a burden for many reasons. One, because genetically itself, we are beta cell deficient, insulin deficient. Beyond that, if you see, look back at those pictures there on the wall about, it's all, our diet is all about carbohydrates, isn't it? So it is quite a challenge to control that postprandial blood glucose, which in turn contributes to not just an uncontrolled HbA1c, but we also now do know that it has been well accepted that postprandial glucose excursions can increase the risk of complications, both micro and macrovascular complications. And this in turn can also lead to worsening of TIR or time in range, which we know increases the risk of complications, increases oxidative stress, and so on. This is a consensus guideline. So due to this, of course, we generally do have our international guidelines, but we do have specific guidelines, Indian guidelines, to address the postprandial blood glucose. And the importance has been stressed on these guidelines, and this itself shows us that it is important to reduce that postprandial efficiently. This is also, recently we know that there has also been some importance on the 1 hour blood glucose. We know that earlier we've always been looking at the fasting and the 2 hour postprandial, but the 1 hour also we have now come to know that it is important in contributing to that rise in HbA1c, and we never used to check much for this, but in our practice now, of course, we have started incorporating it, if not in our daily practice, but in some patients where it may be applicable. So that being said, as a context, what are the tools that we have? We know that postprandial blood glucose is important. We know that targeting the post-meal peaks are important. This in turn will reduce risk of complications. But what are the tools that we have to tackle these burdens, and what are the tools that we have available? So most of the prandial insulins that we have today, unfortunately, do not exactly, does this pointer work? Doesn't seem to work. Most of the prandial insulins, can I get a pointer, please? Most of the prandial insulins that we have today do not match the postprandial peak that we have, simply because they do not match the first phase of insulin secretion or the physiological peak of insulin secretion that we naturally have to handle the postprandial peak. And this is one of the biggest drawbacks that we have with most of our prandial insulin. So as we can see, the normal profile, the sharp peak and rise, the sharp rise and fall in the postprandial, just going to see, yeah, great. So as we can see, the sharp rise and fall of that initial insulin secretion that we have is never matched, or is almost always never matched by our prandial insulins that we have so far available in our practice. At the same time, we know that the injection meal intervals are also challenging. That is, most of our prandial insulins, there's this asynchrony between the prandial and the peak and our carbohydrate uptake. There is also data to show, now this is very interesting data, because this is what is the crux of the matter. This is clinically very relevant. So this is data to show us the challenges from the physician's point of view and the patient's point of view with the prandial insulins that we have today. So from the patient's point of view, and what I'd like to sort of highlight over here, thank you, is the fact that most patients, 82% of patients, are worried about their postprandial blood glucose, and they find that the pre-meal insulin has a negative impact on their quality of life. They find that it is negatively affecting their lifestyle to a great extent. And I think this is very practical, something that we see in our clinical practice very often. How often do we find, see, we are sitting at the other end of the table seeing our patients for 10 minutes in our consultation. And so simply, we just write these complicated regimes with the insulin to be taken half an hour prior to the meal. How practical is that? Or even 15 minutes prior to the meal, or 20 minutes prior to the meal. How practical is it? The last point that you see over here, the second point, that most patients find that it's difficult to even eat out. Of course, eating out is not the priority, but to time your meal with that insulin is not practically possible every day of your life, isn't it? So this is one of the challenges that most patients face. And of course, physicians also do realize that this is a major challenge. More importantly, in this particular survey that was done, it was found that majority of patients do not take their insulin as advised to take, the timing of the insulin or the prandial insulin. So what that means is, most patients end up taking their insulin either after the meal or just once they start eating and they've forgotten to take the insulin, so they take it in between the meal, which is probably a practical problem that most patients face, isn't it? So 44% of patients say that they take it immediately before meals. 24% of patients say that they take it after their meals, right? So this is a major challenge with most of the prandial insulins that we have today. So the gaps in the prandial insulins that we have, to sort of reiterate, is that one, the onset of action does not match the physiological peak of insulin, first phase of insulin, does not match the carbohydrate absorption, and the PK/PD also does not mimic the physiological insulin secretion. So that being said, what would be the expectations if we wanted the ideal prandial insulin? What would we actually expect? The expectations or the tick marks for an ideal prandial insulin would be, number one, all these challenges that we just discussed. Number one, it should be closest to that physiological insulin secretion that we have. Number two, the insulin should match that carbohydrate postprandial peak. And number three, last but not the least, it should be flexible or patient friendly in terms of your timing of insulin dosing with your meal. Of course, last but not the least, also we want a lower risk of hypoglycemia. So what is this ultra rapid Lispro that we have today? So the ultra rapid Lispro is nothing but, it's a combination of the citrate with the prostacyclin analog. And what these both do, these components actually do, is that the citrate component, I'm actually going to move on to the next slide, which shows us elaborately that this is what you see on the left is plain Lispro, which we all know the hexamers go into the monomers and then that gets absorbed. But what we have with the ultra-rapid Lispro is the prostaglandin component and the citrate component, which increases the vascular permeability and vasodilatation. And this in turn increases the rapidity of the absorption, and which is why you get that ultra-rapid action with this particular formulation. So when does this actually peak as compared to Lispro? You find that the peak is about 11 minutes prior to the action of that of Lispro, where you, as you can see in the graph over here. Secondly, more importantly, not just does the peak come earlier, 11 minutes earlier, you also get a threefold higher reduction in the blood glucose as compared to your regular usual Lispro. So the advantage, what does that translate to when you put that into the clinic, is that the insulin can be taken at 0 minutes before the meal up to 20 minutes post meal, right? So that is where the flexibility, and that is the key to actually improving patient compliance. And when you have that onset of action prior to 11 minutes prior to your Lispro, you're also going to have the threefold reduction in that carbohydrate postprandial peak. You're also going to have effective postprandial reduction. So the previous slide was comparing Lispro to ultra-rapid Lispro. When you compare Lispro, so what about the other prandial insulins that we have today? The red that you're seeing over here is the ultra-rapid acting Lispro, which is 11 minutes faster, 6 minutes faster than your Fias, which is the ultra short acting aspart. It is 11 minutes or about 12 minutes faster than your Lispro and almost 14 minutes faster than your aspart. So this is a comparison between the onset of action of ultra rapid acting Lispro as compared to the other prandial insulins that we have today. And this also translates to a higher and an early postprandial reduction in the peak. Now, the next couple of slides, so we've looked at the onset of action, we've looked at the comparison of the ultra rapid acting insulin with the earlier Lispro that we had, we've looked at the flexibility in timing, the PK/PD. Let's now look at some clinical data. I'm going to run us through this and then I'll sum it up. So this was a double-blind treat to target multinational RCT in which patients with type 2 diabetes were randomized into two groups. One group had, and these are patients who were on basal insulins, who were added on with a prandial insulin, Lispro versus ultra-rapid acting Lispro, and then followed up over a period of time. At the end of the study, they found that there was similar HbA1c reduction, not statistically significant, but achieved targets similar between Lispro and ultra-rapid acting Lispro. But furthermore, what they did find was that the postprandial peaks were significantly lower, not just at 2 hour, but at 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, up to 4 hours, that postprandial reduction is much more efficient with ultra rapid acting Lispro as compared to Lispro. And of course, the next question would be the safety in terms of hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia risk was also lower with ultra rapid acting as compared to Lispro. The overall safety profile was similar between Lispro and ultra rapid. So the key points from this particular study is that you have a prandial insulin, an ultra rapid acting insulin, faster acting than your Lispro that we had earlier, which has an 11 to 12 minute onset of action prior to that of Lispro. You have a 3-fold reduction in that postprandial peak, higher than Lispro. You also have, most importantly, flexibility in the timing of the dosing from 0 to up to 20 minutes post-meal. I'm going to skip through this one. This is the point that we just discussed. So the flexibility that I discussed earlier from 0 to 20 minutes post-meal also has been shown to improve patient satisfaction. And this is data to show us that compared to other mealtime insulins, people who were on ultra-rapid acting insulin in a Japanese trial, they found that patient satisfaction was much higher with ultra-rapid acting insulin. In conclusion, your ultra-rapid acting Lispro is a newer formulation in which you have a quicker onset of action. We know that postprandial blood glucose reduction is a challenge quite often in our patients, as I mentioned, with our high carbohydrate content, and most of the prandial insulins that we've had available so far did not match the physiological peak of insulin secretion, did not match that carbohydrate postprandial peak. Today we have this ultra rapid acting or ultra rapid Lispro, which has an onset of action around 11 to 12 minutes prior to that of the regular Lispro that we had available, almost 15 minutes prior to the onset of action as compared to Aspart, and a 3-fold further reduction in the blood glucose or the postprandial peak. This in turn gives us that flexibility with the timing of the insulin with the meal. So for patients who find it a big challenge to time their insulin with their meal, this gives that flexibility from 0 to up to 20 minutes after the meal, which is quite a game changer for many patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nandita. I think that was a wonderful lecture. And I think with all these new insulins that are coming into the market, we need to position them correctly as to where do you want to use them. So I'm sure there will be a lot of questions for you. And please stay back and answer the questions once we are finished with all the lectures. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Rajesh Rajput. And it's a pleasure to introduce him. He's a senior professor and head at the Department of Endocrinology at the PGIMS Rohtak. He has more than 108 publications in various peer-reviewed journals.
Sanjay,
but more important,
संजय ये बहुत पुराना CV पढ़ रहा है.
let me just say that this gentleman, I think, has done numerous amount of research papers. And if I have to learn something in biostats, I would go to Rajesh and ask him about biostats. So that's a better introduction for you. So look forward to listen to you. And your topic for the day is on Afreeza clearing the air around inhaled insulins. Please go ahead.
Right. So good evening, everyone. At the onset, I like to thank Manoj for inviting me for DRS, and he has assigned me to talk on a topic which I believe large number of you actually have not listened till now. And we have just listened from Nandita about ultra rapid acting insulin for prandial glucose control. And if we see the journey of insulin, which started more than 100 years back, various types of insulins have come into picture. Prandial insulins for control of postprandial glucose, basal insulin. But despite whatever advances has taken place, the biggest dilemma or biggest problem with the patients is they want to avoid injections. And we often talk about patients, but when a doctor himself become a patient, he also start behaving in a similar way. So we are also not different from the patients actually. So even the doctors does not want to take insulin. When you offer them insulin, they say, "Doctor, कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या? Insulin को भी रहने देते हैं." So actually, the quest for alternate forms of delivery for insulins are going on. Large number of them has been tried, right from buccal to nasal to lung, and this is one form through inhalation form which has been tested. And if we go into the journey of inhaled insulin, journey started way back in 1925, and it is only in 2006 the first inhaled insulin, which was developed by Pfizer, Exubra, was approved by US FDA. I still remember at the launch meeting in Delhi, we were invited, but 2 days before the launch, we received the message that the company has withdrawn this insulin and the launch in India was postponed. So this is a story of Exubra in India. So it has actually never come, although we were part of some of the trials for another company in US, Mankind Corporation, developed Afrezza. Now Afrezza is a technosphere technology, which I will explain to you. And in 2014, Afrezza got approval from US FDA as a first inhaled insulin, which is a short-acting prandial insulin, right? Now, after that, it is available in US. The approved indication for Afrezza is adult patient with diabetes. It can be type 1 or type 2, adult diabetic patients. As of now, Afrezza is not approved for pediatric type 1 diabetic individuals. Trials are on. Now, in 2018, Cipla collaborated with Mankind Corporation and they got approval from DCGI in 2024, and the company is now planning to launch this inhaled insulin into our country. So therefore, probably now you are going to listen more and more lectures about inhaled insulin, what it is, how it is going to work, what are the PKPD properties. So all these information I am going to briefly discuss with you during this lecture. Now, what is Afrezza? Afrezza is technosphere insulin. So as you see the lecture, there is a short term TI. So that's why I am saying TI stands for technosphere insulin. Now this is a patented technology. In this technology, basically what they have used an excipient carrier molecule. And this carrier molecule is fumarate diketopiperazine, which is known by a short name of FDKP. Now, FDKP is a carrier molecule used in other inhalational products also, including antibiotic. Azithromycin inhaled version has been developed using this technology. Now, what actually FDKP is? Now, this molecule usually has a negative charge, therefore it attracts positive charge particles and peptides. Apart from that, at a pH of less than 6, it forms microprecipitates. Now, these microprecipitates are almost less than 1 micrometer in size. Remember, whenever you are using inhaled insulin, for the drug to reach the alveoli, the particle size should be less than 5 micrometer. If your particle size is more, majority of the drug is going to remain in the upper airways. So here, this particle size is very small, and when through breath actuated mechanism, there is a small device. This is a device. So probably the companies are going to show you. This is a very small whistle shaped device which is we are going to use with this inhaled insulin. This is breath actuated. Now when you are breathing in, the insulin will go inside and will deposit into the alveoli, and there at a physiological pH which is more than 6, this excipient get dissolved, insulin and FDKP get dissociated, and FDKPD is actually an inert molecule. After absorption, it is excreted through kidney. So it's an inert molecule which is approved by US FDA. So what is reaching into the plasma is actually only insulin. Also remember, I am going to show you that later on, that the bioavailability is roughly 30%. So not 100%. So what companies are going to market to you It is available in three strengths. It is available in three strengths, 4, 8 and 12 unit cartridge. It is actually the bioavailable insulin. It is not that 30% out of 4 unit is going to be bioavailable. So this 4 means this is bioavailable insulin. The actual amount of insulin which is present inside this cartridge, which you are going to load into this device, is more than that. So 4, 8 and 12 is actually the bioavailable insulin, which is the marketed strength of the insulin. Now this is in brief about Technosphere technology, how this has been made, what are the different strengths available. Now the next important question, which is important to all of us as a doctor community before we use, what is the evidence? What evidence mankind has generated based on which the drug got approval from US FDA and then obviously later on by DCGI. Now these are PK/PD studies. Now PK studies has been done to find out half-life, peak action, total duration of action and pharmacodynamics to see the effect of the drug on glucose lowering effect. Now this table is important to understand for that has been created. Normally in all of us, the time to measurable insulin is roughly 10 minutes. Peak action takes place at around 40-45 minutes and by 210 minutes, insulin comes to baseline. When we talk about rapid acting insulin analog, which Nandita has talked about, time to measurable insulin is 17 to 30 minutes. Peak effects occur at around 90 to 120 minutes and the total duration of action is variable 275 to 320 minutes. In contrast, now look at inhaled insulin, which is Afrezza. The time to measurable insulin is roughly 12 minutes, which is close to physiological 10 minutes. Time to peak effect is 45 minutes and time for effect to return to baseline, although it is mentioned here as 180, but it is variable depending on the dosage of insulin you are taking. If you are taking say 20 units of inhaled insulin, this time might be little bit longer. If you are taking only 4 units, this time might be little shorter, but on an average 180 minutes, which is roughly equivalent to 3 hours. So through inhaled insulin, we are trying to mimic a close physiological rise in postprandial insulin and its effects on postprandial glucose control. Now for that, there are 2 important pivotal studies. This is type 2 study. This has been done in 353 subjects. This study is published in Diabetes Care, where patients who were not controlled on one oral glucose lowering agent, they were randomized to receive TI, which is Technosphere insulin Afrezza, versus placebo. And this study has shown that with the use of Technosphere insulin, there is 0.8% reduction in HbA1c. If you see the postprandial glucose excursion, they are dramatically reduced by using Technosphere insulin. And since the comparison is with the placebo, obviously the risk of hypoglycemia is found to be more. So therefore, the drug appeared in plasma well, has good effect on postprandial glucose, and the drug is effective. That is why patients are developing hypoglycemic episodes also. Now moving from that to type 1 study, all these studies are done in adult population. Now here, because in type 1 diabetes, we cannot use placebo for ethical reasons. So therefore, here the active comparator is aspart, which is a rapid acting insulin analog. Now in comparison to aspart, as you see with Technosphere insulin, the decrease in HbA1c is less as compared to aspart, but when we see the risk of hypoglycemia, it is significantly lower as compared to aspart and almost identical degree of effect on gain in body weight. So both type 1 and type 2 studies have shown clinical efficacy of Technosphere insulin, and based on that, the drug got approval. The next important study, which is published in 2018 in Diabetes Technology and Therapeutics, is about the effect of Technosphere insulin on CGM related parameter. Now, this is a small study involving 60 individual type 1 diabetes. They were given CGM and they have used technosphere insulin. Again, here the comparator insulin is aspart. Now, if you see time in range, it is significantly more by using technosphere insulin. When we see time above range, it is significantly less with technosphere insulin as compared to aspart insulin. And the another parameter which has been studied in this study is PPG 1 to 4 hour, which is after meal. Again, with use of Afrezza, there is significant better improvement in postprandial glucose control as compared to aspart. So this is the third important study which has been done. Now, based on these studies, drug is used. Now, it is probably I do not know the exact timeline, but probably in 6 months or so, the drug is going to come to India also. Now, how safe is this drug? These are the list of side effects which are observed in clinical trial with use of technosphere insulin. The most common side effect is cough. It is observed in as many as 19.7% of the patients. Now, with use of technosphere insulin, cough is going to be seen in good number of patients. But remember, this cough is seen even with other inhaled therapies also, and it is usually mild, seen when patients start inhaling the insulin, might be related to the drug product which is going to be deposited. Some of it is going to be deposited into your throat, might be related to bronchospasm or whatever the reason. But it is mild, easily manageable, not to be worried. But this is the most common side effect and also the most common reason for patients to discontinue Afrezza during clinical trial development program, which means we have to teach our patients about these side effects which is going to be observed. So if they are not going to tolerate the degree of cough which they are developing, probably they are going to discontinue the therapy. So 2.8% of the patient treated with Afrezza discontinued therapy because of cough in clinical trials. So this is a reality. This might happen in real world also. Moving from that to next is, since we are using the inhaled insulin, the drug is going to into your alveoli, and from alveoli it is going into your blood. So therefore, what is the pulmonary safety? Now for that, again the studies has been done during clinical trial, and it has been shown there is a small decline in FEV1 with use of inhaled insulin. But this decrease in FEV1 is not clinically significant. It is self-limited, and if patient is going to stop the drug, then it will come back to the normal. As you see the curve, as patients stop taking the drug, pulmonary functions comes back to the normal. But then there are some guidelines which are issued when we are going to use inhaled insulin. This is a long-term 2-year safety data, although throughout the world, people have started saying since the drug is launched in 2014 and now we are in 2025, we need a larger long-term safety data with use of Afrezza. But 2-year safety data has shown that with use up to 2 years, the change in FEV1 is static, it is not permanent, and as soon as patient stops the drug, it comes back to the normal. Now, moving from that to special population, because we are going to see large number of type 2 diabetics or adult diabetics with large number of comorbidities. Whether we are going to use Afrezza there or not, remember there are no studies for use of Afrezza in patients with renal impairment, in patients with hepatic impairment. No study as of now in pregnancy or in lactation period, although these studies are going on and soon we are going to have results. Even in pediatric population, it still is not approved. Pediatric studies are going on. As far as geriatric population is concerned, it is found to be safe. Therefore, it can be used irrespective of the age of the patient. Now, let's go back to the basics. As I have told you, this is a device, a very small handheld device, which is actuated by your breath. The drug is available in 3 strengths, 4 units, 8 units, and 12 units. there are different colors given to these three different dosage: blue, green, and orange. Now, how you are going to shift? Suppose you are planning to shift a patient from injectable version to inhaled. How you are going? So there is a dosage algorithm which has been published, which is present on the net. Like if patient is taking up to 4 units of injectable short-acting insulin, you can start Afrezza 4-unit inhaled insulin. If patient is taking 5 to 8 units, give 8 units of Afrezza. So as I have shown in the slide. So this is how patient can be shifted from injectable insulin to Afrezza or inhaled insulin. Now, what are the key considerations before you start this insulin? Now, this is how the mechanism of action of this drug. Probably there is a small video at the end of this lecture by which you will know how to use this device. Now, the key important considerations are, before you start this therapy, measure FEV1 of the patients. FEV1 should be more than 70%. If somebody who is suffering from chronic pulmonary disease, bronchial asthma, ILD, FEV1 is not there, patient is smoker, then all these cases are ineligible for inhaled insulin. After you start inhaled insulin, pulmonary function test needs to be repeated at 6 months. If fall in FEV1 at 6 months is more than 20%, the drug needs to be stopped. After that, you can do it annually or you may not even do it. The small insignificant decline is not a permanent decline. It is going to revert back to the normal whenever patient is going to stop Afrezza. So friends, Afrezza is a new mode of delivery of rapid acting insulin. Only inhaled insulin approved in the world, going to come to India. It's an ultra rapid acting mealtime insulin approved for use in adult patients with diabetes. If you are going to use in adult type 1 diabetes, remember you have to use along with basal insulin. In type 2 diabetes, you can use it as a prandial insulin along with your other drugs, which will take care of the rest of the things. Based on clinical trial data, the drug is found to be safe and effective, and it has been available in West from 2014. The most common adverse effect is cough, which is manageable. You have to measure FEV1 in all the patients. It is contraindicated to be used in patients who are suffering from chronic pulmonary disease and are smokers. And currently, very recently this year, the drug got approval from DCGI, so it is going to come to India. So thank you very much, and this is probably the video. So the video is not playing, probably we'll do it.
To properly inhale Afrezza, which will look like this. I'll break the inhalation down into 4 steps and walk through each one in detail. Step 1, select the cartridge. Because Afrezza enters the bloodstream in less than a minute and starts controlling blood sugar in about 12 minutes, you'll take Afrezza right before you begin eating. Once you open one of the foil packages, you'll find 2 blister cards, perforated to tear off into small strips with 3 insulin cartridges. You'll first get your cartridge out of the strip by pushing the rounded plastic so that the cartridge breaks through the foil. Check the color and number on your foil strip or cartridges to ensure the correct dosage is selected. Step 2. Load the cartridge. After taking the inhaler out of its plastic wrapper, you'll notice that there are 2 parts of the inhaler. On the bottom, there is a short, flat, broad purple base that will let you set the inhaler flat on the table if needed. On the top, there is a thin white mouthpiece that extends out longer than the base with a purple removable mouthpiece cover. You can remember that the white part of the inhaler goes up towards the clouds. You'll want to do the purple pinch to hold the base of the inhaler level while lifting the mouthpiece up to a vertical position. This will open the inhaler. You should see or feel a cavity inside, which is where the cartridge will fit just like a puzzle piece. You'll hold the cartridge with the white cup in the inhaler.
Next, we'll close the top part of the inhaler back down. You may feel or hear a snap. That snap was the insulin cup sliding into position, becoming like a salt shaker. It's important that after this step, to not turn your inhaler upside down, shake it, put it in your pocket, or drop it, as that could lead to a loss of powder. So you'll want to do this step right before you're ready to inhale. Remember to keep the inhaler level once loaded. Step 3, inhale Afrezza. Now it's time to inhale. Take off the purple mouthpiece cover by pulling the very thin tab towards you. Before bringing your inhaler to your mouth, exhale to get rid of the air that's already in your lungs. Then place the mouthpiece in your mouth with the inhaler tilted down towards your chin. Form a seal with your lips around the mouthpiece. Take a deep breath, approximately 3 seconds, like you would do a yoga breath or when your doctor is checking your breathing with a stethoscope. Once you've inhaled, hold your breath for a couple of seconds or as long as is comfortable before resuming your normal breathing. Step 4, remove the cartridge. Once you're done, open the inhaler, remove the used cartridge, and throw it away in regular household trash.
So this is the video for use of this, and what I have read on the net, because the inhaler, the device needs to be changed after 15 days. So when you are purchasing this insulin, the insulins are coming with 2 devices. I do not know about Indian marketing, at least in West, and the person has to change the device after 15 days. So this is in brief about a new mode of delivery for insulin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rajesh, for this wonderful lecture. But as we are falling short of time, I'm sorry we'll not be able to take any further questions. The speakers are all available outside, and if you have any questions for them, please feel free to ask them outside. Thank you very much, and we'll close the session for now. Thanks a lot.
Can I share all the chairperson and the speakers to come on the stage for the photograph and the memento?
Thank you. So that indeed was a very exciting session. As I said, unfortunately, couldn't take the questions, but we move now to the penultimate session, which is weight loss and beyond. And we have a power-packed faculty lined up for this session, very interesting one. I will request the speakers to stick to the time so that we can have some at least 5 to 10 minutes of discussion time at the end of all the 4 talks. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome for the first conversation in this symposium, Dr. Mithun Bhartiya, a very close friend. Can I have Mithun CV up there? Can I go back to the CV slide? Thank you. So Mithun is the president of Association of Clinical Endocrinologists. He is the co-founder of DTech, a technology group. Hails from the city of Guwahati. Earlier has done his CCT in UK. And Mithun will be speaking to us about semaglutide, 2.4 milligram, stepping into the realms of high efficacy OMMs. And I'm aware today that many of you have stayed back to understand And some, in fact, have joined in this evening to understand more about the newer chronic weight management medications and how to go about it. And this symposium will be answering all those questions. So with that, I hand it to Mithun to enlighten us on SEMA 2.4.
Thank you, Manoj. Thank you for the kind invitation. It's always a pleasure. I'm going to talk about STEP trials. So STEP is semaglutide treatment in patients with obesity. And this is a sponsored symposia, so that's my declaration that I've been paid to give this talk. So let's talk about weight loss. Very easy to say in the clinic, jaake vajan kama lo, this is getting better. Very difficult to do. Anybody who's a little bit obese will realize all the diets do a lot of flip-flopping and eventually they don't work. And one of the reasons it doesn't work is that because the hedonic drive kicks in, and also the satiety center has to be managed, which doesn't get managed with diets. Diets work for a short term because you have a goal, you're getting married, somebody's going, you want to look nice. After that event is gone, boom, everything goes flip-flat. The reason I feel is that because the body has a vetostat. So there is a thermostat in which our temperature is maintained. And I think the body has a vetostat. Body wants to be in that weight. So आप force करके थोड़ा इधर लाते हो, लेकिन वो धीरे से फिर rebound हो जाता है because you cannot follow those diets for a longer period of time unless there is a driving force for that, which is triggered by something that has happened or some illness that has happened for which you don't have a choice. So we have now semaglutide that is available, and that has got a lot of homology with 94% with the human GLP-1 analog that exists. So this is the Wegovy pen. As I said, it works by improving the satiety. So whatever you eat, you get that satisfaction in the brain and you stop eating. That is when we stop eating. And that's when the idea is that you eat smaller bites, because we eat bigger bites, the signal takes time to go. That's why all weight people say take smaller bites so that that point comes earlier. And obviously reduce the hedonic drive, because there's something called executive function which you can control. But hedonic drive is, Manoj puts a rasgulla in front of me, which is my favorite sweet, and how much I can control it. So that's important for us to control. Now, Wegovy has been looked into a lot of trials. So we're gonna focus primarily on step 1, step 4, step 5 to look at what happens with the weight loss. If you look at all step trials, some fundamental points are same in all trials, and that is what I'm going to say. A, this was done, taken patients with a BMI more than 30 or BMI more than 27 with risk factors like obstructive sleep apnea, arthritis, hypertension. So you qualify with one risk factor, or the BMI is more than 30, and you're non-diabetic, and HbA1c has to be less than 6.5%. And the primary factor is the percentage of weight loss and 5% weight loss. Now, Dr. Heller is out here. He would know that with all nice guidelines, we started with 5% weight loss. That was the primary target because that was shown to show benefits in a lot of factors. So all the trials and STEP, the primary outcome is always 5% weight loss. The secondary outcomes, dil mange more, can be 10%, 15%, and improvements in blood pressure, HSCRP, cholesterol, and other factors. But the primary aim that you're looking at 5%, that would be consistent among all STEP trials. In the STEP trials, there would be 2 arms, placebo arms and semaglutide arm. Semaglutide arm, the dosage will grow up. All these patients would have a 500 kilocalorie deficit loss from what they eat, and they would have to do 30 minutes of physical activity 5 days a week. So that was there in both the arms, and this was the quality factor. So I'll not go with all the trials that are there because these fundamental points remain same for that are there. So what did it show? It showed that when you do that, there is a 16.9% weight loss at 68 weeks versus a 2.4% reduction that is there with placebo. So remarkable weight loss that happens, and the curve keeps going down and down and down. So point number 1, does semaglutide makes you lose weight? Yes, it makes you lose weight. It is around 16.9% in patients who are obese and non-diabetic over 68 weeks of time. What is this percentage of weight loss? So as I said, the primary factor we were looking at is 5%. So it achieved 92.4%, which is statistically significant. And the secondary outcome was 10%, 15%, which is also there. But yeah, when they looked at data, they also found 1/3 of these patients had 20% weight loss, though that was not a defining criteria when they started the trial. At pre-trial, what was the primary and secondary points? It's just when they looked at it, they found that yes, there is 20% weight loss, and there was some improvement as we would expect with the waist circumference and blood pressure and HbA1c, even though they were non-diabetic patients. The most important question that comes in clinics when you are going to prescribe in India, because patients pay out of their pockets, they're going to ask, how long will I take? What will happen if I stop? कितना दिन लेना है डॉक्टर, उसके बाद क्या होगा? So that is exactly we are looking at effect of maintaining step 4 trial versus treatment withdrawal. So what happened? Again, they were taken in, and at 20 weeks, when they had around 11% weight loss, 2 arms were made. So one arm continued to take Wegovy, one arm was placebo. And they found that who continued to take, again, roughly similar at 68 weeks, 16.9, 18, 17%, 18%, there's not much of difference. But the one who stopped that arm gradually started gaining back weight. So if you stop the treatment, you will start regaining weight gradually going back. So that has to be counseled to the patient when you are doing it. Otherwise, he may not be happy. Generally, they will ask you, because moment drug is a little expensive, the second question is, how long will I have to take? That's the first question that will come. This afternoon, I was giving a talk in Calcutta on this, and our doctor said, how long will I sit? I said, you don't ask that question when you're prescribing SGLT2 or metformin. You're asking this question because it's expensive. Otherwise, nothing else changes. That is there. So this is step 4. Again, there is meaningful weight loss. Something, help me with audio visual, please. Something has happened. Okay, we'll close some windows. Hopefully it will work. No, got stuck. So while that's happening, can you move on my slide? So again, similar story, 5% weight loss, 10%, 15%, and 1/3 of the patient at 20%. This is a very nice step 1 extension. Now, what is step 1 extension? Step 1 was 68 weeks. We showed that it causes 16.7, 17% weight loss. Next question, patient will say, "Ek saal le liya hai, now I'm going to stop. What will happen to me?" And this is what it shows, that if you stop the treatment, you gradually start regaining weight, which has been what has been showing with step 4 as well. So that's 2 trials kind of reimposing that if you kind of stop, you're going to restart getting your weight. Step 5 is now looking at what happens over a longer duration of time. We looked at 68 weeks. We know it loses weight. We know if you stop, you start regaining weight. Now you want to look at what happens at 2 years. And that is what step 5 looked at. Obviously, as I said, all these points remain same in all the trials, 500 kilocalorie, 150 minutes. So I'm not going to repeat that. So what it shows is that it maintains, so it reaches what it needs to reach around 68, 70, and that it plateaus and it stays there. So the weight loss is consistent, reaches maximum around 68 to 70 weeks, and it stayed there like that for 2 years' time. So next question is, 2 years is fine. We want more data, you know. So I was taught in UK, whenever you said, you always find, you ask, why not this, why not that, why 2 years? So we got a 4-year data from the SELECT. What happens that if you continue in SELECT, I know we've got a cardiologist going to tell us about it, so I'm not going to go into his territory. But if you look at the 4-year data that is there with SELECT, again the same story, you know, reaches its maximum and continues to remain on for 4 years. So any semaglutide, A, causes weight loss. The data shows it causes weight loss. If you stop, you're going to restart gaining weight. You reach maximum around 68 weeks, and that is consistent at 2 years and 4 years if you continue the medication. Safety profile, if you compare the predominantly factor, which we all know would be the GI problems that are there, rather than that, and other than that, placebo versus were relatively reasonable. It comes with all the pens, all the colored pens, and you dial the whole dose and you click it and you wait for the click, click, click to stop clicking. And then that is your, they come with 4 needles that they've given you. And I've been told that that you can keep it 6 weeks once you've started using the pen outside the fridge. Because of its studies, it may lose its efficiency. So, but in 4 doses, it will finish. People may experiment using microdosing, but that's not a validated thing that is available, or that cannot be, you know, one cannot vouch for the microdosing that can be done with a higher pen that is there. So you start and you dose up. If you have a problem, you stop there or dose down till you reach the maximum that can be there. So you can move from 0.25 to 0.5 and keep going up where the patient can tolerate. If you find a lot of intolerable, you can dose down. wait for it to stabilize and go up. As we know, in practice, medical practice, nothing is written in black and white. We all practice gray, and the varying degrees of gray, from light gray to dark gray, so you can decide how you want to play around with this patient that needs to be there. Semaglutide is licensed in India, that has been said. Now, if there are GI side effects, what is the advice you're going to give the patient if they've got GI side effects? I think that should be advised to given to all patients. Have smaller meals, eat less, eat slowly, eat less fried foods. That should be given to all diabetic patients. That can be done. And there are some suggestions that can be done. I like the suggestion of this mint ginger based prickles and biscuits. And I'm sure, I cannot say I will ever experience this, but people who have been pregnant, I've seen that those advice is given over the counter. Eat some ginger biscuits, eat some apple cider, that might help. So all those supporting therapy, increase more fluids and other things may help avoid strong smells. You can use prokinetics and PPI if the need be arise. What happens if you miss the dose? I think if it's within 5 days, you can take the dose and take the next dose as scheduled, or if it's more than 5 days, just forget it. Stick to Sunday that you are taking. It depends on the patient. You need to ask him what really works for him. Sunday works or Friday works or whatever works. Whatever works for him, we can start on that dose and remain on that. As I said, you can titrate up and down based on that. With that, I end my slide and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mithun, and we will take the discussion surely at the end of all the 4 conversations. Thank you for that. So Mithun's taken us through the journey of SEMA 2.4 in a couple of its step trials. We now move to the cardiologist's perspective, and we have joining us my dear friend, Dr. Praveen Kale. We've traveled to a few places from the side, Praveen. No gymnastics, then, sorry. You okay? So Dr. Praveen Kale is a consultant interventional and heart failure cardiologist at the Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, DM cardiology from TN Medical College. Huge amount of work experience, a renowned interventional and sought after cardiologist with over 20 years of experience, runs the heart failure clinic, and in his areas of interest, it's interventional cardiology, complex angioplasty, rotablation, and many more. And as we understand today, and with the data evolving, this drug, the SEMA 2.4, is becoming a tool in the hands of cardiologists, and very soon some other specialists also beyond endocrinologists, diabetologists, and physicians. So with that, Dr. Praveen Kale will be speaking to us about acing the MACE paradigm, which is your and selecting semaglutide for cardiovascular disease in obesity. Praveen.
Thank you, DRS, for inviting me on for this meeting. Manoj, Purvi, as well as Bansi. So basically, this is one interesting slide of a cardiologist, or you can say physician cardiologist, Dr. Kraft, who was practicing in 80s, and he used to practice preventive cardiology, and he used to do those who are in diabetes, you might be knowing Kraft test. So he was one who used to study postprandial insulin rise and postprandial dysglycemia, and his statement is, I think, is what today my talk is. He used to say those with cardiovascular disease and you cannot identify diabetes, they are simply underdiagnosed. What did Kraft showed more than 3 to 4 decades back? That my patient who is a cardiac patient, even if it's not diabetes, so I am missing, and probably it is an insulin resistance. And now what I can see, the medications which for diabetes is showing a significant reduction in cardiovascular events. So I think he was quite a good visionary. Now for these medications or glucagon GLP-1 analogs, they have gone through a long journey from 2005 to now 2000. So 2 decades of a clinical experience. And like SGLT2 inhibitor, they came as a diabetes medicine. And now SGLT2 inhibitor is a very standard drug, and interval MI ejection fraction 30%, no diabetes, I am prescribing. So they travel from a non-diabetic drug to a diabetic drug to a now cardiology drug. Similar journey is with GLP-1 analog, and
But the GLP analog is not like simple like a SGLT2 inhibitor where you have only one dose. It is a nephroprotective, it's a cardioprotective, it is a anti-diabetic agent. Here you have a dose variation. These drugs in lower doses are anti-diabetic, but if you go in high doses, then they become an anti-obesity drug. And even today, what I am presenting is a select study, which is a higher dose in non-diabetic. So this was the first in 2006. You can see up is the indication for diabetes, lower is an indication for obesity. It is the same drug, liraglutide. When it is in lower dose, you call it Victoza, and it is a diabetic drug. Saxenda, when it is higher dose, it is an obesity drug. So molecule is same, but they keep a different name. So this is first time in medicine or cardiology I have across that lower dose is different name and higher dose is a different name, and sometime it would cause some confusion among us. In 2016, the liraglutide came with an CVOT or cardiovascular outcome trial, and it showed it can reduce the major adverse cardiovascular event by 13%, and it was the first drug which reduced the mortality. And it came in the cardiology picture that if a patient is diabetic and he has an MI, you can have benefit which is multifold, which includes reduction or secondary prevention of MI, benefit as good as statin. It's an anti-diabetic drug also, and helping in weight reduction and CV the reduction in other cardiovascular risk factor. And from there we have another CVOT with semaglutide. Again, if you can see semaglutide 2019, oral ribelsis came in 2019. In 2016, this is another publication called Sustain 6, another CVOT from semaglutide, which showed the similar reduction in MACE events. And this journey goes to a higher doses where this molecule is now an obesity drug, and we know in 21 we got an approval for an obesity indication, and you have seen Dr. Bhartiya has told you about those step trials. So with this background, this is CVD. CVD in India is a growing burden, and this is coupled with obesity. What you can see is the ICMR India type study projection that 254 million adults India would have generalized obesity and 350 million and abdominal obesity. We have seen reduction in the cardiovascular mortality with improving care, oral medications, cardiac interventions like angioplasties and surgery. However, what we have seen, obesity related cardiovascular events are increasing. And this is one of our study from UK, a retrospective analysis that cardiovascular disease and obesity are linked, and you have a hazard ratio of 1.2 for coronary, 1.2 to 1.4 in CVD. Similar you see with cerebrovascular disease also. However, those patients with obesity who are metabolically good, no dysglycemia and all, still they have 38% increase risk of CVD and 65% increase in heart failure. If this metabolically unhealthy, healthy obese become metabolically unhealthy, then they biochemically they start becoming abnormal, then this risk increases or doubles. Though we know weight loss would reduce the cardiovascular risk factor. Since 2 decades in my clinic, I am always telling my cardiac patients after their procedure that you should need to reduce weight so that your sugar will be better, your cholesterol will be better, your blood pressure will be better, and that would be helping to reduce your future risk. But we know, as you have seen in the last presentation, it is difficult moment you are withdrawing these drugs. Even with drugs, if you maintain weight loss, withdrawal has consequences. So maintaining and achieving weight loss was a tough task. And there are many pharmacotherapies which have been tried. Everybody knows of these drugs, and they have been tried whether they can reduce in obesity, but the CV event had either they are increased or they are not or neutral. So none of the pharmacotherapies, which include sibutramine, rimonabant, naproxen, bupropion, none of them could show a reduction or reduction in cardiovascular events. And with this background, this is a select trial. How select trial is a next big bold step from Novo Nordisk, where they have selected patients with obesity. Now by this time you all know in diabetes we have Sustain 6 which shows it reduce MACE, but it is in a diabetic population. What Dr. Bhartiya showed you was the recent STEP trial where you can target obesity, and these are all non-diabetic patients. Now what SELECT is much larger study, a longer duration over 40 months, and you have seen one slide in Dr. Bhartia telling that, long and sustained 5-year data from this. So this is a large trial. It includes obese or overweight patient, but they are not diabetic and they have already an established cardiovascular disease. So what we are going to prove, what John Kraft told, that there is no diabetes and patient has cardiovascular risk, and this anti-diabetic drug, can it reduce the cardiovascular event? So this is a select trial design, which is basically overweight obese patients. They already have ASCVD, 70% have coronary artery disease, 24 had a stroke, 4 to 5 had even only peripheral vascular disease. So these type of patients who are not diabetic, means their HbA1c is less than 6.5 and they are obese cardiac patients, and this is definitely a placebo versus semaglutide. So patients are on a standard of care for the cardiovascular disease, which is what we call secondary prevention. And these are the primary endpoints, which is cardiovascular death, non-fatal MI and stroke, what we call MACE event. And there are confirmatory secondary endpoints. These secondary endpoints is occurrence of CV death, composite heart failure endpoints, as well as all-cause death. So you have CV death, all-cause death, and heart failure endpoints. So you can see this is a population, 70% male, mean age is 60. All races are including Asians, which is 8.2%. As I told, 70% are coronary artery disease, 20% are stroke, 4% are only PAD, and 8.2% have more or two vascular beds which are involved. They are on a standard of care. Standard of care is treating their lipid, blood pressure, antiplatelet, because all have ASCVD, and glycemic control, because you see, please understand, there are no diabetic patients here, but yes, during a course of a trial, if they develop diabetes, then diabetes is treated as per the standard medication, and they have being for healthy lifestyle, which includes physical activity, smoking, and alcohol cessation. And on the right side, this is the protocol of the hypertension treatment. They are very appropriately treated. Their blood pressure was average 130, and both arms had a good lipid lowering. And you can see this distribution of the drugs, as these all are cardiac patients. They are on ACE ARBs, they have hypertension, they are on antiplatelet, lipid lowering. So at the end, what we see at 40 months, you can see this Kaplan-Meier trial, where Kaplan-Meier curve, which shows 20% reduction in the MACE event, which is statistically significant. Again, the most important thing here is these are all non-diabetic patients, but yes, they are obese. So semaglutide had been now ESC recommendation as an obesity medication in patients with chronic coronary syndrome to reduce CV mortality, MI, and the stroke. Similar is what we call in an Indian label now with the Wegovy. And the most important thing, then there are multiple analyses. There are almost 20 papers coming out with subgroup analysis and different what is driving here. So what has been seen, that the maximum weight loss, the curve start driving very early. You can see as early as 6 months, but the peak MACE events, the weight loss is only 5%. So the message is, it is not only the weight loss or obesity treatment which is giving an benefit. These drugs have a specific anti-inflammatory action, a plaque stabilization action, and multiple effects directly on a cardiomyocyte, endothelial cell, as well as the smooth muscle cells of the vascular media. So these MACE curves separate much before the weight reduction. These statistical analysis shows that this 80% of MACE reduction with Wegovy is mediated by other factors apart from weight loss, and MACE reduction definitely is independent of these body weight changes. So secondary endpoints, if you see the first confirmatory 8 point of cardiovascular death, it is not statistically significant, but it is 15% reduction. Apart from that, 18% reduction in the composite heart failure point, and a 19% reduction in all-cause death. So all sub-analysis, if you go and see, all GLP-1 analog have shown reduction in a MACE, but you might find some differences. For example, when we see leader trial, it is predominantly a cardiovascular death reduction. If you see sustain 6, it is predominantly a stroke reduction. Here you can see balance, but probably the non-fatal MI and coronary revascularization are little more than all other what we say is measured cardiovascular outcome. So these are the various ways by which in select trial These are other benefits, which is reduction in inflammatory marker of hsCRP, lipid, and HbA1c reduction of 0.3, blood pressure reduction, waist circumference going by 6.5 centimeter, and a weight reduction of 11.1%. What you can see, this pre-diabetic population was almost 2/3, 60 to 70%, and as you know, this is the first to start with our anti-diabetic drug. And in this active arm, where there were 68% patients with pre-diabetic, they went into a normoglycemia, which means HbA1c less than 5.7, which is an expected outcome as a pre-diabetic population moving to a HbA1c less than 5. So one of the largest CVOT of a diverse population all over the world, more than 100 centers, 40 months long trial. It has shown a reduction in MACE by 20%, and this benefit is irrespective of weight, because 30%, a small population, BMI between 27 to 30, which we call overweight, irrespective of their glycemic status and age. So this is how SELECT is one of a trial which has changed our clinical practice as an anti-atherosclerotic drug. So despite standard of care, CV events remain high in these patients with obesity, and definitely there is an unmet need, and guidelines have approved this 20% MACE reduction. So last 5 acute MI patients in which I have done an emergency or an angioplasties, out of them 4 fit into what we call is SELECT. They are 45 to 55. They don't have diabetes. They are not smoker. Their lipids are okay, but still they had a coronary event. The 5th one is a diabetic. So out of last 5 patients, they are. So we are seeing this changing pattern of disease, and definitely this was an unmet need. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kale. And
so this is now obesity as a new modifiable risk factor. Apart from these, what we are treating as a cardiologist. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join us here. We await the questions. May I request the AV team to play the Novo Nordisk video before we move to the next talk? Dr. Praveen, would you like to join us here?
Obesity is rising in India. 254 million Indians live with obesity. By 2050, its prevalence will increase 2.5-fold. But obesity isn't always visible, yet it's everywhere. This isn't a lifestyle choice. It's a chronic disease linked to over 230 complications: diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, fatty liver, chronic kidney disease, and more. But for millions, the struggle goes far beyond just losing weight. They follow every rule: eat less, move more, stay consistent. It works until it doesn't. And the cycle starts all over again. Their bodies fight back. Metabolism slows. Hunger increases. Weight returns. Society tells them it's their fault. But science tells a different story. Obesity isn't a failure of willpower. It's a complex disease. It's time to drive change. It's a turning point in obesity care. Now it's time to go. Weight loss and beyond. Introducing a global blockbuster now in India. The breakthrough in obesity care, delivering weight loss and beyond. Trying to win against obesity with the 2020 strategy. Greater than 20% weight loss, 20% reduction in 3P MACE. Start Wegovy for transformative weight loss with proven cardiovascular benefits. Now available in India in 5 strengths. More than a pen, a partner in progress. Once a week, elegant simplicity. Tried, tested, trusted globally. Wegovy, weight loss and beyond, now in India.
Thank you. That's lovely. It's weight loss and beyond, just as the symposium says. We've heard 2 wonderful conversations on semaphore, stepping up the reams and acing the mace. But really, you want to understand how to unlock the full potential of this drug, SEMA 2.4. And to hear and understand more about that, it gives me great pleasure to invite on stage Dr. A.K. Singh. Dr. A.K. Singh has been one of the most sought-after speakers across the country and outside, well known for his research, acknowledged across the globe now. Dr. A.K. Singh is a DM Endocrinology, Senior Consultant Endocrinologist at the GD Hospital and Diabetes Institute, Kolkata. Editor, the Williams Textbook of Endocrinology, the South Asian edition. Executive editor of Clinical Keys, India Point of Care in Diabetes and Endocrinology. Deputy Editor, Clinical Diabetology. Multiple hats and Associate Editor with the IJDDC. Honors in Pharmacology and Internal Medicine. DRS for the DRS community with 163 publications, an H index of 43 and I index of 167. It gives me great pleasure again to invite Dr. A.K. Singh, better known for his clear thoughts as AK.
Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, team Manoj, Purvi, and Bansi. You heard semaglutide. Perhaps many of you may be thinking that it's an anti-obesity drug. It reduces body weight significantly. You heard true. But there is a story beyond weight loss. There are many drugs that reduces body weight. Simply reducing body weight is not enough unless you prolong life. Okay, so let me tell you that semaglutide story is not only the weight loss, HbA1c control, but it is beyond that. You heard cardiovascular benefit. Now I will tell you something beyond weight loss and cardiovascular benefit, or even twist in the tail of that cardiovascular benefit as to how semaglutide, despite a GLP-1, behaved differently when you compare with the previous cardiovascular outcome trial with other GLP-1. So this is a Novo-sponsored symposium. So this is the overview of my talk. You can see there are 6 bullets, so there will be 6 slides on. Let me take you through semaglutide in people with obesity and pre-diabetes. You know, there are several trials conducted with semaglutide. As of now, there are 11 randomized controlled trials, step 1 to a step 11. Step 11 was done in people with South Asia. The step 11 is the only trial where people with BMI more than 27 was included even without risk factor, knowing that the definition of obesity is different in Asian and in particular South Asia. However, I'm not going into that part, weight reduction. My heading is to look at, can a drug prevent pre-diabetes?
So a step 10 trial was done exclusively in a patients with pre-diabetes to see whether semaglutide prevent progression to a frank type 2 diabetes from pre-diabetes. We learned in a step 2 trial, which was done, it's the only trial out of 11 trial, the only trial that was conducted in people with type 2 diabetes. Rest all trials were conducted in people with obesity without diabetes. So we learned that semaglutide lowers HbA1c significantly by 1.9%. But what I'm trying to show you, that it works to prevent progression from impaired glucose tolerance to overt type 2 diabetes. And you can see, if you have got 10 patients with obesity and with pre-diabetes, 8 will revert back to normalcy. So that's beyond the weight loss and cardiovascular outcome. There is a dedicated trial conducted with semaglutide in people with osteoarthritis. Okay? So this is called a step 9 trial. It was done in patients with obesity having osteoarthritis, and the primary outcome was to look for what happens to the different score in people with osteoarthritis. So you can see this is a WOMAC pain score, which is a standard tool practiced across the world, especially in the orthopedician domain. In the step 9 trial, this was the primary outcome to look what happens to the osteoarthritis in people with obesity when they were randomized to either semaglutide 2.4 milligram or placebo. And you can see this score came down to 41.7, suggesting that people with osteoarthritis do have a statistically significant beneficial effect when it comes to the WOMAC score. If you are interested, go to the entire step 9 trial. Now I will take back you to the step data, select data in little detail. Dr. Praveen told you that in select trial, people with obesity with established cardiovascular disease, semaglutide reduced the composite of 3-PMS by 20%, primarily because of reduction in myocardial infarcts. The primary driver of this 3-PMS, as you all know, is a composite of CB death, non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, of which out of these 3 outcomes, the major driver of this reduction in 3-PMS was because of MI reduction. So this, you have got a drug in people with obesity that not only reduces body weight but reduces MI. But then what is interesting to show you here in the select trial, and which was very unique, perhaps it was only observed in the recent SOUL trial regarding the quickness of benefit. So you might be wondering, and somebody might ask you that if I am on a semaglutide, when this cardiac benefit is going to ensue to me, after 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, how long I should take to get cardiovascular benefit? If the select trial would not have been done, prior to this, if you had looked at the other trials, for example, LEADER, SUSTAIN 6, REWIND, these were the positive CB outcome trial in people with diabetes. This is a trial conducted in people with obesity without diabetes. And it was surprising to see that this benefit started happening very quickly. It happened, you can see the benefit started as early as day 20. We thought that GLP-1, by virtue of reducing the atherosclerotic cardiovascular burden, will take time. And this is what we learned from the previous GLP-1 trial in people with type 2 diabetes, like LEADER, REWIND, and SUSTAIN 6. Surprisingly, in people with obesity without diabetes, the benefit started as early as day 20, and there is a sustained benefit at day 86, thereby suggesting that within 3 months, you are going to get a cardiovascular benefit. So this is the entire data into perspective, and it was rarity to see that a GLP-1 drug might work to reduce the cardiovascular atherosclerotic burden as early as 3 months. And this is, now many of you might be thinking that the benefit of GLP-1 in terms of cardiovascular benefit might be coming from reduction in body weight. But if you have got a drug that gives you a CB benefit within 3 months, how much weight loss you expect within 3 months? Look at this graph and you can realize that within 3 months, there was hardly 3% weight drop, and yet there was a substantial cardiovascular benefit. This suggests that the cardiovascular benefit of GLP-1 is not fully related to weight loss. I would say there may be partly relation to the cardiovascular benefit, but when the drug has not actually achieved the required body weight reduction to achieve cardiovascular benefit and yet demonstrated the CB benefit as early as 3 months, something is beyond weight loss, and that is exactly inflammation. You know, the GLP-1 is one drug that reduces high sensitivity CRP, largest in the planet, even better than the statins. The only drug which beats even GLP-1 is keglylintide semaglutide mixture. So you know, in the REDEFINE 1 trial, the CRP was even larger reduction seen with the keglysema compared to the semaglutide in the STEP 1 trial. In REDEFINE, there was a 63% reduction in HSCRP compared to 58% in a STEP 1. If you compare with the statin or any other anti-inflammatory drug, that is in the tune of 30%. So this is how the GLP-1 reduces inflammation in your system, and this CB benefited is purported because of this reduction in inflammation. Otherwise, you won't get benefit within 3 months. Now, it's not only the MACE. Look at this data. You get this benefit as early as 3 months, and then you can see it persisted for the 6 month, 9 month, and 12 months. So this is a primary objective 3P MACE. When you look at the other outcome, like cardiovascular death, look, the cardiovascular death benefited started as early as 6 months. It wasn't seen in the previous trial. If you look at the all-cause death, heart failure composite, all these outcomes started coming back within 6 months of starting semaglutide in the SELECT trial. That's the point I was trying to show you. Now also, one need to understand how this benefit translates into the absolute risk reduction. So you might be wondering, and you must have heard the word called number needed to treat, NNT or NNH. What happened in the SELECT trial? So in SELECT trial, beyond cardiovascular benefit, if you look at the entire cardioclinical metabolic axis, which we call CKM, there was certain thing beyond cardiovascular benefit. So look at what happened to the HSCRP. I told you in STEP 1, there was a 58% reduction. You can see here in SELECT, there was a significant reduction in the inflammatory marker. Look at the albumin creatinine ratio. So you do have a kidney benefit. Because of paucity of time, I'm not showing in SELECT trial, there was a benefit in the 5-point composite of renal endpoint. And it was reduced exactly by 24%, although it was a secondary endpoint in the SELECT trial. You can see here the ACR significant reduction. Now, if you what does it translate into in terms of absolute risk reduction? Look at the NNT in the SELECT trial. This NNT is 58. You know the IMPAREG outcome trial? Can anyone volunteer me? What was the NNT in the IMPAREG outcome trial? Anyone in this hall? IMPAREG trial becomes a blockbuster 2015 in Stockholm at EASD. What was the NNT? So NNT in the IMPAREG outcome trial was exactly 63 at 3 years. Look here, it is 58 in the SELECT trial. Interestingly, in the SOUL, NNT was 50 with oral semaglutide. Now, if you look at the NNT of extended endpoint, you know there was, this is 3P MES, extended was 4P, 5P. NNT also came down. So NNT in the 4P, there was a revascularization due to unstable angina, and it was significantly reduced with semaglutide. If you combine this 4P data, the NNT comes down to 25. And if you look at the all other parameter, weight, albuminuria, HSCRP, this NNT is 11. Thereby giving you a benefit that if you use semaglutide in 11 people, one is going to get benefit. This is called number needed to treat. Now, what happens with semaglutide in patients with heart failure with preserved ejection fraction? Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, semaglutide has undergone 2 dedicated trials in people with heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. One is called heart failure with preserved ejection fraction in obesity, and another trial was called heart failure with preserved ejection fraction in people with type 2 diabetes. Now, if you look at both the trials, so you can see STEP heart failure, left-hand side is obesity, right-hand side is diabetes, and in both semaglutide 2.4 milligram was used. Although the primary objective in this study was symptomatic score improvement, And you can see this is the Kansas cardiomyopathy scoring KCCQ. There was a significant reduction in both obesity as well as diabetes on your left and right hand side. If you look at the 6-minute walking test, which is another primary endpoint in this 2 trial, there was a significant reduction. And when they returned back, the Novo people went to the US FDA to get a level update. US FDA asked them that show me the hard endpoint data with semaglutide in people with heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. So what they did, they pulled the data from these 2 trials as well as the SELECT trial and they analyzed the primary objective of CV death and heart failure. And you can see when you pull the data from these 3 trials with injectable semaglutide 2.4 milligram, there was a 31% relative risk reduction in the primary composite of CV death and heart failure hospitalized. Finally, I will take you through most important part, which is a breaking news at the moment. Semaglutide has been tested in people with metabolic associated steatotic liver disease. You can see this is New England Journal of Medicine called Essence trial. And you can see reduction in the composite of these endpoints. So for the first time, an anti-obesity drug has been licensed few days back. And I will show you this data, reduction in F2, F3 fibrosis score in people with metabolic steatotic liver disease. And on 15th of August, US FDA approved semaglutide for the treatment of metabolic associated steatotic hepatic disease. It's only a second drug after resmetirom to be approved in people with MS, MA, SLD. So what did we learn? Semaglutide is not only anti-obesity medications or a glucose-lowering drug. This is the first GLP-1 to get a level update for fibrosis and MSLT. First GLP-1 and first anti-obesity medication. Needless to say, it reduced prediabetes. The first drug anti-obesity medications to get approval for a CV risk reduction in people with obesity with established cardiovascular. We learned it improved osteoarthritis score in step 9. But what is important to see that they are soon waiting to get approval for the treatment of heart failure with preserved ejection fraction currently under the hammer of US FDA. Thank you very much for your patience, list.
Thank you, AK, and thank you for taking us through all the other indications, including the newer one coming up. Please join us here. And we move to the final conversation and today's topic, and gives me great pleasure to invite a dear friend, Dr. Neeta Deshpande from Belgaum. Neeta is a diabetologist and bariatric physician at the Belgaum Diabetes Care Center and CentraCare Institute of Diabetes, the medical director at CentraCare Super Speciality Hospital, professor and head Department of Medicine at the Dental College, Belgaum, the associate professor of medicine as USM KLE International Medical Program, multiple orations to her credit, and somebody who's been working in the space of metabolic and bariatric medicine and a bariatric physician. So great pleasure to invite Neeta to speak on practical know-hows of using SEMA 2.4, which again, I feel many of you have been waiting back for. So over to you, Neeta.
Thank you so much, Manoj. And thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. A very good evening to all of you. So you have all heard about the trials, and you have heard about the results, and you have heard everything there is to know about the pleiotropic effects of semaglutide 2.4 milligrams. So and it has just been recently launched. So I'm going to take you through some of the points which will tell you how to actually use it in your clinic, what are the strengths available, what kind of patients you can use it for, and basically all the practical aspects of it. So the first question that comes to your mind when you're sitting in your clinic and you have a patient who is obese, obviously in front of you, who can be prescribed Wegovy, and how do you start with dosing of this particular drug? So we know that Wegovy is used as an adjunct to lifestyle modification, and it is suitable for adults as early as a BMI of 27. Now, these are the international standards which tell you that chronic weight management, and of course, this is in people who are more than 18 years old, with an initial BMI of more than 27, with at least one weight-related comorbidity, or a BMI of more than 30 without any, with or without comorbidities. Now, these are the international guidelines, the BMIs that we use internationally, but in India, even earlier intervention recommendations are there, where those values are replaced by 25 and 27. So instead of 27 and 30, we replace it with 25 and 27, and this is in accordance with the BMI cutoffs in Indian patients in Southeast Asia. So you can use it even earlier in patients who have these kind of BMIs, 25 and 25 with comorbidity, and 27. Now, if there is time for questions afterwards, it's up to debate that would you really want to use semaglutide in somebody with a body mass index of say 26? So will the patient accept it? Do you want to use it? So that can come in the question answer session later on, and I will tell you my thoughts about that. So this is the dosing regimen of Wegovy, that is semaglutide 2.4. The starting dose is 0.25, and you work your way upwards with the next dose, ideally every 4 weeks. And these 4 weeks are given because you know that with every dose escalation, there could be escalation of the side effects, the gastric side effects, and to get the patient used to it, you would want to do that. However, in practice, what we have done and what we have seen people do is that you can actually escalate it a little faster, because there are people who are able to tolerate it. So you could be able to go from 0.25 to 0.5 and on upwards. Maybe in 2 weeks, sometimes in 3 weeks. It is highly individualized. But the recommendation is that you do it every 4 weeks. And this is expected to mitigate the side effects, the gastric side effects that are expected. Next question, what are the special considerations when you want to start this drug? What should you be aware of? What should you be cautious about? And what are the questions that you need to ask the patient before you are able to start the drug? So these are some of the special considerations when you are prescribing Wegovy. In the elderly, for example, there is no dose adjustment. If you're worried that this patient is elderly, what do I do with the dose? Well, all the trial data has shown that you don't really need to take age separately as a consideration for either not escalating the dose or giving a lesser dose. Second, liver impairment. No dose adjustment is required for patients who have mild or moderate hepatic impairment. So that is another question out of the way. Pancreatitis. Now, everyone is worried about pancreatitis because there has been so much talk about pancreatitis being one of the side effects of this drug and all of that. But having said that, you have to use this drug with caution if there has been a history of acute pancreatitis. You have to inform the patients of the symptoms of acute pancreatitis. You have to tell them that if you have these kind of symptoms, you have to come back immediately. But if a patient already has had acute pancreatitis in the recent past, you would obviously not use this particular drug. And if you suspect pancreatitis, after you started using the drug, you have to discontinue, evaluate, and see what has happened, confirm the diagnosis, and then maybe stop the drug. So that is one little red flag that you have to be aware of. I'm not saying you don't use it in a person who's had pancreatitis in the past, but you need to be careful and you have to inform the patient about it. What about renal impairment now? No dose adjustment is required in mild or moderate renal impairment. It is not recommended if the GFR is less than 30. So that's very clear. If it's mild to moderate, you can use it. No dose adjustment required. If the GFR is less than 30, don't use it. Retinopathy. All of us have been reading so much about a few cases of escalated progression of retinopathy. So there is a recommendation that you monitor patients with retinopathy for potential worsening of the condition due to improved glycemic control. So it is expected when the glycemic control improves, maybe the retinopathy gets worse, and some people have attributed it to this, and there are trials, of course, so you have to be careful about it. Pregnancy, it's a big no-no. You do not use it during pregnancy, and you are, if somebody is desirous of conception, you are supposed to give a washout period of 2 months before the person even attempts conception. If the patient has not told you, and if the patient conceives, you have to stop immediately and you have to keep a watch on the patient. So that is about special considerations. And now we talk about the next question. How do you prevent these side effects? We do get a lot of patients. A lot of them want to, in the middle of it, they say, we can't take this anymore. There are a lot of side effects, the gastric side effects. What do we do? But of course, you have explained to the patient that there are good effects and this is going to die down and this is going to go away. But until then, what? You need to kind of have a bridge until the things go down, the side effects go down. So, GI side effects are typically mild to moderate, but in a given patient, they can really be quite severe. But in most patients, especially those who are mild to moderate, you can somehow attenuate these symptoms. There are a few hacks that can be used. For example, the eating habits can be changed a little, where the patient is asked to eat a little slowly, small meals, frequent meals, just eat little at a time, eat only if you're hungry, and no straw. What does that mean? No liquid meals, not too many liquid meals, and then smaller portions, no distractions, enjoy your food, and no lying down immediately after a meal, because you know that gastric emptying is delayed, so there's some kind of bloating, and stop when satiated, and no meals near bedtime. So these are some of the eating habits that can be suggested to the patient to try and attenuate those symptoms. What about food composition? Should that be changed? And I've been seeing on Instagram and on Facebook, there is a whole new community of apps that has come, which tells you about GLP-1 agonist related diets. So there are some special diets, and there are some people advocating special diets for people who are using GLP-1. And that is why I just remembered when I talked about the food composition. So typically what is recommended is that you should go on a low-fat diet, boiling, oven or a griddle, that you use that kind of food, clear drinks, small sips, not too much at a time. So you have to eat less, eat slow, and more frequent, water-rich foods, avoid sweets, dressing, spicy or canned foods, and this will somewhat bring down the intensity of those gastric side effects. For lifestyle, well, fresh air, light exercise, food, diary to identify what works better. So journaling is very, very important to know what works and what doesn't work. Now the next question. What are the considerations for the use of Wegovy across a woman's lifespan? We talk a lot about CVD in women, diabetes in women, obesity in women. Why is it special? Why is it different? Well, it is different simply because a woman goes through so many different phases in her life. And each of those phases can have biological and hormonal differences which impact whatever you do, whatever therapy you give, and you have to be mindful of that. And therefore, let's talk about the considerations for the use of Wegovy across a woman's lifespan. Yeah. So the decision has to be highly individualized, it has to be customized, and management of obesity in different age groups can be different. So in the reproductive age group, if the woman is not considering pregnancy, then yes, you can use it, but with a highly effective means of contraception. So that's the caveat, and you have to be really careful. What about a woman who is in the reproductive age group but is considering pregnancy. As I said earlier, discontinue it 2 months prior. In case pregnancy is confirmed during therapy and the woman has not stopped it beforehand, you discontinue it immediately. Post pregnancy and breastfeeding, well, it has to be started after breastfeeding is discontinued. Pre and post menopausal age, evaluate the muscle mass, bone density prior to starting it so that you can give the appropriate lifestyle modification therapy. What if a person misses or forgets to take a dose, or if there is intolerance with a particular dose? If you miss the dose, you'll have to take it within 5 days of having missed the dose, so that much of latitude is there. But if more than 5 days have passed, then that dose is missed entirely. It should not be taken. So guidance if a dose is not tolerated, if it is during the escalation phase, then keep the person taking the same dose for another 4 weeks. If it is during the maintenance phase, temporarily you can step it down to the previous dose and then attempt to re-escalate it later. Does semaglutide 2.4 milligrams have benefits in MASH? I'm not going to go into the details of this because it has already been told to you by Dr. A.K. Singh just now. The data has been shown, so I'm not going to go into that. What guidance do you have for providence for the use of Wegovy prior to and post metabolic bariatric surgery? So is there a role for that? Yes. All bariatric surgeons will tell you that a little bit of weight loss prior to the surgery is always useful because the surgery process itself, the operation itself becomes easier, safer if a little bit of fat is lost, if a little bit of weight is lost beforehand. So pre-operatively, yes. Post-operatively, to improve the post-op weight loss in case of suboptimal weight loss, yes, there is a role for that. And the metabolic status, to improve the metabolic functions after bariatric surgery, also it can be used. Post-recovery, restart Wegovy therapy based on evaluation of the tolerability and individual requirement. Do benefits with Wegovy differ in women compared to men? Yes, there is significant improvement in liver fibrosis and histological resolution. I will not go into the details of this, but yes, you can, as you can see over here, there are differences that you can see. And I thank you all for a very patient hearing, and I hope I've made it clear on how you can use the drug.
If you can join us here, and I'll take that place and take the question. Yes, sir. Can we have that mic working?
Choice of medicine between SGLT2 and GLP-1 inhibitor. First question. Second, if side effects are there. Okay.
Okay. Please repeat the question.
A weight neutral patient, normal weight patient.
Normal BMI people.
Yes, BMI with diabetes and established cardiovascular disease. What will be the choice of medicine, SGLT2 or GLP-1 inhibitor?
Okay.
First. Second is, if the side effects are there, patient is losing weight, we need to step up the treatment, or we can stay there in that lower dose for obesity. And for oral semaglutide, can we go for alternate day treatment to reduce the dose like? Because we cannot split the dose. For Indian setup, most of the patients, they take half of the dose or they take alternate day treatment. That is a practical question which patients may tend to do. Thank you.
Okay. So if I understood correctly, because there was a bombardment of questions, there was three primarily questions, that in people with normal BMI, but with established cardiovascular disease and diabetes, which one to choose between GLP-1 and SGLT2? So answer is simple. When you have got a diabetes with established cardiovascular disease, you don't need to look at the BMI. Regardless of the BMI, the choice is either GLP-1 or SGLT2. So if it is atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, I would prefer GLP-1 over the SGLT2 because no trial of SGLT2 has shown reduction in myocardial infarction or a stroke. In contrast, all GLP-1, majority of the GLP-1, be it Sustain 6, be it SOUL trial, be it SELECT, the GLP-1 has shown reduction in a stroke and MI. So if there is established history of MI or a stroke, I would prefer GLP-1. If there is history of heart failure or CKD, I would prefer SGLT2 over GLP-1. That's first part of the question. At the end of the day, none of the drug would be able to control diabetes alone, so we will add both the drugs. So there is no debate. The second question was whether we can shift to oral semaglutide. Oh no, you said that if there is a continuous weight loss, can we stay on to the dose? So the answer is that if you look at how this drug semaglutide should be prescribed, or for example, tirzepatide should be prescribed, at every 1 month interval, we are supposed to up titrate the dose. And naturally, you will expect that there will be weight loss with the increasing dose. Now, the only issue I would recommend that not to break this law unless there is a GI intolerance. So somebody, when you say that you started with a 0.25 milligram semaglutide, after 1 month you are supposed to shift to 0.5 milligram, but the patient is not tolerating well. Moment you shifted them to the 0.5, so you can come back to again 0.25 for say another 1 month period of time, so that he gets accustomed with the GLP-1. At the end of the day, the entire purpose of starting GLP-1 to be successful, not to go into the very high dose and then you get withdrawn from this, be withdrawn because of the side effect. So simple answer is that we will follow the rule. If there is a GI side effect, we will push back, we will de-accelerate. Thirdly, so that depends upon, sir, your target. I want to lose 15 kg. Why should I stop?
I can see a line of questions, and we have
I will
another
quickly
5 minutes for.
So answer is your choice. It's all patient choice. If you find that I need to go to the tailor to get all my trousers changes, then you get to go slow. Yeah.
No, I think the question was that should you increase the dose only after the weight loss plateaus? No?
He said that when your requirement has achieved with a smaller dose, why should we shift to the higher dose? You don't shift. As simple as that. And regarding the oral semaglutide, we are not licensed to use alternate date.
Okay, the next question, please.
Regarding the cost cutting, Indian way of doing the thing, can we use 2.4 milligram of injections, the starting from 0.24 milligram?
So you're asking micro dosing. That's the perfect question. So I covered that in my talk. See that the recommendation from NN is the stability of the pen is 6 weeks from first use. Okay. So if you go by the stability that they have, it is for 6 weeks. You can do off license whatever we may not want to do, but the stability of the drug may not be there. So once open, they say it's 6 weeks weekly, so 4 weeks. You can play around with two more if you want, but the stability of the drug may not be there. Microdosing will still happen in India. You and I know that, but stability studies have to prove that you can continue 2.4 for like 20 weeks or 16 weeks. That data may not be there, which may be missing for you to have that assurance to give to the patient.
So you mean to say that semaglutide will not be effective after 6 weeks?
I think the stability studies they have is up to 6 weeks.
So let me put it in another word. At the moment, semaglutide stability in a temperature of 2 to 8 degrees centigrade is only 42 days. So say you have kept your Wegovy injection in the fridge door, and once you have taken out for the first injection, you are only, the drug license suggests that it will stability is up to 42 days. If you take a micro dosing of 2.4 milligram, this 2.4 milligram will exceed 42 days. So we don't know whether it will be still efficacious. That's the point he is trying to.
So it's not the recommended way clearly, though people may look at other aspects, but clearly it's not the recommended way, and it can't, you also as a physician can't really vouch for the results. Right. The next question, please.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Parik. I'm a gynecologist, and we use semaglutide in PCOS patients for weight loss when we want them to conceive. So one is that we don't use it 27 and 30 BMI. We generally use it after 32. But can we use it, and what monitoring has to be done? And you said that you should stop it 2 months before. But when you stop it 2 months, we expect that the weight, because what we want is weight loss in PCOS patients for our medicines or for the best effect to occur. So is it a must that we should stop it, and what monitoring for gynec, because we are not into the endocrine or the diabetic?
Yeah, so the questions were two, whether you can use it for lower BMIs. Yes, you can.
We don't use it for the lower BMI.
You don't use it, but if there is a PCOS and you want to use it for lower BMIs also, you can, because as I said, 27, 30, it's a comorbidity, so you can use it even at 27. But having said that, the 2-month thing is a recommendation, and yes, there is a risk that the weight might go up slightly in those 2 months that you have stopped it before conception, but there is no choice there. You will have to stop it for 2 months prior. Of course, you can give a very robust lifestyle modification program, at least to maintain the weight that has been lost. But the recommendation is that if conception is planned, you will have to give a washout of 2 months.
What are how do you monitor these patients for any side effect or anything else as far as that?
They have to be trained, especially say for, as I mentioned, for say acute pancreatitis, what the symptoms are. They have to be told what they are. They have to report immediately. You can get the enzymes done if they come with such symptoms. They have to keep, as far as the weight is concerned, yes, they keep watching their weight, and they have to be under a very good nutritionist, a good exercise program, so that the weight is maintained.
So as mentioned in some of the talks, Dr. Hitesh, that look at the body composition, and these are important parameters today before you start the drug. So as the reach is increasing to other specialties, it's also important to try and do what is ideal, and looking at the body composition before you start, monitoring the weight, mentioning the patient the possible side effects of the drug, preempting that, and then guiding them is something that any of us using this drug should be doing it. One final question from
Manoj, if I may add that.
Yes.
See, the half-life of the molecule is 1 week. 4 to 5 half-lives is needed to wash out the drug. And understanding inter-individual variations, that is where that 8-week story is coming from. Because you and I know nobody will do a trial safely on it. Because ethics committee approval is gonna be a very difficult thing. So from a scientific view, that is where that 8-week slot is coming for. If you give it early, there's a risk to the baby, and you might have to stand up in a court of law to justify that. So that is where that's it, and that's the scientific logic behind that 8 weeks not coming in early.
I will just add one more point to that. Although these are all on paper, there is no human data that suggests that if you even take GLP-1 during pregnancy, there is any harm. So don't get feared by that. All those data has come from the animal studies. I have got one paper currently under submission when we did a systematic review to see what happens to GLP-1 if lady conceives by mistake. And we could come to the data that there is no harm. So the point I'm trying to raise is, on paper, we are supposed to see there is a difference between EMA and FDA guideline. The EMA suggests you stop 1 month prior to the planning conception. The FDA said 2 months. So there is a confusion exactly in terms of the timing. Ideally, it should be 1 month, because if the drug has got a half-life of 7 days, you only would to remove for 4 half-life. So it should be 1 month. But there is several studies now where by mistake when patient continued on GLP-1 and accidentally conceived and it was followed up, there was no harm. So there is nothing to fear about.
So it's on the same lines as metformin earlier. Wasn't clear, and today things have evolved and you're more confident about using it. So I think things will evolve. Yes. We are moving the last session, which is women and obesity management, to the other hall. That's starting soon, as this hall needs to be broken out for arranging for the entertainment later. So last 2 questions, and then we all can shift to the next hall.
Sir, we are using this Wegovy for the diabetes, cardiac and weight reduction, and the CBC problem it is solving. And what are the subset of the patient where you are using this Wegovy, and when would you like to add the tirzepatide add on to this semaglutide? Or what are the subset of those patients where the patient benefit is not, you are not getting with the Wegovy?
So who wants to take that? Where will you add tirzepatide on top of semaglutide?
Okay. So answer is that we are not supposed to add tirzepatide to semaglutide. You have to choose between the two.
Yes, sir.
So for example, either you use dapagliflozin or empagliflozin, not both.
Combination.
No, not can you do you use depa with impa? Do you use sulfonylurea glimepiride with gliclazide?
Or tirzepatide.
So we are not supposed to use semaglutide with tirzepatide. Tirzepatide is already having the GLP-1 which semaglutide has.
Both the effects.
So we are not licensed to use both the drug. You have to choose either between the drug.
Either.
Right?
Right,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
And Dr. Narvaria, the final question before we wind up on that.
Thank you. I'm the only odd person. I'm a bariatric surgeon. So GLP-1 was discovered after bariatric surgery. So our patients, they become pregnant within 2 years. The GLP level 1 is always high and still they deliver normal and there's no side effect to it. I don't know why this medicine is talking about stopping for 2 months. Number two, we use, as madam said, we use this medicine as a concomitant therapy because we cannot reduce, so super obese people, even one single surgery will not sufficient to have to achieve the significant weight loss. So we use as a concomitant therapy. So once they reach the nadir, there's no weight loss, we add the GLP-1 or tirzepatide.
Okay, so I think that was a comment. More than anything with that, let's hear a round of applause for those fine experts there. And for all of you who stayed back till late this evening. As I said, we break from the room. May I invite all the specialists here for a picture and mementos. And the final session has moved to Mumbai Central Hall. We ask and invite all of you to stay back for dinner and the musical extravaganza by world-renowned Niladri Kumar on his sitar later today. Do that. As I said, the last session in the other hall would ask everybody to move to the other hall till they do up this room.